you come from a background of poverty. Firstly, I would like to introduce my first panelist, Palesa Kholwe. She's a certified financial planner and co-founder of Imvelo Wealth. Palesa, welcome.
Good day, Cedric.
My second panelist for today is Des Tswaile, and he's a personal financial architect and co-founder of Emphasis Wealth Advisory. Des, good day to you.
Good day to you, Sid. Thank you for having us.
Sure thing. So we're going to get started with this topic, which is one that I'm sure both of you have a lot of experience talking about. But I think I would like us to start this topic with one question. If someone who's listening to this conversation is thinking about their financial future, with this backdrop of where we come from as a country and as a nation, the majority of people who are starting to build their wealth up, especially those that come from disadvantaged or previously disadvantaged backgrounds, what are the main focus areas to consider when building one's financial future from the ground up? Palesa, I would like to start with you. As a certified financial planner, how would you tackle this? And what are some of the things that you would discuss in answering this question around the main focus areas to consider when building one's financial future from the ground up?
Thank you for that question, Cedric. I think the important thing when it comes to financial management in general, not just financial literacy, is that you always have to start with the basics. And basics are simple to start with. You shouldn't have to complicate the process at all. And basics are basically just to make sure that you have an emergency fund, you've set your goals, you are saving at least every month, and you know what is likely to be the risk in case something happens, something like a death, a disability, a critical illness. You have some basic covers in place to make sure that you take care of those things. I know that this is difficult because for many South Africans, how do you even start thinking about worrying about death when you haven't even started thinking about right now, eating? And I think that is something that we will tap into later as we are discussing this topic further.
Thanks, Palesa. I think what I'm really hearing from you is really starting with the basics. Is if you want to think about the future, you want to make sure that you've got the basics right. And you've highlighted a couple of areas which are very practical areas where one can start thinking about the financial future from the ground up. And you mentioned things like an emergency fund. You mentioned things like making sure that you've mitigated against the risks that are present in everyday life. And I think that's pretty practical, so thank you. Des, from your point of view as a personal financial architect, is there anything that you would add? And I mean, what are your thoughts? What are some of these main areas that one should think about when they're building their financial future from the ground up?
Sid, I often think that a lot of people basically think too hard with things that they should, start simplifying for themselves first. I mean, we have Maslow's theory of needs that says that firstly you need food, water, shelter, clothes, etc., which all of these things, we should not forget that they need money. And that means that you have to have money to actually purchase those things or actually have those basic needs. And for you to have money, you either have to have your own money or actually have a plan on how you're going to have that money. So if you don't have money, you're going to basically trade either a skill, time, or both. Either way, you have to trade on something to receive that money. And from that money, you basically purchase these basic needs. And with some of the money, it needs to be put away for the time and period when you no longer have the ability to earn or trade that time or skill and use money that is actually there. So where it starts, it should always start here. A plan. All right. So a plan is the most basic foundation of everything. When you build a home of your dreams, I often ask, clients and prospects or people in general, where do you start when you're building a home of your dreams? And they think, it's always a foundation. And I say, well, that comes a bit later. So what begins with first is the plan, the idea that you have in your brains, and it needs to be translated on paper. And once it's translated on paper, then you can start understanding how far your objective is or how far your goal is. And that starts helping you to understand the cost, the real cost of basically achieving that particular goal and objective, and what you need to do between now and then. So that's, for me, the basic is always having a plan. Start with having a plan.
Thanks, Des. That's a very powerful statements that you've made. And I guess the aim really of Money Smart Week South Africa is to ensure that there's a financial literacy and education that is going out nationally to people so that they can learn the things that I guess both you and MSWSA have learned throughout your careers. So thank you for tackling those points. I think they're quite practical. They are quite basic. And as you mentioned, it's about starting from the ground up. So these are the small building blocks in trying to build one's financial future forward. So thank you for that. Let's perhaps change gears a little bit. And let's talk about the second question for the conversation is how can we then work towards building a balance between becoming financially stable and enjoying financial independence. Now, this is something that I'm sure many people are familiar with, especially when you're starting out, you have your first paycheck, you've just started your career, and you're really engaging with money. And when you come from an environment or a background where you may not have had, you want to find this balance around enjoying this newfound wealth, but at the same time ensuring that you're financially stable. So, MSWSA, again, let's go back to you and ask you this question. What really and how can we as a nation work towards building a balance between these two things, financial stability as well as enjoying financial independence?
Cedric, that's a very important question you have asked there. So it starts with the plan that Des mentioned, but for you to have a plan, you need to have had a goal. So goal could have been, I want to build a home for my family, I want to buy a car, or whatever the case may be. And this goal might be a short-term goal, a medium-term, or a long-term goal. I would say don't try to tackle these goals and try to go about it without a help of a financial advisor. Make sure that you get in touch with a financial advisor, because the financial advisor will show you which type of investments, if you need to invest, you should consider, which types of insurance you should consider if you need to insure whatever plan you have in place or whatever goal you want to achieve. But with that, it means that you will be able to then make sure that you've taken care of your independence. And for me, independence means you are comfortable enough to do the things you want to do, be it life, because we always need to remember that you still need to live in everything else that you're doing. You still need to live. So be it in life that you want to live, maybe you want to travel, you want to do this, you want to do that, or be it these serious plans that we have mentioned. If you make sure that you are sitting with a financial advisor and you are working with what you have, meaning your income, and you are considering what your income is versus your expenses, and you then set up your goals looking at exactly, your affordability. And as I said, I keep going back to the fact that a financial advisor will help you with this. Then you can certainly, I would say, maintain your financial independence. And I'm not saying that depend on a financial advisor. I think I need to be clear on that. I'm not saying at all that depend on a financial advisor, but use the financial advisor to guide you into the right direction so that you are able to do the right things and you are able to maintain those goals or those plans that you have started, you started executing once you've met with a financial advisor. And I would say again, help of a financial advisor will certainly help you in terms of being accountable, not necessarily being the person that you're going to ask for everything, but that person who can just help you to be accountable for any decisions that you make in life. And I think it's very important to maintain that balance.
Thanks, MSWSA. That was very smart advice, actually. What I'm getting from it is that the gist of what you're saying is you can't do this alone. You need to get some help. and you need to get some professional help from someone like a financial planner or financial advisor that has gone through this path, that they've studied this, they are professionals, they know how to work with money, and they can help you become smarter with your money. And you mentioned having a plan, and of course the age-old saying of when you don't have a plan, you're actually planning to fail, and doing that with a financial planner. Now, Des, I think one could say, from your point of view as a personal financial architect, that if someone wants to build and they have no expertise whatsoever in building, the house is going to come out really, really unstable. So you as a personal financial architect working in finance, how would you describe and tackle this question of finding this balance between financial stability and really enjoying one's financial independence? Balesa says, have a plan, speak to a professional such as a financial advisor. What would you advise ordinary South Africans to do?
And said, I agree completely with what Balesa said. Having an advisor is quite important, and having a plan is quite important. But I have a different, not a different view, but a slightly apt view that basically gets people immersed into having to have that plan. The plan is their plan, right? So an advisor really helps them figure things out. In other words, an advisor becomes your personal coach. It's like when you are trying to become a bodybuilder, or building or sculpting your body to a certain shape, you hire out a personal fitness trainer, or if you're building a house or a home of your dreams, like you said, you would basically go to an architect, somebody that will take that idea and help you put it down on paper, and help you, like what Balesa said, keep accountable to that picture that you've drawn for yourself, and then objective that you want to basically achieve. But I also simplified in this way. You have the now time that you have to enjoy, and the future that you also have to enjoy, like you said. But the future does not have the money that you're going to need to basically have that lifestyle that you want. And, in most cases, I think on average, people are looking at about 25 to 30 years of living post the time that they can basically sell their skill or time, which the time usually that they have to sell their skill and time, in generic terms, it is between 35 and 40 years. That is actually looking at a person that is starting to work at age 25 and retiring at age 65, meaning that, during that period, you have the opportunity to build a pot which you are going to live off from the age of 65 going forward, because during now 25 and 65, you have this ability that you're relying on to basically trade with your skill on time for money to basically have the income that you live. But you need to also think about your future self. So in other words, you're spending for both people. You're spending for your future self, and you spend it for yourself at the same time. But your future self, it is because you know that the future self won't have the income that you currently having now, or the ability to earn the same income that you're currently having now. And that is where it starts. I mean, if you have that clear in your mind, that you have to have a balance between the two, it becomes far more easier to then have this conversation with a financial planner or a financial advisor, and understanding why there needs to always be a balance of having to share your own pot, your current today pot, with your future pot that you're going to have to live off from in the future. And I'm telling you, it takes that period to actually build something sustainable to give you another 25 to 30 years worth of money, and still have something left behind for a legacy, if a legacy it becomes an important thing in your planning.
I think that, again, that is really smart advice. That's what Money Smart Week South Africa is all about. And Des, you put it so clearly to us, it's about really taking care of two people. It's about taking care of the person you are today, and that's where enjoying that financial independence comes in. But it's also about planning and taking care of the person tomorrow. You don't know who that person necessarily is. It's yourself, but you have to plan for that person. What is that person going to spend? How are they going to spend their financial independence when the time comes at that age? So thanks, Des. That's a really practical way of thinking about it. Let's build more on this conversation by really speaking more categorically about people that come from lack and people that come from previously disadvantaged conditions. Palesa, if you were to sit down with someone and they asked you this question around the effective starting points in undoing the financial damage that has been caused by lack or a previously disadvantaged background, and we are familiar with this in that, the public schooling system may not necessarily teach financial literacy as a subject. Many of us have had to make the mistakes and learn pretty much on the job. But when you're talking to someone and they say to you, I want to start undoing the financial damage that's been caused by not having, that's been caused by a lack, that's been caused by being previously disadvantaged. What are some of these starting points that you would advise this person to work on first?
Wow, Cedric, that's a very, very serious issue that we have here in South Africa, because many South Africans fall into that category where we come from previously disadvantaged backgrounds. We didn't have much. We actually, the only thing that we were looking forward to really was to just make sure that we've eaten and nothing else, and that we just went to school. Anything else was just going to be a bonus. And now suddenly you find yourself in a position where you can have. But at the same time, you have this background where, yes, you can have, but your family might not have, right? And you need to bring them along into your journey, because you don't want to find yourself in a situation where you have and your family doesn't, and you now have to constantly help them, or you just look like, the king in a jungle, and you are the only one who's got or who's holding this big pot. You don't want to be in that situation. You want a comfortable position where everyone is able to look after themselves, but also everyone is able to build a legacy, because that's ultimately what we want. We want to have our children in a position where they don't have to start from scratch, because if we don't undo the damage now, then our children will have to go through the same thing that we've gone through. And so I'd go back to one thing that I firmly believe in, Cedric, and that would be, number one, don't do this by yourself. Make sure that you consult a professional. I'll say it starts with that. But when you do approach a professional to say, this is who I am, this is how much I earn, these are all the responsibilities that I have. In fact, you might not even at that point be comfortable enough to say these are all the responsibilities that I have, or you might have not unpacked it properly. The hope is that the professional will help you unpack all the responsibilities that you have, including helping out those that are not able to be in a similar position as you, and making sure that you bring them together to make sure that you achieve whatever it is legacy that you want to create for a family together. But you are then, in that position where you are able to create a proper budget. You are able, because if you look, my thing is, if you acknowledge that this is my situation, you are then in a better position to actually make proper plans or put proper plans in place. And once you have put those proper plans in place, those plans must be followed by, can I afford the plans that I want to execute? And you then bring something called a budget. It's a basic thing. It's really a basic thing, and there's different ways of doing it, but you need to bring in that budget. And you then need to make sure that whoever you are bringing into this plan that you have, the brother that you're going to help out, the uncle that you're going to help out, the cousin that you're going to help out, when you bring them on board, you want to also make sure that they understand your position. So be open and honest and say, guys, this is my position. I want to help you. I want to bring you along because I want to undo the damages that have been done by the past. So you also need to be accountable at some point. If you don't want and you don't think that this is ideal for you, then don't even, bother. Let's just leave it. But if both you and I have the same vision and want to achieve the same thing, then we can certainly go for it and try and achieve it together. So make them accountable. Write agreements in place. I mean, companies work with writing agreements in place. You can't just go and work for a company without having a contract. So have a contract, even if it's a family member. Have a contract in place to say, these are my deliverables and these are your deliverables, and this is what we both want to achieve together. And what happens if these deliverables are not met? And then from there on, you can build from there on and make sure that you achieve. But I think the important thing is, I'd say for me, it's important to start with looking. And maybe for me, it's personal because I come from the villages, I come from those types of backgrounds, but it's very important to not just focus on you as an individual and your family where you are right now, but to also bring everyone along and say, let's try and achieve whatever it is that we want to achieve together to make sure that we can create a better legacy for our families. There's structures in place. It's really not complicated. Once you have the right mindset in place, the structures in place, there's professionals that can assist you. And I'm saying it's possible to create a future that we want to create together. And we can certainly do it together.
Thanks, Palesa. That is really powerful. You're touching on something that I don't think happens ordinarily in many families, and that's really talking about money, right? It's about having money conversations. It's about understanding what our history is with money, understanding yourself as a person and what the impact of your upbringing has had on the money decisions that you make as an adult. And you're touching on something that is so important. We need to have the conversations more. One of the objectives of Money Smart Week South Africa is really to talk about finances, is really to bring family, friends, and the nation together to speak about money so that we can start to undo this financial sort of the damage rather that has been done by not having especially from people that are in previously disadvantaged backgrounds. Des, what would your points be? Where would you start and advise someone to start in really trying to look at that situation and say, I come from lack, I come from a previously disadvantaged background, there's been a lot of financial damage that's been done, and really my relationship with money is not that great. What are some of the starting points to start to undo that you would say?
Very pertinent question, Sed. And like Palesa had said, she comes from a previously, disadvantaged background, if you could call it that. But similarly with me, I often, tell the story that I come from the villages. I was raised in townships and in the suburbs, or went to school also in the suburbs. So I have perspective of, the general South African from different perspectives or from different backgrounds. So I do understand and I do know that it might seem very very scary to basically start doing the right things, or very intimidating, if we can call it that, to really start doing the right things. But also one point that I want to make sure that people understand is that, financial literacy is not only affecting people with coming from lack or people with previously disadvantaged backgrounds. It affects the entire South African society because our education system does not teach people personal finance. And it is upon advisors to basically do the teaching just as much as we're doing now. The education really comes from a small circle of people that have understood or learned how to understand what personal finance is and basically deliver it to people. But my firm, or I'm a firm believer rather, and an advocate of education by immersion. Not, education because you need to write an exam and pass, like, everybody does with school and so forth. But it needs to be education by immersion. A person needs to be part of their own plan. They need to know why they are where they are and how to move forward. And that is why the circle of, what the general term or generic term that we also often are used to, like black tax and or sandwich generations, will not change if our society does not change their herd mentality that we have. We need to change how we look at our own lives and start thinking for self. Yes, it sounds a bit selfish, but if you start thinking for self, you start becoming a bit more aware of the people that you are also affecting by how you are behaving in yourself, and rather not just following a herd. Palesa had said that earlier, when you get educated, now you're in a position of having, from a a background of having lack or disadvantaged background, now where do you really start? And that's where, again, I say it is most importantly to think that because you are in this position now, how about, the future self? Is it going to be in the same position or not? And I'm always going to go back to that because when you're thinking of future self, you're thinking of a period in time when you're no longer going to have the ability to basically earn an income. So you use the now to start basically, funding your future self, just as much as you're funding other family members and so forth. But it is important to also think about funding yourself before funding, the generations that are going to come behind. And if you can take care of yourself financially, you have actually reduced so much pressure from the next person to actually, having to take care of you. So that single change of one individual at a time will eventually get us there. It's not going to change overnight. It is not going to change, over a couple of people that are doing the right things, but it's going to be a long-wounded thing that we have to do continuously. People need to start asking the right questions about themselves or looking at their full circumstances. And even if they don't understand their full circumstances, Palesa had said, go out, find out an advisor who understand how to basically draw up a budget, how to, do the most basic things. I mean, I was actually talking to somebody yesterday and saying, where do you get the money to basically buy, maybe insurance that you definitely need? You're either going to buy that 6-pack of beers or buy the insurance that you need. You're going to have, DSTV premium or reduce and have a basic DSTV, and because it is not as important as the type of, money that you're going to need in the future. So that's where I would really say to people that, modesty, it is the way to go, but at the same time, always think of your future self as much as you're thinking of future generations or a legacy if you really want to have that.
Thanks, Des. And we're going to get into the topic of generational wealth in a minute, but really talking about knowing thyself, working on an individual, the fact that it starts with you and it starts with me, that if you know where you are, if you know how your upbringing has impacted the money decisions you make, if you can see the financial damage that's been done, you are that much better off because you can take care of yourself, and it means in the future no one has to take care of you, but you can also start to teach others through the lessons that you've learned. So thank you for that. And I think really going back to what Palesa was talking about, if you take those two things, what Palesa was saying and what you're talking about, and you take them together, I think that goes a long way in undoing some of this financial damage that's been caused by not having really the experience, the practical experience of managing money. But let's talk about generational wealth. And I think this is going to be the sort of last thing we touch on, which I would almost say is one of the most important things, right? This term is being thrown around a lot. Generational wealth. We want to leave money for future generations. We want to make sure that the money decisions we make now, the smart money decisions that we learn and implement today, can have a positive impact for generations to come. So, Palesa, let's maybe speak to you about this and ask you to touch on what are some of the things and where really can one start when they think about creating a positive financial trajectory for future generations. What would your advice be for people asking a question such as this?
Cedric, I'm going to sound like a broken record, and maybe I shouldn't. I should try and avoid that. With that said, though, I can never, or I would say no one should never underestimate the importance of making sure that you leave generational wealth, if I can put it like that. And that starts with being clear on what your purpose is. And that starts with making sure that your family understands why you are doing some of the things that you are doing, or why, you are purchasing some of the things you are purchasing, and, living your life the way you are living. And I take it back to being or to living a modest life. I'd say live a modest life, because if you can live a modest life, you're already doing what Des mentioned. He mentioned thinking of your future self. But I'd say in you thinking of your future self, also take your family with you. Make them also think about their future selves. Because if all of them and everyone who is in this picture understand what it is that we're trying to do, that we're trying to achieve, then all of us can actually work together towards achieving this common goal. And then the question then becomes, what are some of these goals and how do we then achieve these goals to make sure that we have this generational wealth? And some of those goals for me would include making sure that if I am no longer there and I have left children behind, I have left a simple life cover. It's really a simple thing, right? Because not everyone can start a business. Not everyone will build a big family home. Not everyone will be able to inherit, shares in certain businesses and whatever, or will be a trust fund baby. Not everyone will have that opportunity. But I think a simple piece of paper called a life cover, I think everyone is capable of actually affording that. Because what that life cover can do, it can certainly make sure that your family is taken care of when you're no longer there. And unfortunately, with being here or not being here, or with life, we don't know when your day is going to come, when you have to exit this world. And so this is something that I'd say, if we take it to the basics, you start with to make sure that you've created the generational wealth. And then, of course, the other things to just ensure that you put in place is to make sure that you just live a prudent life. Just live a prudent life. Always think of the future. Just don't ever think of, I'm here and now and I've got everything that I have and therefore I can just enjoy and do whatever it is that I like. Be prudent when you make spending decisions. And again, I'll say it's not to say deprive yourself, but at the same time, make sure that while you are enjoying your life, you are also thinking of the future. So things like making sure, I'll go back to making sure that you have a budget in place, you've set your goals, your goals include the things that you know will help you create a better wealth or better generational wealth for your family. Make sure that you do those things. Debt is one of the biggest things that is crippling our country. People are overly indebted. I mean, a lot of people are living on, or let's put it this way, currently as things stand in South Africa, we have a debt-to-income ratio, and this is from 2019 stats, we have a debt-to-income ratio of 70%. And if it's that high, can you imagine how people are struggling in terms of just making ends meet and making sure that they put food on their table? But I'll say again, it's not all doom and gloom. Consult a professional. Consult a professional, because the professional can help you to make sure that your debt is at a manageable level, because it's not completely wrong to have debt, but there are certain good debts and there are certain debts that are bad for you. But if you already are in that damaged position, consult a professional. Financial advisor is always your general practitioner. Always put it as a doctor. If you don't know where to go, if you don't know what to do, just go to your GP. Your GP will tell you what to do. They will send you to the correct specialist. So if you don't know where to start in terms of your finances, you think that everything is just not manageable for you, you don't know what to do, then just consult a professional financial advisor. They will put you in contact with the right people if they are not able to assist you. And then from there on, I would say once you've consulted the right people, they will be able to help you manage the debt. If you're not able to manage the debt, help you manage your budget if you're not able to manage your budget. But ultimately, the goal is be in a position where you are comfortable to say, if anything happens to me today, I've ensured that my family will be taken care of. And in fact, the legacy that I've left, if they take care of it, it can look not only after themselves, but after their children and their children's children, because that's ultimately where we want to be.
Of course. That is really powerful. You've touched on, I guess, two things to me that have really resonated. The first being, we have to do the work. We have to go and consult with specialists such as financial planners in areas we don't understand. And I love the analogy when one is not feeling well, we are not quick to self-diagnose. I mean, when you can feel that you're not okay, you want to go and speak to a medical professional. You don't try and figure out what's wrong with yourself, but you try and do your homework. You go and see a GP, and to your point, finances are pretty much the same. If you haven't worked in the industry, or you're really confused about some topics around finance, you want to speak to a professional. But the second thing you're mentioning is around institutional knowledge within the family, that the hard work that you're doing today of educating yourself, putting money away, taking care of risks, having life cover and all these other financial products to mitigate against risks. It's not just about having them, but teaching your family and the generation coming after you how to do those things themselves, so that this generational wealth that you start building will far long surpass you once you're no longer around. So I think that's very powerful, Baleza, and thank you for that. Des, let's throw it over to you and hear what you have to say around this topic of generational wealth. When someone is thinking about this topic and they are thinking, where do I start? What is my starting point if I want to create a positive financial trajectory for generations to come? What do you have to say about that, Des?
I said generational wealth. And I think that people must remember what it means. Generational wealth, meaning that you have to have wealth before it can become generational. I think we do understand the concept of MSWSA, IFA. And if you just take it down to those very same basics, you understand that generational wealth and MSWSA is the same thing. And by MSWSA, I'm not talking about, a suit that I've just, was handed down from my old uncle or from my old grandfather that passed on and stuff. But I'm talking about real wealth that can be used in my current lifestyle to improve my lifestyle and improve the lifestyle of those that are coming behind. And I'm using the word lifestyle because, remember, the type of life that you're leading today, it's a lifestyle. And the future life that you're going to have, it is still also a lifestyle, but it's funded by something. And like I said, you need money to fund that particular lifestyle, and you need money to fund that future lifestyle. So one, ensure that your future lifestyle is going to be funded by your own money. That is why I emphasize on the fact that you need to build a pot that is going to fund that future lifestyle. That's the first thing, because if you can take care of yourself first, then you can take care of other people. In the same way that if you have a family and it is dependent on your income, basically you are funding their lifestyle. So again, between now and that future date, you are funding the current lifestyle with your ability to earn that particular income that you're earning. So if that income is taken away from you, then how is that lifestyle going to be sustained? In the very same way that if you pass away and you have this family that is dependent on you and your income to give them that lifestyle, how do you replace that that income that is lost? And that is where insurance becomes very important. Insurance, by the way, in its simplest form, it is not to enrich those that are left behind or yourself through a life event, but it's to put you in the very same position that you would have ordinarily been before that life event happens. So in other words, you're basically trading your risk to an insurer for a premium. In other words, they will give you the same income or lifestyle that you would have had, provided that you give them the premium up front. So in case that something happens. So in other words, you're making sure that generational wealth is sustained through ensuring that the lifestyle is sustained during now and in the future when you're no longer there. That's the second thing. And lastly, as much as you have to build your wealth until a period where you are now enjoying and managing your wealth and no longer have to trade your time and skill, between now and then, you're dependent on this ability. Let's say this ability is taken away, or you're no longer there, or you don't get to enjoy all of this hard work that you're building. If you don't get to enjoy it, this is where succession becomes an important thing. Succession equaling generational wealth, meaning that whatever it is that you've built as wealth, it needs to be passed on to those future generations that are coming behind you. And if you don't have it fixed, or you don't have some words or something that is there that is going to be your mouth speak, it's going to be very difficult to actually distribute this wealth in the way that you would have wanted it to be distributed. And that is why, things like wills or estate planning becomes a very important thing to do from as early as possible when you started to build this particular wealth of yours, because you want it to be distributed in according to a certain way, and that is what we call generational wealth. It's passing on this particular generation, because if you don't have it fixed in a certain way, I'm telling you, there's going to be problems for those that you think are going to be enjoying it, for your heirs, for your beneficiaries. They might not get, what you would have wanted them to receive, or it would delay them to basically receive it because it was never planned. And that is why a last will and testament becomes so important. It is not very expensive, or is not expensive at all to actually have that. But estate planning can be tricky for a lot of people, and that is where, again, an advisor becomes more important in one's life to actually help one figure things out. Remember, having a plan, it is not an advisor giving you a plan of how to live or what to do, but it's basically taking your idea and enhancing it and helping you figure things out in terms of how to do things more efficiently to achieve all of the objectives or financial objectives that you would have for yourself. And that is why generational wealth can be achieved if it is planned for, meaning that you have to start with yourself and then have that succession planning following through.
Thanks, Des. Again, very practical. What you're talking about really goes back to something similar to what Palesa said around taking care of yourself, right? You're mentioning risk mitigation, ensuring that you take care of yourself in such a way that when you're no longer around, you've put things in place that doesn't leave your family destitute. And also, yes, they may not have you physically present, but you've put things in place that they do not lose the hard work that you would have done to try and build this pot to take care of them, to also leave this generational wealth for themselves as well. Again, very practical tips and advice that both of you have given around this topic. So for everyone that's listening in, we're talking about how, as people in South Africa, we can find this balance between managing money and enjoying it, especially when you come from a previously disadvantaged background. My guest today, Palesa Tlholwe, a certified financial planner and co-founder of Imvelo Wealth, and Des Tswaile, personal finance architect and co-founder of Emphasis Wealth Advisor. We've been tackling this topic today as part of Money Smart Week South Africa. This specific series brought to you by Breakout Africa. My name is Mabeta Cedric Bila. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good day, everyone. My name is Tanya De Silva Pereira, and I am currently a cancer fighter and previously a cancer survivor. To give you a little bit of background on me is that I was first diagnosed in 2012 with metastatic carcinoma breast cancer, of which I then went through treatment and I went through chemotherapy, radiation, etc. I was then re-diagnosed with cancer in November 2020. So just from a financial perspective, I just want to go back to 2012 and just explain the financial impact that being diagnosed with cancer had on me. At that stage, I was working for a corporate, which it was compulsory to belong to the group cover, which was an absolute savior to me. I never knew at that stage, at the age of 37, that I'd be diagnosed with cancer. I planned my whole life ahead of me, and for me, I would only need cover really from the age of 40 onwards. You know, this is what we get taught. Cancer only happens after 40 to most women, breast cancer specifically, so I would be fine. And that said, I wasn't. At the age of 37, I was diagnosed, and I had metastatic, so it had moved on to my lymph nodes, and it was serious. I continued working in a corporate for 2 years throughout my treatment, and I was still fine. I was earning a salary, I was getting my full 100% salary every month, and life was good. And then suddenly I couldn't perform on the same basis that I was performing years before. I had been diagnosed with chemo brain. And what chemo brain is that the chemo runs through your brain during treatment, and it impacts your short-term memory loss. So to work in a corporate with short-term memory loss, I'm sure people will be able to understand, is almost impossible. So I used to have to report back on projects, etc., and sometimes 20 projects at a time, and the short-term memory just wasn't there. So we had then decided that I would apply for my disability. And in this case, I was extremely lucky to have disability cover. So what my cover entailed was the retirement benefit, disability, and death benefit. So at this stage, I had more cover around disability and dying than what I did if I survived this cancer, which is quite frightening. So basically what happened is I went onto disability, but only earned 75% of my salary, because what we do is we only take what our company makes compulsory for us to take, because that is life. We're never going to die. We're never going to be diagnosed with cancer, etc. And that's what we believe. But unfortunately, life is different, and it's a different path for everybody. And so I then went on to disability, taking note that the first 3 months when you apply for disability, you get no salary at all. So while the process is going on, you're not covered. So firstly, that was one of my negative covers, was that I needed to be covered for short-term salary loss for whilst I was waiting for my disability, and I wasn't. Well, that said, after 3 months, I was approved for disability for chemo brain. And this disability was a short-term disability cover, and which would mean that I'd have to go once a year, every year, for a checkup in order to assess me and to confirm that I would still need to be on disability. So I did that every year, and then thereafter, because I now survived for 8 years, I had to then do it every 2 years, obviously the extent while I was on disability. And I did this, and during this 8 years after being diagnosed with cancer and now being clear and excited and life moving on to normality again, my husband also lost his job. So now we're sitting in a situation where my husband really didn't have a lot of cover at all. He wasn't really in corporate, so you know, life goes on. And when you're struggling, sometimes your main focus is not cover, insurance cover at least. That's your last thing that you think of. So we were sitting in this huge predicament of my husband's unemployed, I'm earning 75% of my salary, and now I'm the main breadwinner on disability. Like, could you think of anything worse? So basically, this continued, and he struggled to find a job. His age obviously impacted him. He had no cover. And last year, in 2020, November to be exact, just to backtrack back to within those 8 years, we then lost medical aid because of my husband not being employed. So now we're sitting in a predicament where we don't have any insurance besides my insurance, no medical aid, and hoping for the best that during this time, until he can find a job, I am not re-diagnosed. So being very positive. But that said, again, we cannot plan our future. So what happened is in November last year, 2020, I was re-diagnosed with cancer. And this time, not as lucky as the first time, I had found nodules on my reconstructed breast, and these nodules were spreading. And so I went to the oncologist and I had all my tests done. And when I went back for the outcome of my tests, I was sat down and told, you have cancer again, it's at a severe stage, and we are going to try and treat you with targeted cancer. So now you must know I'm not on any medical aid. The cancer treatment is going to cost me in excess of 500,000 Rand. So during this process, obviously, I mean, Grooteske is an amazing hospital, absolutely incredible. But at this stage, they do not offer targeted treatment. For targeted treatment of cancer, you need to go private. So what we did is we landed up doing BackaBuddy pages. And, you know, when you are diagnosed with cancer, your most important thing in life is your family. And the one thing that you want to leave comfortable and happy is your family, no one else. It doesn't matter what you own in life materialistically, nothing like that matters. But you want to make sure that when you lay yourself to rest, that your family one day they kitted out. They have enough money to live, they have enough money to feed, they have enough money for the basics. So this is a lot of pressure on me now. I need to keep my husband and both my children financially stable if anything happens to me. So saying that, we've done a lot of pages for my medical, etc., in order to get funds in, and because I want to live, obviously. But over and above that is that I know that at least if I die, I have got cover. But I only have cover because it was compulsory for me to have cover at a group scheme level. But I know that if it wasn't compulsory, I might not have had that cover. And today, that is what makes me relaxed, is that I know that if anything happens to me, my family are taken care of. The only other problem is that if nothing happens to me and I survive this, I'm in a great deal of trouble because I didn't make sure that I had dread disease cover. And the problem with that is that every day there's more stress on me than good because I didn't have that dread disease cover. So the one thing that I can put out to all women out there, well, and men, but in my case, I'm a woman and I can relate to this, is that you need to make cover part of your budget every month, as difficult as what it is. And the most important thing now is a message I'd like to send out to all young women, specifically, women that are even in their 20s and that say to themselves they will only need this kind of cover when they are 40, 50, no matter what age it is, when they see themselves as being old and then capable of getting a disease. I have seen it now. I run an awareness, an MPO, and more women are being diagnosed of dread disease from young, in their 20s. My message today out there to all young women is if you can afford the least amount every month to put onto that cover, do it. Because right now, I sit in a situation where I have to fight the disease and I have to stress about day-to-day expenses. Whereas if I had the cover and if somebody educated me as a young adult, I would not be sitting in this situation. And I know times are tough and money goes towards the house, the expenses, etc. And sometimes dread disease cover is not the most common cover that everybody wants, but it's a cover that you need. It's a cover as a woman that will give you that independence when you might be sick one day. And yes, so look at your budget and pay your insurance cover like you would any bill. Add it to the budget and pay it. Believe you me, it will minimize the stress. And if you're not diagnosed, wonderful, because nobody wants to be diagnosed with a dread disease. But if you are, it will give you that peace of mind that you can put your head on the pillow at night and you can know that you are catered for in every way. So yes, that's my story. And I'm a normal mom. I'm a mom of two. I'm a wife of a magnificent husband, although we didn't take into account the financial predicaments that might come our way. We're a loving family and we love each other. And for that sake, I'd like to tell everyone that you need to cover your family is your biggest asset. You, like Corin said, you are your biggest asset. So look after yourself and invest in yourself and in your life. And I hope today I've changed people's mindsets on insurance and people referring to it as a scheme. It isn't a scheme. It is there to give you ease of mind and to look after you and your family, your biggest asset.
Viewers, the information that is being shared on this platform is pertinent to living a financially well life. Whether you are 10 years old, a teen, student, parent, single, dating, married, divorced, or close to retirement, each life experience carries with it financial responsibilities. With this information, you can better prepare for your future today so that your dreams do not come to an abrupt end. In studio with me today is Sibusiso Montlana, Senior Language Specialist and Sign Language Interpreter at the FSCA, and he will be my co-host for the rest of the day. Welcome, Sibusiso. In our lineup for the afternoon, we have Postbank, SASFIN, UNISA, SARS, and the National Credit Regulator.
Welcome to Postbank Afternoon Drive session and engagement with our distinguished customers. Colleagues, we welcome you. I want to thank you for taking your time to come and engage with us. Before we get into the business of the day, I would like to invite the panel members to introduce themselves, starting from your side, sir.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Floyd Makade. I'm head of Key Accounts Management in Postbank, which is an affiliate to Banking Association South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. Makade. Can I call you Mr. Makade, or are you comfortable with Floyd?
I'm comfortable with Floyd.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Setabu Raymond Mudiba, also from Postbank, responsible for financial inclusion, which encompasses financial education, which is part of the Money Smart Week, which we are going to talk more about what's going to happen today.
Thank you very much. My name is Mapula Rampai. I'll be facilitating and moderating the session this afternoon. Thank you once more for taking time to join us. Mr. Makade, Bra Floyd, you said I can call you Floyd. Can you just tell us at high level, give us background as to what Money Smart Week is about? Just help the community and our colleagues to understand what Money Smart Week is about.
Okay, no, thank you very much. I think Money Smart Week is a global activity which South Africa also adopted it in 2018. It is in South Africa, it is the brainchild of National Treasury in collaboration with FSCA, which is a Financial Sector Conduct Authority, and also with Banking Association South Africa. The aim of this Money Smart Week is to bring in the community so that they can be educated on financial issues. It is a broader activity. It's not limited to financial services products. It also goes to government information so that the broader community can understand while they're being financially included, they can also understand their rights. They can also understand or where to access government information. Hence we realized when it was piloted in 2018, that was the first time in South Africa. It was piloted in 4 areas, in Gauteng specifically, which has got much more reach and population. Those 4 regions were Soweto, Alexander, Tembisa, and Mamelodi. It was conducted during the week. We also expected more to see people that were employed, but unfortunately, it was during working hours, and also the school children, which would have benefited from it. It was also during working hours, which we could not reach the school children. But the community that was there benefited a lot with this Money Smart Week, especially those that wanted to understand financial services products and the regulation there too. And also those unemployed people, because most of the people that were there were unemployed, they benefited to understand if they had surplus pension funds, where to take those matters there too. So that pilot went very successful. The reach was reasonable. And then in 2019, there was no activity, but it also had to resume in 2020. But due to COVID-19, it was postponed to 2021. Hence, we'll be continuing with the Money Smart Week now in March, from the 22nd to the 28th of March.
All right. Thank you very much for that high-level background. So we understand that Postbank will be zooming into collective savings. We will be talking to the community and our colleagues about collective savings. So to you, Mr. Mudiba, can you just give us some background and context about what you call collective savings? Others know it as group savings or stokvel. What exactly is it? What are types of savings available in this area? And lastly, how can a group begin or start such a saving?
Thank you, ma'am. Let me first start by saying collective savings, especially in South Africa, has been there even before I was born. For example, I grew up in the villages where my mother used to have a group of ladies who will be meeting every Monday because they were not employed in those times. They will be meeting and then selling some traditional beer, and then we'll take that money, pay for us for school funds, for school fees, and so on and so on. So I would say collective savings, it's something that comes from long time ago, many, many years ago. And collective savings has been there to help the poor of the poorest, especially the people in our local communities, to be able to engage, to be able to, come together. And, there are so many things that groups or collective savings do. And then they ended up calling these stokvels. And then on the stokvels, they will save money, they will start saving money, and the group will depend on which group is it. As an example, for example, there are those people who are saving money on a weekly basis as a group because maybe where they are working, they are earning weekly. There are those who are saving fortnightly. There are those who are saving monthly. And the biggest thing is that when you are doing collective saving as a group, you must be a group of people, and then the group of people must have a common goal, which is very, very critical. And then out of the common goal, in South Africa, we have a very colorful spirit. Wherever you go, you will come across people working together for a better future, and then with a spirit of collective saving, and then wanting to do better for the future. So if I have to get into deep what collective saving is when individuals come together to form a group with one common goal or purpose and contribute money towards a particular goal which makes them save. It doesn't matter whether the group is the members of that particular community, members of the families, friends. What is more important is this group will be having a common goal. And collective saving is also formed by a number of communities coming together to also save. It doesn't matter what they save for. It will depend on, as in when they agree, what is that goal or purpose they are willing to save for, and they agree to that. Then that's when they will start to save. But remember, if I have to dwell a little bit deeper, there's a lot of stokvels in South Africa, which most of them, they have an informal savings where they put the money under the mattress. Some they are putting it under the one individual person's account, and so on and so on. So from the point of banking industry, we're saying to them, stop putting your money under the mattress, stop saving under an individual person. Since you have started a group to start to save, you can save for whatever reason it is. Most importantly is that there are many types of groups that save for different reasons. I'll give you an example. Some will save as a society for groceries, burials. Some will save for clubs, which will take them for holiday. Some will be saving as church choirs or church groups or just normal choirs. There's a lot of groups that are saving within communities in terms of why they are saving, because what is more important is the purpose that they are saving for. And families and friends and community members always leverage on the power of collective saving with things like a joint bank account into which they can contribute regularly. Everyone is rewarded at the end of the day. And then they can either join existing, because there's already existing, as I've already told you. In my childhood time, there was one already that I know, but I did not even understand what was happening, what was the reason why that particular stokvel was. They used to call it a stokvel. And that stokvel was something that was helping our parents to come together. Remember, if you are in a group that is saving, it also gives you access, easy access for information and easy access of understanding each other. And it also brings what we South Africans or Africans are about Ubuntu.
Absolutely. I think what I'm hearing coming through strongly is that there needs to be a group of people with a common goal or a purpose. That reminded me of what Dave Ramsey once said. He said, saving money isn't about being able to buy bigger and better things. It's about being prepared to take care of your family. You've already indicated in your response that this could be for groceries, for certain things that families need, but we also, I think it's important for our communities and colleagues to also understand that it should also be about investing in these groups to actually get to a point where we can take care of our families when the need arises. The pandemic has taught us that we actually needed to save. When they say you need to have 6 months worth of your salary saved, the pandemic actually taught us that as a community, we found ourselves not actually having done that. I hear that we have colleagues and other community members connected from the line. From Limpopo, we have Maboko on the line. Maboko, do you have a question for the panel members?
Yes, I do have a question for panel members.
Go for it.
I hear Mr. Mudiba was talking about the importance of collective savings, and the group to open an account and the institution. So I want to know from Mr. Mudiba, what are the benefits of savings together as a collective from the community? What are we going to benefit? Thank you.
Did you get the question, Mr. Mudiba, or would you like me to repeat it?
No, I think I got it.
Thank you.
There is a lot of benefits, which I am going to cover when I'll be doing the next session on benefits, advantages, disadvantages, and even the importance of collective saving. So can I request that we shelve that for the next session? Maybe at the moment, let's concentrate on questions that will direct us to talk only about collective savings, what are collective savings and so on, as I've already covered. Maybe also to add on this thing, the purpose. Normally, people on collective saving, like I've said, they save for a particular goal. I'll give you an example. Those who save for groceries, they will take the money during the end of the year, look for a wholesaler or a grocery store, and go and buy grocery with that money. Some save for funerals. When there are funerals, they will go to the bank and withdraw the money so that they can start preparing for the funeral. Some save for holidays. They will always have a particular time frame when they will be taking a holiday. So a lot of questions, I will cover them on benefits and whatever. I'll cover them when I'll be presenting to you in the next session of what are the benefits and even how to open up the the collective savings accounts requirements, including regulation, that I'll cover in the next presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mudiba. That, what you just said sounded more like what's in it for us, but we will wait for that detailed response. Maboko, thank you very much for your question. I hear we have Elias from the Free State also having a question for the panel members. Elias, you can go for it.
Yes, sounds like it's a collective number of people that are joining these clubs, or saving collectively. My question is there a limit on the number of members that should join a specific group, or everybody can join? If we are 1,000 members, we can join. If we are 2,000, we can.
Very good question and very relevant. As long as you are more than 2, you are a group. So whether you are a 20 or 50 or 100, as long as the group that you are going to form is manageable. I'll give you an example. In our days when they were forming this group, they will choose a leader who will be maybe scribing or who will be the chairperson and so on and so on. Remember, all these collective groups, they have structures within themselves on what is this particular individual is doing. So most groups has got chairperson, they've got secretary or the scriber, they've got the treasurer, and they also have members of the group that will be part of the society or the club, whatever. So, and they will be having rules and some purpose, maybe a constitution in terms of how are they going to operate their stokvel or their club. For example, in the past, they were trusting each other because they were believing on verbal agreements, as compared to today, where one has to be able to write down, have a document that is signed and so on. But remember, our old people used to trust each other more than we do today. Thank you very much for your question. Any number can open up or can gather together to form a group. It doesn't matter how many, as long as it's more than 2 people, they can do that and then start saving collectively.
Thank you, colleagues and fellow community members. Thank you for joining us for our first session. We're going to wrap up this session. Please do join us for our next session, where we will be unpacking more on collective saving. Thank you very much.
Like physical health, financial health is key to leading a happy and successful life. With the COVID-19 pandemic, many people lost their jobs and other sources of income. Some were even challenged in their health, and they found themselves in a lurch without a nest egg for a rainy day. This financial health series aims to empower you to review your finances, complete a financial wealth check, and implement guidelines into improving your financial health. Now, in general, there was a decline in financial health. This financial health series will assist you to improve your financial literacy, in turn, improve your financial well-being. My name is Tendaira Tisai, and I will be taking you through the Financial Health Series 2020, brought to you by Sasfin Holdings and Sasfin Asset Managers. Our focus will be on the following financial steps. Number 1, financial planning. Number 2, saving. Number 3, debt management. Number 4, investments. And number 5, insurance. The first series is financial planning. Here we're going to be talking about how you can assess the financial state of your finances and also start tracking your spending. So financial planning is the process of identifying the steps and activities that you need to conduct in accomplishing your life goals. These goals can be short-term, they can be medium-term, or they can be long-term. So starting point is, what is the state of your finances? Assess your financial state. And to help you understand where you are with your personal finances, start by calculating your assets, then subtract your liabilities. Your assets, for example, can be cash in hand, any investments you have, properties such as your current home. And your liabilities, on the other hand, are what you owe. And here we're talking about debt. This could be your mortgage, your car loan, personal loans, and any retail accounts that you might have. Having calculated, if you have a negative value, it means that you owe more than you own and will not be able to fully pay off your debt. The second step is tracking your spending. Change does not happen overnight. So tracking your spending habits and triggers will assist you to curb unwanted spending behavior. Now, spending behavior is an act of disbursing money in response to an action, environment, or person in the satisfaction of needs and wants. The key to good money management is separating your needs from your wants. So if you're not sure if an item is a need or a want, do without it for a period of time. If after that time you truly cannot live without it, then maybe it's a need. However, the essentials like accommodation or transportation involve a want versus need calculation. So in tracking your spending, you'll be able to understand and prioritize your needs versus your wants. There are benefits to financial planning, and we're going to explore some of them now. You need to have a detailed financial plan, and this will provide you with strategic information to make practical financial decisions in all aspects of your life. Now, following and sticking to a financial plan will give you the best possible chance of success. You'll be able to achieve your life goals and have long-term financial security at the same time. It's important for you to determine your cash flow. So you cannot create a financial plan without knowing where your money is going every month. So documenting it will help you see how much you need every month for necessities, how much might be left for saving and investment, and even where you can cut back a little or a lot. One way to get this done is to skim through your bank account and credit card statements. Collectively, there should be a fairly complete history of your spending. So document how much you have paid over a year in basic housing expenses like your rent, your mortgage, utilities, credit card interest, and even home furnishings. Add a category for food, clothing, transportation, medical insurance, and non-covered medical expenses. Then you need to document your real spending. How much do you spend on entertainment? How often do you dine out? How much is your bill on communication? And if you do vacationing, how much do you spend on that? Do not overlook cash withdrawals that may be used on small items. To recap, the steps to financial planning are: number 1, establishing and defining your needs. You need to distinguish between a must-have and a good-to-have. Point number 2, gathering data, and this includes your goals. Define your personal goals and financial goals and understand the time frame you need to get results. Step number 3, analyze and evaluate your financial status. So with clear goals, set your financial information at hand, and this could include analyzing your assets and liabilities. What does your cash flow look like? Your current insurance coverage, investments, or any tax strategies. Then point number 4, developing and presenting financial planning. So the outcome of this exercise is to ensure that you have a plan to take you forward with confidence, provide certainty regarding your financial future. Then step number 5, it's very important for you to monitor the financial plan. A plan on its own is not enough. So it's important to review your financial plan at least once on an annual basis. Now, this is done to ensure that your plan remains relevant and meaningful in light of any changes in your personal or financial circumstances. 2. Now we're going to look at setting financial goals. So now that you've assessed your financial state and tracked your spending, we need to move on to the next step, which is setting up the goals. Now, financial goals are the priorities and targets which govern how much you spend and save your money. Such goals are determined by the different lifestyles that people have, and they can never be the same from one person to the next. So your goals will differ in the length and time needed to achieve them. Having a goal will change how you look at your money. You'll start to see how every decision you make matters to your financial health. Now, for instance, if you don't have financial goals, it's no big deal to buy Starbucks coffee every day. Sure, you can make coffee at home and take it to work, but specialty coffee somehow tastes better. Now, financial goals are split into 3 categories. You've got short-term goals, and these are financial priorities achievable within 6 months to 2 years. Examples of these are paying off debt, buying a car, purchasing household furniture, and minor home improvements. This could also include saving for a car or a vacation or paying for a graduate degree. However, short-term goals should include getting the best possible handle on your budget. And this means adjusting your spending habits and eliminating credit card debt, saving a set percentage of your income, and establishing your emergency or rainy day fund. Short-term goals can include getting serious about doing away with unnecessary spending. Do you really need both DSTV and Netflix? Think about that. We also have what are called midterm goals. These are financial priorities achievable 2 to 5 years, such as buying a second car, home renovations, upgrading children's schools, and anything that could fall in that time period. The tendency to weigh financial plans around the near and long-term goals has been called the barbell approach. Some attention must be paid to mid-range goals. Now, avoid setting your sights so high that frustration intervenes to short-circuit your ambitions. A key midterm goal would be developing multiple streams of income. So this does not mean stop working or work every weekend. Instead, it might mean figuring how to monetize a hobby or starting a side business with an underutilized skill. So in that thing which you do well, that thing which you like doing, lies a stream of income. Then we look at long-term goals. These are financial priorities achievable in more than 5 years, such as buying a second home or paying university fees for your children. The ultimate long-term financial goal, of course, is funding a comfortable retirement. No one wants to struggle when they retire. So other long-term financial goals could include living debt-free, paying off your mortgage, and taking a lengthy once-in-a-lifetime trip, like an 80 days around the world, and getting your kids through college debt-free, or even building an estate that would give your children options in life, so you aim to leave a legacy for your children's children. There's action that you need to take, and taking action is very important for you to realize your goals. So we're going to give you a few illustrations. If the goal is to save for the deposit on a house, one action that you could take is to open a savings account by the next payday and save $500 a week into this new account. If you pay your mortgage monthly, the goal could be to change to fortnightly payments, at least half the amount you were paying each month. Because there are 26 fortnights in a year, this will pay off the mortgage faster and save on interest. It's very important for you to review your goals. In 6 months or a year, you should review these goals to see where you are. And when you achieve a goal, learn to celebrate. Then move to setting new goals. So you must reward the body that works so that it can work some more. New Year is a great time to think about goals. Make sure that you write down those resolutions and follow through. Planning is very important in a relationship. So if you are in a relationship, you'll find that life is a lot easier when you're on the same page with your partner concerning your future. It's beneficial for your partner to be involved in the process of setting goals and making a financial plan. All financial goals must be approached using the SMART Best Practice Framework. The SMART framework stipulates that goals must be specific, and this means your financial goal must target a specific area of improvement. For example, to pay off a credit card debt of 5,000 through installments of 500, that's specific. Your goals must be measurable, and this means you need to quantify or at least suggest an indicator for progress. For example, to pay off credit card debt of 5,000 through installments of 500 a month for 10 months. Your goal must also be attainable, meaning the goals that you have set must be possible based on your current financial situation. To use the same illustration, saving 5,000 annually through structured weekly payments of 208 rands. So basically, ensure that your commitment does not become a burden, but an easy and comfortable reach for your finances. Your goal must be realistic, and this means identifying what results can realistically be achieved given available resources. And an illustration would be, instead of trying to save 5,000 annually, start with saving 1,000 annually and gradually improve to a higher amount, so don't bite off more than you can chew. Your goals must be time-based, and this means they must have a specific time frame. For example, I will pay off my credit card in 10 months, not I plan to pay off my credit card debt this year, so it can't be from everlasting to everlasting.
And thank you for joining us in the third session of the series between UNISA and SARS on taxpayer education. I'm Bernadine de Klerk from the Department of Taxation at UNISA, and I'm privileged to share this series with colleagues from the SARS taxpayer and trader education team. With me today, I've got two colleagues that you have been introduced prior, but they're going to take us through in the last session. Firstly, I'd like to introduce you to Mpho Mutseme that will take us through the session. Welcome, Mpho.
Thank you, Prof. We will now look into the SARS value chain, where Bulelwa Ngobeni will be taking us through. Thank you. Over to you, Bulelwa.
Thank you, Mpho. How does the process of SARS go when it comes to tax collection? We have got two important programs that we have from the taxpayer and trader education. One, which is tax education. That one focuses on empowering you from birth until post-grave. What happens is that in that one, we empower from the school programs up to university and also as communities, because we learn through teaching each other. The other program, it's taxpayer and trader education. With that one, it's when you have already been registered as a taxpayer. How the process goes, you start from registering to filing, declaring, paying, and deregister. And deregistration is one area that most people take for granted, and it's very important that we know that now you are not in the system. Otherwise, we'll keep on following you as SARS. Where tax education comes in this value chain, at registration part, we do the taxpayer and trader onboarding. So as soon as you register, we have got onboarding programs that will take you through that. Now that you are registered as a taxpayer, what are your obligations? What are the time frames? And what are types of taxpayers that you can participate on? and also taking through the channels through which you can contact SARS. And then during filing and declaring and payment and deregistration process, as SARS will educate you for obligations. What are your obligations as a taxpayer? And also the required information and timelines. You know that when it's personal income tax, we will announce as SARS that it opens from this time and it ends from this time. And also we'll educate you to know how to submit and also channels for submitting various taxes. As we indicated that there are different filing seasons, currently SARS is going through the employer and individual filing season phases. As you can see on the screen, between now, which is March and May, the employers are submitting and third-party service providers, which is in preparation for the provisional individuals. That is going to start from the 1st of June until January 2020. So it's very important that as we go as a taxpayer, you are aware of all these filing season and the dates. That's why we indicated that during filing up to deregistration, we educate you on the timelines. SARS service channels. SARS offers you various channels through which you can file, declare, pay, and deregister. The first one being the SARS mobile app that you can download on your mobile phone. Help you file, you can call through the contact center and then they will help you file while you can also open your tax affairs on your own device. We have got SARS e-filing. We also have SARS Easy File for employers. Now that you're empowered on various channels that you can use, please listen to this audio that takes you through the employer registration and e-filing on Easy File.
I want to be a boss just like you when I grow up, Mom.
Oh, my son, you'll definitely make a good boss one day. But it comes with a lot of responsibility and making sure your tax matters are in order and accurate. You need to be able to do very simple tasks, such as making sure employees are registered for tax on Easy File.
Yo, sounds like a lot of work.
That's what it's like to be like me, my son.
Reconcile and submit quickly on Easy File. For more information, visit sars.gov.za. Your tax matters. SARS at your service.
Your tax matters. Your compliance changes lives. Get your tax matters in order for the pending 2021 filing season. We have made it easy for you. We're going digital. You can download your Mobi app, you can register on e-filing, or you can go on various digital platforms that we have shared for you. You can also ask for your tax number. There are various things that you can do on the various digital channels that we offer for you. Also for the tax relief programs, you can visit SARS YouTube and SARS website. Thank you.
I would like to thank my SARS colleagues for taking this journey with me in these 3 sessions that we've shared with you. The first session, we introduced the concept of taxes and why we should participate in this journey. And it's important that we understand it's a we journey. It's us as well as SARS as well as the government, and it's not a us and them journey. The second video talked about who should be paying taxes. We gave you a bit of information about the different taxpayer categories to introduce you the concept that you have to take the effort and explore the different categories. We conclude this session with the third part that gave you a bit of information of the different channels that SARS has developed to make it easy to pay your taxes. So please join us to prepare for the tax filing season that would open shortly, and be prepared to submit your tax return as efficiently and effectively as possible. Join us in this journey to make taxpayer education something enjoyable. If you recall my opening statement of that little boy with the Monopoly board that was crying about his taxes, we hope that this journey has made it easier and that next time it would be much easier to pay your taxes. Thank you very much for joining us in this journey, and please explore all the channels that we shared with you of how to make paying taxes easier and hopefully less painful. Thank you.
The next step in our financial literacy journey is to look at lending. Lending is when an institution or person, known as the lender, temporarily provides money to another person, known as the borrower. This is done on the condition that the borrowed amount is paid back, usually with interest charged or additional fees. It's important that the time over which the loan will be paid back and the interest rate is understood and agreed upon upfront. We also refer to a loan as credit. Interest is usually applied to credit. Interest is the amount that you are charged to borrow money. Several laws regulate the process of lending, like the National Credit Act, protecting you and the credit provider by ensuring credit checks to make sure that you can afford the loan and fair terms. FAIS, which stands for Financial Advisory and Intermediary Services, is regulatory legislation protecting the financial services industry and their clients, while FICA, which stands for Financial Intelligence Center Act, is an act for the prevention, monitoring, and reporting of money laundering through various methods. When applying for credit, you will need to complete an application form. You will also need to bring your ID and payslips or bank statements. If the loan you are applying for is a home loan, you will need to provide deed of sale or approved building plans. Failing to pay back your loan within the agreed terms is a breach of contract known as defaulting. So if you need help with your debt, you should speak to a debt counselor. Now, let's have a final look at the different types of lending. For starters, there's a short-term loan. This includes borrowed money that must be repaid over a short period of time, between 3 months and 5 years, at a higher interest rate than a long-term loan. Secondly, there's the bond. That's when the bank lends you money to buy a house. This is paid with interest over a set time frame. Another type of lending is the credit card, issued by a bank to allow you to purchase goods or services on credit. There's also the hire purchase option. This is when you pay a deposit to purchase an item and repay the remainder over an agreed time period, including interest. Mashonisas, or informal lenders, are usually chosen when they are, or you may have, unplanned loans. They charge much higher interest rates than formal loans and are not regulated by the National Credit Regulator. Lastly, there's the pawnbroker. This is where you exchange personal items like appliances or furniture for a loan. If you are unable to repay your loan, these items will be sold off. That's it for our look at loans with this guide on money lending. Our final part of this module shines a spotlight on saving. Are you ready?
Good day, viewers. Welcome to Money Smart Week panel discussion. I am your host, Akona Mata. Annually, we hold Money Smart Week SA with an aim to educate and empower our consumers to make financially sound decisions. Today, we are discussing debt counseling and credit bureau information. In studio with me, I have Timmy van der Grijp, who is a legal advisor for debt counseling, and Ms. Pupu Mohlala, who is an education and communication officer, both from the National Credit Regulator. Welcome.
Thank you, Akona.
Oh, thank you, Akona.
Timmy, debt counseling is not a new phenomenon. We've heard consumers crying foul and complaining about this issue in the past, and how some consumers have been put under debt counseling without their permission. What is your responsibility as a consumer when under debt counseling?
Thanks, Akona. You know, it's so important for consumers to understand the process that they're going into. You know, a lot of guys say that, you know, I don't know what I'm getting myself into, and then say that I got it without permission. But it's absolutely important to understand what you're getting into, the process, the fees, the obligations, your responsibilities. Yeah, make sure that you know what you're getting into, make sure that you know what you're signing, and make sure that you know where to go and what to do.
Thanks, Timmy. What should the consumer be careful of when considering debt counseling?
And at the NCR, Akona, we get a lot of queries on the exit process of consumers. You know, consumers asking, how do I get out? I can't be in it anymore. So make absolutely sure that you speak to your debt counselor and find out how do you get out. And you only get out when all your debt has been paid in full, or if you get a court order to say that you are no longer under debt counselling. Also, remember, you can't get any further debt, so make sure that you're covered in that. And also check the ability of your debt counsellor. Phone the NCR, speak to the debt counselling department, and see if those are people that can properly help you and are properly registered.
Thanks, Mr. van der Grijp. What would be the important questions to ask your debt counsellor before signing up?
As I said, the exit process always, and then speak to your debt counsellor about monthly interaction, when you should call, you know, what discussions should take place. And then there's an annual review that your debt counsellor will do for you. So make sure that you book these dates up front, and that you know what your role is during these interactions.
Thanks, Timmy. As I've alluded earlier, that we will be talking to Credit Bureau information. Ms. Mohlala, kindly enlighten our consumers at home as to what are the credit bureaus, and what, or should I say, where do credit bureaus take this credit information?
Thank you, Akona, for the opportunity. Credit bureaus are companies that hold credit information on consumers. For instance, it will show whether you have an account, how many accounts there are, and how you are paying those accounts.
And how long do these credit bureaus keep this information?
The information held at credit bureaus is periodically, depends on the bureau itself. So they all hold different types of information and different periods, but it is of a minimum of 3 years and a maximum of 5 years.
What are consumer rights in terms of credit information?
Consumers have a right to receive their annually free credit reports. So a consumer is entitled to have one free credit report annually every 12 months. And your second right is that when you have received the credit report, you have the right to challenge the information if the information is incorrect.
Currently, if you may just say, how many credit bureaus are registered with the National Credit Regulator?
The NCR has got more than 10 credit bureaus registered with the NCR. If you need their names, you just have to contact the NCR offices, and we'll lead you to tell you how many they are, where, and how you can contact them.
Thanks, Ms. Mohlala. Timmy, just before we close, may you please give us or give our consumers, the viewers, the tips on debt counseling?
Akona, I think it's very important that consumers remember that their debt and financial situation is still their responsibility, even if they go under debt review. It is important that they interrogate their debt counsellor on what they're doing, the reduction of interest, the fees that they charge, and the legal fees. Remember, when all your credit providers consent to your application, there's a consent order to the Consumer Tribunal, which is much less in cost than there would have been an attorney. And then I think finally, consumers must stay clear from misleading advertising, where the advertisers say, we'll save you 63% on your repayments. If it's too good to be true, it probably is. And stay clear from those debt counsellors, because, if it starts like that, it's not going to end well.
Thanks, Timmy. Viewers at home, as you have heard for yourself that debt counseling is not a savings mechanism. Also, you need to interrogate debt counselors before signing up. You also have a right to one free credit report per annual. And that brings us to the end of our discussion. Thank you to our guests for educating us, and thank you to the viewers for tuning in. Take care of yourself and take care of your money. Goodbye until next time.
As we continue our goal to equip you with financial literacy skills, let's get to understand the basics when it comes to banking. For starters, what is a bank? Well, that's simple. It's a regulated financial institution where you can deposit money into a personal account, such as a savings or check account, in order to save and manage your money securely. Banks also offer lending services, including short-term loans, credit cards, and bonds for your dream home or other property. It's important to understand your bank charges. Bank charges are fees charged by the bank for services they offer to you. This could be a monthly account fee or for specific transactions like withdrawing money. These charges differ from bank to bank. There are different ways to interact with your bank and withdraw your money. The first of these is an automatic teller machine, or ATM. An ATM is a safe, convenient way to access or transfer your money, to check your balance, and to perform other available services. You can also go into your bank's closest branch for help from a teller. These fees for going to a teller are usually higher than when you use an ATM. Another option is withdrawing your money at a till up to your daily limit when you pay for your groceries. The development of electronic devices also offers you many ways to safely and conveniently control your money without ever needing to visit one of these locations. All you need to do is register for your bank's electronic services, set up a password, and log on to manage your banking needs. Internet banking is one of the main ways to do this. It offers an easy and convenient way to bank, any place, anytime. You can also sign up for cell phone banking to perform your transactions safely and securely through your cell phone or tablet. One of the newest options is the e-wallet, which allows you to send money to anyone with a valid South African cell phone number. These are the basics when it comes to banking. In the next section, we'll have a look at lending, or the ins and outs of needing to borrow money. Let's go.
I hope that you've been enjoying the segments thus far, and we would love to hear from you. Use the chat function on the right-hand side of your screen and pop us a question. You can also join the conversation on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram using the hashtag MSWSA2021. Now let's hear from Alan Gray on the key factors to consider when saving for retirement, African Bank on making your savings work for you, Sabric on the rise of financial scams during COVID-19, Avalvision, and the FIA.
Series 4, now we're going to be looking at investments. Now, what is investing? Investing is a way to potentially increase the amount of money that you have. The goal is to buy financial products, also called investments, and hopefully sell them at a higher price than what you initially paid. Investing is an act of spending money on high-risk products that yield results over a period of time. The investment is usually for a long-term goal, such as buying a house in a retirement village. The differences between saving and investing are: number one, when you save, you typically put money in a bank account or simply store it in some place safe. When you invest, however, you're purchasing products and keeping your money in a specified investment account. Number two, when saving, your opportunity for growth is lower and might not exist at all. Investing, on the other hand, helps you beat inflation through interest earned and ensuring your money's purchasing power stays strong. Number three, saving is usually reserved for short and intermediate term goals, whereas investing is better suited for long-term goals like retirement. You might ask, how does an investment work? The act of investing has the goal of generating income and increasing value over time. An investment can refer to any mechanism used for generating future income. This includes the purchase of bonds, stock, or real estate property, among other examples. Additionally, purchasing a property that can be used to produce goods can be considered an investment. In general, any action that is taken in the hopes of raising future revenue can also be considered an investment. A good example would be when choosing to pursue additional education. The goal is often to increase knowledge and improve skills in the hopes of ultimately producing more income. Because investing is orientated towards the potential for future growth or income, there is always a certain level of risk associated with an investment. An investment may not generate any income or may actually lose value over time. For example, it is also a possibility that you will invest in a company that ends up going bankrupt or a project that fails to materialize. This is the primary way that saving can be differentiated from investing. Saving is accumulating money for future use and entails no risk, whereas investing is the act of leveraging money for a potential future gain and it entails some level of risk. Number one, start investing as soon as you can. The more time your money has to work for you, the more opportunity it will have for growth. That's why it's important to start investing as early as possible. Number two, try to stay invested as long as you can. When you stay invested and don't move in and out of the markets, you could earn money on top of the money you've already earned. That's called compounding returns, and it could mean more money for retirement. Point number three, spread out your investments to manage risk. Putting all your money in one investment is risky. You could lose money if that investment falls in value. But if you diversify your money across multiple investments, you can lower the risk of losing money. So don't put all your eggs in one basket. There are different types of investments. There's what is called an investment account. Now, these investment accounts offer higher interest rates than a normal savings account. The accounts have a fixed withdrawal date. We've got what are called bonds. Bonds are a type of investing which involves an investment with the government of South Africa, which earns fixed or inflation-linked interest for the term of the investment, such as the South African Retail Savings Bond. When you buy a bond, you're essentially lending money to an entity. Generally, this is a business or a government entity. Companies issue corporate bonds, whereas local governments issue municipal bonds. After the bond matures, that is, if you've held it for a predetermined amount of time, you can earn back the principal you spent on the bond plus a determined rate of interest. The rate of return for the bond is typically much lower than it is for stocks, but bonds also tend to be lower risk. There is some risk involved, of course. The company you buy a bond from could fold or the government could default. Treasury bonds especially, however, are considered a very safe investment. Then we've got shares. Shares are considered a growth investment as they can help the value of your original investment over the medium to long term. These are high risk, fixed or inflation related interest on your terms of investments. Shares are considered a growth investment as they can grow the value of your original amount over the medium to long term. So if you own shares, you may also receive income from dividends, which are effectively a portion of the company's profit paid out to its shareholders. Of course, the value of shares may also fall below the price you paid for them. Prices can be volatile from day to day, and shares are generally best suited to long-term investors who are comfortable withstanding these ups and downs. Then you've got property. Property is also considered a growth investment because the price of houses and other properties can rise substantially over a medium to long-term period. Commodities. Commodities are physical products that you can buy. They could be agricultural products like wheat, barley, corn, or energy products like oil, coal, or solar power. Precious metals like gold and silver are some of the most common commodities. Commodity investing runs the risk that the price of the product will go down quickly. For instance, political actions can greatly change the value of something like oil, while weather can impact the value of agricultural products. Now that you understand investments and different types of investments, speak to your investment team at Sasfin Bank or Sasfin Asset Managers to understand our different offerings for wealth building. Series 5, Insurance. You have finally gotten your financial health in check following the guidance and steps we have given you. Now we look at what happens if you lose your job. What happens if you're in a car accident or your house burns down? How can you protect your assets and also yourself from such unexpected and costly events? Most of us feel confident about our future and our ability to tackle unforeseen circumstances and understand insurance to be an unnecessary spend. Managing your risk requires insurance policies. So what is this insurance all about? Insurance refers to transferring the risk of a financial loss you might experience due to life's uncertainties to an insurance policy through a licensed insurer. Now, how does insurance work? There is a lot of different types of insurance policies that are available, and virtually any individual or business can find an insurance company willing to insure them for a price. The core components that make up most insurance policies are the deductible, policy limit, and premium, and we're going to look at these individually. Premium. A policy's premium is its price, typically expressed as a monthly cost. The premium is determined by the insurer based on you or your business's risk profile, which may include your credit worthiness. For example, if you own several expensive vehicles and have a history of reckless driving, you will likely pay more for an auto policy than someone with a single mid-range sedan and a perfect driving record. However, different insurers may charge different premiums for similar policies. So finding the price that works for you is very important, but it will require some legwork. Then we look at policy limit. The policy limit is the maximum amount an insurer will pay under a policy for a covered loss. Maximums may be set per period, for instance, annual or policy term, or per loss or injury, or over the life of the policy, also known as the lifetime maximum. Higher limits carry higher premiums. For a general life insurance policy, the maximum amount the insurer will pay is referred to as the face value, which is the amount paid to the beneficiary upon the death of the insured. Then we look at deductible. The deductible is a specific amount the policyholder must pay out of pocket before the insurer pays a claim. Deductibles serve as deterrents to large volumes of small and insignificant claims. Deductibles can apply per policy or per claim, depending on the insurer and the type of policy. Policies with very high deductibles are typically less expensive because the high out-of-pocket expense generally results in fewer small claims. There are different types of insurances, but for the series, we will cover liability, medical, and life insurances. Liability insurance. This type of insurance is a short-term one covering your assets such as a home, car, phones, furniture, or other important assets. This type of insurance covers you against theft, fire, or loss through monthly policy payments to insurers. The licensed insurer, in turn, financially compensates you if any of these events occur and are proven. Losing a valuable asset such as a TV can set one back, as you would have to dig into your emergency fund to purchase a new one. But if you have a policy, insurers will replace your asset on receipt of a claim. Another type of liability insurance is disability and loss of income covers. These cover you in the event that you are disabled and as a result, you cannot work or perform any work, and now you've incurred loss of income. It covers you for financial loss through retrenchments or death of a breadwinner. Medical insurance. Medical insurance allows one to receive the best medical treatment when they fall sick without having to be attended at public hospitals where large numbers of people are treated by a limited number of medical resources. It is, however, not a huge risk if one cannot afford to take a medical insurance, as the South African government provides for medical needs at public hospitals. It is an optional option for those wanting to ensure that they are treated at hospitals where resources are unlimited, such as private hospitals. The licensed insurance company settles all the expenses related to an illness for which you need medical treatment. And this covers hospitalization, daycare, post and pre-hospitalization. Then we've got life insurance. Life insurance covers one against death and disability. The insurance policy is paid over a lengthy period of time upon death, disability, or the loss of a breadwinner. The insurer will pay out a lump sum to the beneficiary of the selected insured person upon his or her death. Taking an insurance policy gives you peace of mind from any future financial risks. Do the right thing and research on the best insurer to suit your pocket and also your needs. No one must ever live a life without appropriate insurance cover. We hope that with the information that we have provided to you, you'll be able to improve your financial health, your financial well-being, as well as set yourself up for a rainy day.
Hello, and a warm welcome to this Personal Investing in Your 20s series brought to you by Alan Gray for Money Smart Week 2021. This is the third and final episode of a series of 3 conversations that seeks to simplify the concept of investing for young people in their 20s who may have already started working or who are about to start working in the near future. Just to recap on some of the important points that came out of the previous conversation, they were: start with a plan, then choose the appropriate investment account. Seek good and qualified financial advice from a certified financial planner. Delayed gratification can mean waiting a little longer to save up and then buy the thing that you really want or need. I'm Tinashe Kunaka from Alan Gray, and it's my pleasure to be your host for this conversation today, where we hope to leave you enlightened and empowered. If you're following us live, I would strongly recommend you to participate in this conversation by making use of the Q&A chat service which is available. Joining us today, we have Noliolo Betela, who is an Alan Gray Client Relationship Manager, and Pico Peter, who is also an Alan Gray Client Relationship Manager. Starting with you, Pico. Seeing that we're speaking to young people in the audience today, don't you think that retirement is a concept that's very far in the future? Why is it so important that we're having this conversation about retirement? And why is it so important for you to save for your retirement?
Thank you very much, Tinashe, and a good day to all of our viewers. So you're quite right. The concept of saving for your retirement is foreign to a lot of young people, particularly as you're starting out. Very often it's the last thing that you think about when you start working. However, the numbers in South Africa are quite scary. For example, research tells us that there are only 6% of South Africans who can afford to retire financially independently. To give you perspective, there are roughly 57 million people who reside in this country that we've all come to love, yet only about 2.5 million can afford to retire comfortably. That is really, really scary. We know that a lot of people are dependent on their families when they retire. Others are forced to continue working because they haven't been able to accumulate enough savings to allow them to retire. And we also know that there are a lot of other people who are dependent on a state pension. The reality, Tinashe, is that most of us, we start working when we're in and around the age of 25. And when we work for plus minus about 40 years where we're actually generating and earning an income. Now, if we've taken care of ourselves, we should be hoping at living for another plus minus 10 to 30 years post-retirement. Now, unless there's a trust fund you plan on leaning on when you do eventually retire, unless you plan on winning the lotto, the savings that you're going to be drawing from once you have stopped working will need to come from monies you would have needed to accumulate over the 40-odd years where you were actually generating an income. Now, given the numbers I shared with you earlier on, unfortunately, not a lot of people have been able to do this. So in many ways, you actually become your own retirement plan, because if you don't prioritize contributing and putting some money away towards your retirement, no one else is going to do it for you. What that effectively means is you need to be allocating a portion of the money that you're earning today towards your current needs to cater for the needs that you have today. But you also need to be allocating a portion of what you're making today towards the future to cater for your retirement. So you can clearly see how you become your own retirement plan. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's no stopping Father Time. And when he starts knocking on the door, you'll either have enough saved up to continue living the lifestyles you've grown accustomed to, or you'll need to make some really tough changes. Remember this, you are at your most powerful today in taking care of the future you, and that's why it's important.
Wow, only 6% of South Africans are in a position where they can retire financially independent. That's a shocking statistic. Still staying with you, Pico, why do you think that figure is so low? What are some of the challenges and difficulties that people face when saving for their retirement?
So I think there are a number of reasons why it's so difficult to save for your retirement, and maybe I can highlight three of those reasons. I think the first one is, and you actually alluded to earlier on, as young people, the concept of saving for our retirement is foreign to us. And this is backed up by research. Research tells us that as human beings, we often struggle to relate to our future selves, and we often see our future selves as strangers. Now, if you consider this, it might help explain why it's so difficult to save for your retirement, because why on earth would you allocate money towards a stranger? Why on earth would you allocate money towards someone who you can't relate with? The second reason is the fact that we often have multiple obligations, particularly when we start out. Some of you may have taken out student loans to obtain your qualifications. And so the first thing you need to worry about when you start working is paying off that loan. So very often we have yesterday's obligations that we need to worry about. In addition to that, we have to worry about the now and today's daily survival. And it almost feels as if the money that we're making is barely enough just to cover these two. And here I am telling you that it's actually just as important for you to consider allocating even more money towards the future. So the fact that we do have multiple obligations does make it hard. And I think what can potentially help you there is you need to find your own sources of motivation. You need to find your own reasons why this should be important to you. And I think the third one is we're biased to be optimistic. Now, don't get me wrong, this can be a really good thing. It's the reason why there's so much innovation. It's the reason why technology is developing at such a rapid pace. Because we're optimistic about the future. We think, we hope, we believe that our futures are going to be better than the past. So yes, whilst it can be a good thing, it can also be a bad thing, particularly if it leads us thinking along the lines of, I'll worry about my retirement when I'm older, or I don't have to worry about it today because I'll start a business one day that'll take care of me, or I'll win the lotto one day. If it leads us thinking along those lines, then it can really be detrimental to the end outcome. So those are some of the reasons why it's so difficult to save for our retirement.
Bringing you into the conversation now, Nolu, can you tell us, is there some sort of a formula that one can use in trying to determine whether or not you will actually have enough saved up for retirement?
Thank you for your question, Tinashe, and a hello to all our listeners today. So perhaps to go back to your question about, is there a formula? So when we think of retirement, we often think of it as being this pot of yours that you're building up, right, towards your career and as you go with your career. And so I'll maybe say that there are 5 key factors to actually consider when you are saving for your retirement. The first one is how early you start. And so here you really want to start as soon as possible so that your money benefits from what is known as compounding interest, which is simply interest on interest. The second factor speaks to how much you're able to contribute. The more you contribute, the more your money grows, and again, giving effect to compounding interest. The third ingredient in this retirement pot of yours is the return that you earn from your investment. So because retirement is a long-term game, particularly if you're starting in your 20s, that then means that you should be investing in a retirement investment account that seeks to give you interest that is greater than inflation. And then the fourth ingredient in this retirement pot of yours would be how late you retire. And so when we speak of investing, we often say that try to invest as soon as possible and as long as you can. And so when you do get to a retirement age, which is typically at age 55, and you find yourself that you still relatively are comfortable and you don't need to dip into your retirement pot at that point in time, and then by all means you can continue to remain invested and not withdraw from your particular retirement pot. And then the last ingredient speaks to any withdrawals that you make. Now with this one I think of it as being particularly the salt. You really want to be careful here in that you don't really want to add this onto your pot, but it speaks to being mindful that any withdrawals that you make from a pension, from a provident or retirement annuity that you have actually also impact your whole small pot, that being your retirement income. Now, some of you may either be in your first, second, or third job, and you may get to a point where you change employers. So you do have the option that when you change your employer, to not dip into that particular pension or provident fund that you'll have with your employer. So just to recap, Tinashe, I will say that when it comes to your retirement income pot, it's determined by 5 key factors: how early you start, how much you contribute, the returns that you're generating, how late you retire, and lastly, being mindful of any withdrawals that you make along the way.
Still staying with you, Nolu, can you tell us, is it ever too late for one to start saving for their own retirement?
Thanks for that question, Tinashe. That's often a question that people tend to shy away from asking. And I think particularly as young people, the concern is always maybe it is too early. But there are other people that may be left out of the conversation. And those are people that have already started working. So the short answer is that no, it's never too late to start saving for retirement, just like it's never too early to start saving for retirement. When I used to work in the client service center, I've had people call in wanting to invest for retirement. And their concern would be, I think the pension or the provident fund that I have with my employer may not be necessarily enough. I'm in my 40s and I'm thinking about retiring at 55. Can I actually start opening a retirement annuity with companies like yourselves? And the answer there would be absolutely, of course. And I think the reason why some people may not be aware that you actually can have more than one retirement annuity is that oftentimes, I mean, many of us, if I think of myself, I started saving for retirement when I got employed. And that was by default, in that my employer would take the money that is meant for my retirement directly from my savings. And so some people are actually not aware that you can have more than one source of saving for retirement. So in addition to a pension or provident fund that you have with your employer, by all means, you can open up something like a retirement annuity, which is not necessarily tied to your employer, to actually then supplement those savings for retirement. So it's never too late to start saving for retirement. And again, we always say that it's better to start than not start at all.
Now, in closing off, I'd like to ask you both a personal question, and maybe, Nico, you can answer first. But what is it that really motivates you personally to put money away each month for your retirement savings?
Thanks, Tinashe. I think for me, it's quite simple. I've made peace with the fact that I may not become a millionaire in my own right. It definitely would be great, and I'd love that to be the case. But for me, my biggest goal in life is I have 2 daughters. One is 7 years old, the other is 6 months old. And for me, my daughters can and will not grow up facing the same challenges that I've had to grow up facing in my life. And for me to make that a reality, I have to ensure that when I can no longer generate an income, I don't become dependent on them. So that's really my source of motivation, and it's really what keeps me going.
And I'll take that same question. So what motivates me personally to save for retirement? For me, it's to break the cycle. So I've seen how some of my aunts and even my mother rely on me and their children as sort of their retirement plan. So I'd like to be in a position where my siblings, because I don't have any children yet, but to be in a position where my siblings don't have to to borrow or lend me money, and to be in a position where I'm actually financially independent, to make it part of that statistics that will pick or shade that currently only 6% of South Africans can retire financially independent. So it's to break the cycle and to achieve financial freedom.
Thank you very much both for sharing that. So just to recap on some of the very interesting points that came out today, only 6% of South Africans are in a position where they can retire financially independent. So it's very important that we all take the necessary steps to do what we can to change that statistic. Also, it's very important to relate to your future self, because by doing so, that will actually make it more easier for you to put money away for your own retirement. Start as soon as you can as well. And also, try to seek inflation-beating returns. And where possible, avoid accessing your retirement savings and spending that money prematurely. We hope you really enjoyed this conversation today, as we touched on many different points that aim to help in creating a money-smart South Africa. If you would like to get more information about investing, or if you would like to get in touch with the panelists today, feel free to send an email to circleoffriends@allengray.co.za. circleoffriends@allofriends.co.za. I'll repeat that email address again, circleoffriends, all one word, @allengray.co.za. Thank you.
My name's Eloise Bussack, and I have the privilege of being Head of Customer Experience at African Bank. Today, as part of Money Smart Week, I have an all-female panel to discuss the value and the opportunity of learning to save and invest from an early age and all the way through your lifetime. Joining me on the panel this morning is our product manager from African Bank, Sarika Maharaj. She has a wealth of knowledge dealing with our savings and investment customers every single day, and we're really excited to have her here with us today. Hi, Sarika.
Hi, Eloise. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. And now I have the great pleasure of welcoming our second panelist, Samke Mhlongo. Samke, good morning and welcome to you. Samke is the founder of TNC Wealth Partners, a consultancy that specializes in employee wellness programs. She's also an ex-banker, so she knows our world very well, and is focused on promoting financial awareness and literacy, and is an expert in the field and growing financial wellness in your particular life and in the lives of your families. And we're really excited that I have such an illustrious panel this morning that will share their insights. So let's kick off and start talking about this really underrated topic of how do you save and invest for your future. Ladies, thank you so much for joining us on Money Smart Week today.
Thank you, Louise.
Right, guys, let me start off with you, Samke, with a really broad question around. There's a lot of conversation about a savings culture and how important it is, but we understand in South Africa that's a real challenge. So could you perhaps give us some insight as to why saving is so hard for a lot of South Africans?
I think savings in the traditional sense and in the traditional way we've chosen to define it, we definitely know that it is difficult for South Africans to save, and we know that historically South Africans are poor savers, both in the short term for emergency needs and in the long term for retirement purposes. But if you look at the economic activities of the average South African, if you look at these property stokvels, if you look at these Ponzi schemes even, if you look at forex scams even, and I'm using a bit like shocking examples, but you look at the fact that people are actually trying to convert every rand into 2 or 3 rands. Right. And if you think about savings as being, you taking away monies in the hope that it'll grow, right, and it'll provide you with a resource to use in future, then you can start thinking, hang on a minute, is this an attitudinal problem, or is this a product-based problem where the products and services that are available to the average South African don't actually grow that South African's monies enough in the time that they need for them to use it. So we don't have to go very far to look at the level of earnings in South Africa. We don't have to go very far to look at the wealth gap in South Africa, and even the unemployment rate, which is sitting at record highs, especially the youth unemployment rate, to then say, what are we offering people in terms of what they can use to convert that 1 rand into a tool that can give them education, or buy them housing, or buy them a car, or meet their financial needs. So is it attitudinal, or does it lie more with the products that are on offer?
So that's a really great question to go into, Sarika, because as a product manager, you spend every single day working on developing and communicating products to the market to give them a sense of what's on offer and how they can convert that R1 into something more valuable for them. So Sarika, perhaps you want to give us an opportunity to understand what is in the market and what is doing well and why you think certain products appeal or don't appeal to customers.
Yeah, so I think to reiterate Samke's point, the fact of the matter is that we have such high unemployment rates. We have people with COVID-19 battling to make ends meet. And in the survival mode, they actually believe that saving is out of their reach. What they don't realize, though, is that there are plenty of products out there that actually will help them save from as little as 50 Rand a month. So I think the question that they would have to first answer is, will I need to save a little bit every month to start this journey of saving, or do I have a lump sum to tuck away? And the harsh reality is that the majority of the people out there don't have that lump sum. Mm-hmm. They need to start small. They need to tuck away a small amount every month. And for those people, there are various options that allow multiple or recurring deposits. You would consider a notice deposit, for example, where you would need a minimal amount to start saving and then make multiple deposits over a period of time. Also very important to consider is something like a tax-free account. Mm. A tax-free account is amazing, as the name suggests. You don't get taxed on the earnings you make, and you can save in most accounts in South Africa from as little as 50 Rand a month. Make those multiple recurring deposits and then build it up to a point where you have a nice amount that you can then take and tuck away into a longer term account. I think the advantage that people need to understand is that they can start very small and then build over a time and then take lump sums and put them away to really make that R1 into the R2 as quickly as possible.
So Samke, what I'm intrigued by is the fact that, as you stated, we have a group or a significant group of South Africans who are interested in making the most out of their money. What do you think, outside of potentially not understanding how a particular account works, that causes South Africans not to invest in structured environments such as a bank? What is that block that perhaps we need to overcome as banks ourselves to be able to really appeal to customers and allow them to engage with us more and get value from money from a structured institution?
I've said this before and I'll say it again. With the advent of financial inclusion and, banks and products and services being opened up to the wider population, reaching people from different backgrounds and different locations with different lifestyles even, banks just egg-lifted existing products and services, and made them available to everyone. And remember that with the advent of banking, these products and services were developed to meet a particular need. Now, you've got individuals that say, I am at this point in my life where, let's speak the truth, majority of the previously disadvantaged people are the people that have the low savings capacity, or even if we perhaps change it a little, those people that don't have to save already have the balance sheets or the trust funds, etc., etc. So maybe let's not be unfair and say that, the previously disadvantaged don't save, but they have the appetite to consume. Right. And they don't have the means to consume and still be financially sustainable and secure. Now, you have people that are coming from a time where we weren't allowed to participate economically. We were sold a dream that we're all going to now be rich and live the rainbow life and the promise of the rainbow land. And then all of a sudden you find that that's not the reality. So there's a big element of instant gratification and a big element of a dream and an expectation that was set. And you're seeing other people, we're not going to, segregate them according to certain groups or professions, but there are very wealthy black people displaying a certain lifestyle, and you're thinking, but I can also have that, or that expectation was set. And so you now are finding that people want to display the luxurious life, the cars, the houses, the designer labels to say that I'm successful, and they don't have the means. And I think for instance, how banks can come to the party is, I look at something that's developing now, as an example, the People's Fund, where instead of putting money into a bank account or a savings account, you can now put money into a structure that invests in other black-owned businesses or township businesses. So now you actually have private equity, venture capital type returns, which are actually the sort of returns that you do need to quickly convert a rand into 5 or 10, now being afforded to people that may not necessarily have the expertise to do that on their own. Again, you don't need to look very far. Look at the Jeff Bezos family trust. You look at Warren Buffett. You look at Jay-Z even. Those guys aren't putting their monies into savings products. They're not putting their money into a fixed deposit. They're investing in businesses. They're buying our small companies. So the rich are actually even getting richer because they're going into those structures that give them those high yields. That's why you're seeing cryptocurrencies have rise in popularity, especially amongst poorer people, because you're getting cryptos giving returns of 268% over the past 10 years. You're not going to see that on the JSE or the Dow Jones or the FTSE.
So I think that there's a lot of perhaps appeal that comes, quite a lot of sexiness that comes with that view that I'm going to get a very quick return, right?
Get rich quick.
And of course, get rich quick means I can get poor very quickly or stay poor very quickly.
We don't talk about that.
Correct. So I think it's so important to really kind of construct how you can find a balance. Because there's a real opportunity to certainly look at all the new options that are available and potentially look at that as an opportunity. But there is always, when it comes to money, I'm sure you will advise a balanced approach, right? You're not Jay-Z, so you can't go and blow all your money on something. And there's a lot of value in also learning how to have a longer term goal. Because despite our need to have instant gratification, not everything comes immediately. So I have a 14-year-old daughter, and I'm trying to teach her the value of compound interest and the reality of saving and waiting and delayed gratification. We are still having a fight about that, but we're getting there. And I'm really intrigued around younger people and even people, young professionals starting out. What kind of tricks and tips would you offer them to kind of develop that mentality? So, Sarika, could you perhaps share some of your advice around how you begin that journey? And it doesn't matter if you're young or older, you can always, of course, develop new habits of having this kind of balanced approach. What would you advise?
So I think we need to take the approach of everybody around here is not a Jay-Z or a Jeff Bezos. So we start with the basics. We start at the very lowest level and we say, well, first set yourself a goal. Make a conscious decision to save a certain amount towards a specific cause and then commit to that goal. I do believe, especially with the younger kids, when they don't have a specific goal in mind, there's nothing stopping you from actually pulling those funds out and spending it on anything else. The goal actually keeps you honest because dedicating those funds to a specific cause is a deterrence in itself to pull it out and spend it on something else. The goal creates and cultivates a habit of saving from a young age, and it ultimately makes them a better saver. I also think that we should take baby steps. We need to start small. You know, don't put unnecessary pressure on yourself, and don't try to save more than you actually can, because what happens is when you don't meet that target, you end up demotivating yourself and throw your hands up in the air and, well, I'm just taking all this money and spending it on a new pair of sneakers. You know, it's just one of those human emotions. I also think don't cheat. You know, once you've set that goal, stick to it. Keep yourself on track. Tell yourself, Sarika, you've got plenty of shoes. You can do without it. If you keep yourself honest, you stay on track. And I also think that you should be sweating the small stuff. I know often you'd hear the opposite, but when it comes to your finances, you actually need to keep a very close track of everything you spend on. You know, you track every fee that goes off your account. You track every cent that you spend. No matter how many coffees you buy, you track it. No matter how many takeout deliveries you get during the week, you track it. At the end of the day, all of these cents that you track and you save add up to a decent amount that you could possibly be putting towards a savings account.
Right. Thank you for that. I think there are 4 very clear ideas there. And I think that's founded on the whole construct of financial literacy and having a sense of that it starts with understanding what your financial wellness looks like, Samke. So in your world, really, when you are talking to people who are either starting out or find themselves in a challenging place, what kind of tips would you advise them, or techniques you would share with them to be able to start on that journey to wellness that includes saving and growth?
I get so emotional talking about this, Eloise, but you cannot out-budget poor self-esteem. Sometimes your finances are actually the symptom, but the cause is much deeper. And we don't talk about this enough. So a number of people are spending because of its childhood trauma, it's, experiences they've been through that have shaped their sense of who they are. If I deny myself this coffee, I'm denying myself, and I've always promised myself a better life than what I come from. Or if I don't get this pair of shoes, they won't take me seriously. And I use myself as an example. When I was a baby banker, I believed I needed to put, keys to an expensive car on the table and a Louis Vuitton bag on the table for this executive to take me seriously when I'm talking finances. Now you'll rarely see a brand on me because I know that my value lies in who I am and in what I bring. So, in the financial wellness space, I send about 80% of my clients to a psychologist because the finances are a symptom of a much deeper cause. So when you're looking at the full wellness sphere of your finances, ask yourself, not even how much I'm spending, but why am I spending it? Why the need? Why do I not have the discipline to say no to myself? What feelings does the no trigger, and where do those feelings come from?
That's a really valuable point you're making. And it's an interesting angle, particularly for me in South Africa. If you grew up in a deprived environment, there is something to be said about taking that fancy car and going back to where you come from.
Exactly.
Right? Or wearing that particular outfit. And it does significantly influence the ability to grow generational wealth, because in your mind, wealth is defined by what you have in that moment. So I think that is a very important starting point for every single person to understand what is motivating them emotionally around money. Because what we don't say is money is an emotional thing. It is not just a tool. It comes with very interesting, very specific connotations. We were having a discussion earlier with Sarika about my dad believes in saving using envelopes because, He's
not alone.
Correct. Because he didn't trust banks and didn't have access at that point to facilities that help grow his wealth. So his greatest security was having cash in the house. And for many people, me growing up in that world, that's what I thought was an appropriate way to save, because that was my example. How do we break out of that mindset? Are there any particular ways or particular resources we could use, no matter where you are, that will help you to change your mindset, interrogate your relationship with money, understand different techniques, learn about different opportunities? So really practical things. People who are watching, perhaps this resonates with them, that says, okay, I can go and click here or read this or contact this person. So Sarika, let's start with you, and then Samke, I'd like you to please add your view.
So I think it's like you said, it's actually a very personal inner revelation that you need to come to when it comes to what relationship do I have with my finances? What is my mindset? So it starts with, where am I in my head? Where am I with my budget? And that's a separate conversation altogether, the budget and how we do it. But it starts with, where am I? How much do I have coming in? How much, what are my expenses? And this is where the brutal honesty comes in with, what am I spending on? why am I spending on it, and how much am I spending on it? You know, a lot of people prescribe to this method, the 70-20-10 method, that says that 70% of your expenses, of your income, must go towards essential expenses, and 20% must go to reducing debt and boosting savings, and only 10% must go towards your wants. So that's the first technique that you could then visit. What is my own percentage? What is my ratio? Am I spending more on my wants than I am on the debt reduction and boosting savings? It's that first question that you need to ask. And what is your ratio? The next is, am I adequately creating and sticking to a budget? These are the type of tools that you could find. It's a dime a dozen. If I type in the word budget on Google, you'll get many templates of budgets and things like that. But I think your starting point always needs to be, where am I in my relationship with my finances? And then move on to your budget. And I say start that way because it's the cleanest, easiest start that you can make. It is, often we try to look for very difficult and complicated answers to very simple questions. And it is a matter of brutal honesty. Sit down, create your budget, decide on what your ratios are, and then make a decision on what needs to change. So that's my start.
Absolutely. I would definitely agree with Sarika. And on that point of actually understanding where I am and budgeting, what I actually do is I set an annual goal at the beginning of the year. And that goal is not just financial, even with regards to relationships with friends and family, even with regards to my health, my sleeping patterns, my diet, my physical health. And what I do is that at the beginning of every day, I look at those goals and I match it against my to-do list. Is my to-do list taking me towards my goals?
Right.
And that tells me, okay, before this meeting, let me phone my gran. Or let me actually pack a lunch because I won't be able to because of my schedule. And I've told myself that I'm only going to buy takeout twice a week or once a week. So it actually helps to start with your intentions at the beginning of the day and ensure that you're living your day in line with those intentions. One of the quotes that I quite like says that discipline is actually the highest form of love, of self-love. We tend to think that going to the gym, painful, but I mean the body and the health you get for it, right? So even just denying yourself is actually not a form of self-hatred, but a form of self-love, because I am actually telling my day and my behaviors, because sometimes our own behaviors are our worst enemies. I am telling my behaviors that this is where I want my life to be in the next 3, 6, 12 months. And I'm going to shift every day a little bit closer towards that. So it could be as simple as just setting out your intentions for the day and journaling. You'll actually find a correlation between your mood and your spending if you journal. So keep a daily journal and keep yourself in check, especially in these times we're living in, and see where you are perhaps using money and spending to fill those voids of loneliness, of depression, of stress, of anxiety, and find non-monetary ways of dealing with that. What's popular now is earthing, actually going to stand outside with your feet on the grass and feeling the standing outside and feeling the sun. So if you are in touch with the body and the human side of who you are, you'll be able to keep that in check, and so that it doesn't pull you away from your goals, of which finances is a symptom.
Is a key one. Practically, if I have some money at the end of the month, so I've done my budgeting, I understand where I am, what is a better option, paying off debt or actually putting money in a savings product?
I love this question.
Samke, would you like to also answer? Because you love this question.
Go for it.
Okay, so I always say there's no point in paying off debt if you're only going to have to take out a loan again in a month's time. So keep liquidity. That liquidity can be kept in your bond if you've got an excess bond. So you're actually saving while you repay, if that makes sense. And let's just create this distinction between savings and investments. Saving is having money in the short term available for unexpected emergencies, right? So that can be kept in a credit card, in a bond, etc. Investments now is when you're taking that money to grow it over time
Yes.
to actually ultimately hand it over to the next generation.
Right.
Of course, to look after you, but that's more like savings. To hand it over is now wealth creation, is investments, is generational wealth creating. So if you're looking at should I save or should I repay debt, my first question would be, do I have enough liquidity for an emergency such that should I repay my debt, I'm not going to find myself only having to take out a loan again. So create that liquidity. The best places for that liquidity to be sitting in your debt, if it's a bond or a credit card or whatever the case is, and then thereafter start repaying off your debt more aggressively. Obviously, you're still meeting your debit orders, but more aggressively into debt that you can't now re-access those funds again.
Right.
So that would be my tip.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I think it's you hit the nail on the head. The most important thing there is, what is my cash flow position at this point in time? Can I continue managing that debt with, keeping my savings intact? And if I can do that, then so be it. Keep your funds, keep your savings, and let that grow to a point where when you use it, you say goodbye to all of your debt. But if it's just a matter of reducing debt a little bit, then rather let those funds accumulate and earn a better rate.
That is all a very interesting technique and insight to know, because I know in many of us, our instinct is to get rid of debt as quickly as possible, right? It makes us nervous, having debt.
But then the geezer bursts, and we're back at the bank asking for a loan.
So there's good credit and there's bad credit.
Right.
And if you are in a state of good credit and your cash flow position is good and you're feeling healthy with your relationship with your finances are healthy, your bank balance is looking healthy, then it's not a bad debt. And there's no rush to pull out your funds from your savings when you know it's growing at a better rate than you would it would reducing your debt.
I think for many people, the reality is you don't have that kind of freedom. You live from
day to day.
Day to day, from paycheck to paycheck. The majority of South Africans, that's how they live.
Or invoice to invoice if you're an entrepreneur.
Correct, and then hoping they get paid on time, right? So even if I've done my budget and I've understood this really well and I'm saving, how do I buffer against the reality of life? The geyser, I have a family emergency, and for many people, the black tax emergency of extended family and an issue there, and now I find myself sitting in this, with all intents and purposes, I've been really good. What would you advise is the best way of building that kind of buffer outside of perhaps I don't have access to a bond?
Yeah.
Right? And I have friends that don't believe in credit cards. We just don't do it.
Yeah.
We're a cash-driven environment. They're terrified of it. I know people won't have a check card. They only want a debit card because they're scared mentally around what that's going to mean. Correct. I don't want an overdraft. So we've been taught that's really bad. What would you recommend for people who are either starting out, so they don't have access to those facilities yet, or those that have this propensity not to engage in that kind of debt mechanisms? Samke, let's start with you.
I love this question again. I'll tell you why. 2020 was so hard on all of us, the world over. And I found myself in a position where I had to have a very, very real conversation with myself and say, Samke, do you want to stick to your titles, or do you want to financially survive this time we're in? So I went into 2021 saying, I will do what it takes to recover financially, because I dipped into my savings. This was the rainy, we say day, but it was a rainy year.
It was a tsunami, girl. It wasn't raining. It was pouring.
You know, when you watch your bank balance go, you're like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Exactly.
Stop now. Just for once.
Every SMS, like. So now, I went into 2021 saying, yes, I've got 4 degrees. Yes, I'm a financial expert. Well, financial professional, let's call it that. But the way I make my money as an entrepreneur, for instance, is that it's lump sums periodically.
Correct.
I need something trickling in. So I'm actually diversifying. I'm getting a side hustle as an entrepreneur. Because many people tend to think that, oh, you can only have a side hustle if, you know, you
have
a full-time job. No, I retrenched myself effectively from my job because the money just wasn't coming in. I got side hustles, and I'm going into a business that actually, a small operation that will bring in that 500 Rand, 1,000 Rand a day. So what I would say is a starting point for people that want to create capacity or create means. We always talk about living within your means. We seldom talk about growing your means if you can't reduce your living. Because let's be honest, a lot of us are really living to the bone now. No luxuries, anything like that. We're meal planning. You know, the kids are also at home eating 5 times a day. It's so annoying. So we really are trying to do the best we can. And I'd like to give, you know, the viewers the benefit of the doubt. So look at growing your means. I know when, for instance, at my grand's house, when I was growing up in Soweto and KZN, there'd always be a side hustle. You know that mama bakes cakes, that mama sews, that mama, there's a spaza shop that sells gotas, that mama. So when did we become these people that think, oh, no, I've got an MBA, darling. I'm in marketing. Marketing is all I do, is all I know, and that's where it ends. No, I am going into something that is so far removed from finance, but it brings something in every day that'll keep the lights on, that'll keep food on the table. Because that's where we don't crash land into financial distress. We slip into it day by day. So I'm pulling a handbrake on that slippage because girls slipping.
No, and that's a great insight. And one I think that is noted in that advice that says you should always have a hobby. You should have 3 hobbies, one that you love, one that keeps you healthy, and one that potentially makes money.
Yeah.
You know, and perhaps we haven't really focused on that in driving that dream of we need this career and that title and that kind of standing.
Yeah. And let's not underestimate the power of the side hustle. There are people out there that have built massive businesses from those side hustles. The lady that would bake your birthday cakes over the weekend is now opening up a beautiful little patisserie. So let's not underestimate the skills that we have, the skills that were passed down from mothers and grandmothers and grandfathers on how you tinker in the car. Things like that have now become alternative sources of income. So yes, take care of your job, but also nurture your side hustles.
And if I may add on to that, Eloise, a lot of employers are actually encouraging this. Because let's be real, a lot of salaried individuals or employees will think, oh, what's my manager going to think? But a lot of employers are actually saying, we as organizations can't afford to pay you more. We can't afford the bonuses you're used to. We can't afford the increases you're used to. So if you've got a way of supplementing your income, by all means, please go ahead. We'll support you. So have that conversation with your manager if you have that idea for a side hustle. Obviously, you need to be performing in your day-to-day job, but you'll find that organizations now more than ever before actually are open and actually encouraging the employees to say, please, if you can make extra money on the side, go for it.
Why not?
Let us know how we can help.
And that's a really valuable point because we are becoming more flexible in work, life balance, in having the ability to work from home and then manage your time better.
Absolutely.
And I think that for younger people, really embrace where your passions are because you can develop a side hustle from there that can eventually equate to something rather significant. It can pay your extra fees, it can pay the deposit on your car.
I actually think that as parents, we should be encouraging this irrespective of the circumstances we face. You know, we should be educating our kids around the budgeting process, what it takes to have money coming in and what the consequences of that spending is. I do believe that if we start young, you're going to find in a few generations' time that it is almost a given that our economy will be boosted by this intellectual property that they naturally now exude.
Agreed. Ladies, it has been really enlightening and fantastic. What started out as a focus on the savings has evolved into an understanding around financial wellness as part of your overall wellness, as well as opportunities to supplement your income so that you have that buffer against the world in unprecedented times, such as the ones we live in and could easily happen again. And allows us to understand the value of putting that money away in the right places at the right time to build our financial wealth and wellness. I cannot thank you enough, Sarika and Samke. It's really been wonderful. I hope you, as our viewers today, have learned a great deal. You can obviously contact these ladies on their online platforms as we help you on your journey to greater financial wellness. Thank you so much for joining us today. Welcome to Money Smart Week SA 2021 in collaboration with SABRIC. This campaign aims to inspire people to become more financially literate and to educate people about countless structures that exist to provide financial service. My name is Dikoledi Nkoko, and I'm a Senior Fraud Risk Manager at Standard Bank Group. Our topic for discussion today is the rise and fall of financial scams in the time of COVID. We'll be discussing topics like why COVID has created so many opportunities for criminals, and also what are the most common types of scams we have seen during this time, and so forth. With me in studio, I've got Garth de Klerk, who is the current CEO of South African Insurance Crime Bureau, which focuses on addressing the rise of organized fraudsters who use insurance as a way of making money. I also have with me Manie van Schalkwyk, who is the Executive Director of the South African Fraud Prevention Services, which is committed in combating fraud across the financial service industry by providing shared database to member organizations and offering South African public a means of protecting themselves against impersonation and identity theft. We also have in our midst Brigadier John Metruos, who's from the Hawks from the South African Police Services. Online, we've got Anil Gopal from Absa Bank, who is the Head of Financial Crime Intelligence and Surveillance at Absa Group. We also have, last but not least, we have Nishal Mewalal, who is the current CEO of SABRIC. SABRIC, which is South African Banking Risk Information Center, its main principle or its main business is to detect, prevent, and reduce organized crime in the banking industry through effective public and private participations. SABRIC also focuses on areas like to create public awareness for various bank-related crimes and educating the public on how to protect themselves. So, gentlemen, I've got a few questions that are prepared for you to see how we can educate people and how people can look out, to know which scams are popular, or also how people can protect themselves from these scams. I think I will start with you, Brigadier. Just wanted to find out, how does a PPE scam work?
Thank you, Dikoledi. I think firstly, I must just thank Sebruk for inviting us to be part of this platform. We have a long-term relationship with them. And as you know, as the Hawk, so as the Directorate for Priority Crime, it's very important that we need to prevent, combat crime in South Africa. This pandemic opened an opportunity for criminals or syndicates to benefit on the funds that government have set aside for the South African citizens. So from our perspective, we had to put certain measures in place. And we've seen by adopting a multi-agency, a multidisciplinary approach, and I would like to allude to it, what it means. We've detected through the past years that it's important that we have a national coordinated approach. National coordinated meaning that we engage with all the different role players, whether it is public sector or private sector. So with the COVID-19, you know, no one was prepared. It caught us off guard. So we had to put certain measures in place. And what we then did, we engaged with all the different law enforcement to come together in what we called a fusion center to coordinate it from a national perspective. The idea was specifically to prevent, to detect, to combat, prosecute these offenders. And most of all, as we know, it's all about the money. And they want the funds. So we need to make sure that we did put certain measures in place so that we can recover these proceeds of crimes. You know, because both in the instance, what we detected, especially with PPEs, there were senior government officials that colluded with certain individuals to, say, rip the government or to defraud the government. What we've picked up in certain instances, all of a sudden, there were companies registered who then tender for the specific tenders, procurement with regard to PPEs. You can talk it is whether it was PPEs, sanitizers, food parcels, the whole. But all of a sudden, this companies was created. The government lost a lot of monies, but we, however, managed to recover, and I will go into it later. We also picked up that most of these companies that were registered weren't tax compliant. They never declared that. So that was the other avenue we looked into. And what we also picked up in most of these municipalities, because the municipalities have a role in the different provinces that they need to play. Tenders were awarded, but the services were never rendered. So we then detected it very early, and it was important why we had to set up, as I said, from a national perspective, all the law enforcement entities coming together and setting up this fusion center. We still went so far because it's important that it must be properly investigated and there must be a quick reaction. So we put up different task teams in the different provinces to specifically deal when it is only COVID related. They only deal specifically with it to ensure that we have speedy investigations.
So, Brigadier, are you able to share with us what has been the outcome of the Diffusion Center and all the work that you've done?
Yes, thank you, Dikoledi. As I indicated, we adopted a multi-agency approach where we established what we call a fusion center with all the important role players is on board. And I can gladly say during the COVID-19 period, through the multi-agency and the different stakeholders, through the Financial Intelligence Center, we could recover from 72 bank accounts, 145 million. Through the Asset Forfeiture Unit, which falls within the National Prosecuting Authority, through the POCA legislation, we could recover assets worth at 119 million. Through our Special Investigation Unit, which is commonly known as the SIU, recoveries to the amount of 289 million. Through SARS, our South African Reserve Service, we could recover recoveries of finances amounting to 194 million.
Wow.
Going forward, it's important always, with successful prosecutions. And as you know, in the financial crime or these criminals involved, apart from criminally prosecute, we need to have it go, we need to deal with it parallelly, your criminal investigation and your civil processes that you follow. Because most importantly for us, or I believe, for them it's all about the money. And sometimes you proceed with them criminally, then they pay with that stolen money, senior counsels and all that.
Yeah.
But however, I can say some of from the criminal prosecution side, we had about 15 matters, which is currently in court, of which involve 32 accused. I must however indicate that there's currently still some investigations, but unfortunately, due to the persons not being charged yet, I'm not by liberty to communicate, so that's why I would prefer just to indicate the matters that we have in court. And apart from certain matters that is currently under investigation, we need to also, as the directorate, to point out certain shortcomings, especially in municipalities or in your government departments, where we will advise that there must be disciplinary steps taken against certain individuals that is being implicated. And currently, as far as I know, or what has been communicated, we've advised that there be disciplinary action taken against 8 municipal officials and 4 DOHs, head of departments, to ensure, because we need to also send out a message within, whether it is national, provincial or local government, to send the message, this is what will happen if you continue, or if you see, Mr. Matroos did this, now I'm going to also try my luck and all that. So we're sending also a message, but the idea is for it to serve as a deterrent, to prevent and to combat these fraudulent and corrupt actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Brigadier. Thank you very much. That was insightful. My next question would be to Nishal, who's our current CEO of Subbrick. So Nishal, what has COVID-19 created? Why has COVID-19 created so many opportunities for criminals to perpetuate financial scams?
Hi, good morning, Dikaledi, and to all my colleagues that are sitting around you in terms of the panel. And before I kick off on the answer, I just want to commend the response by the Brigadier. The Hawks are certainly doing sterling work in dealing with these criminals. But if we had to consider, why are there so many opportunities for criminals to exploit the pandemic? I think one of the things we need to keep in mind is that the pandemic required a global response, and the nature of the response opened so many avenues for exploitation. And I'm going to give you, a few examples. So, naturally the pandemic, it's a health pandemic. It requires a health response. And in particular, you have responses from the World Health Organization, national departments, within South Africa, the health department. Now, these responses from these organizations were actually manipulated or leveraged because the identities of these institutions were then used to be selling fake cures, creating false testing information. Scammers even, purported to be representing these organizations in order to solicit and engage. That is one angle in terms of how it was exploited. The other ones we need to think about is, as an example, quarantine brought about a shift in our behavior. And so many of us started shopping online, and this gave rise to the creation of a lot of fake websites. And you also had a situation where the online purchases were resulting in individuals actually buying fake commodities or counterfeit stuff, counterfeit PPEs, and so many investigations have taken place as a result of fake goods and services being rendered. I mean, I can think of a few matters that were before our courts in which these contracts were set aside as a result of the substandard or the counterfeit nature of the goods and services provided. And I think the last aspect is what the Brigadier has also spoken about. The global response equally required all governments to prop up the functioning of the economies. And part of that was the ability to subsidize individuals to be able to open up pools of cash so that we were able to close the gaps in the unemployment that has been going on, the fact that a lot of businesses had to be closed during hard lockdowns, and equally that created opportunities for criminals to be able to leverage these initiatives by the state to prop up the economy. And naturally, this resulted in a lot of stealing. There is tons of information out there in the media around how the 350 Rand grant was exploited. The TERS program was exploited as well. So hundreds of millions of Rand stolen from the state through individuals who concocted methods in order to exploit the state's response to these issues. So, another one that I've also taken cognizant of was there have been a lot of financial offers of fake donations, right? People are willing to donate to some of the causes, and then unfortunately you find that some of the organizations that are purporting to be receiving these donations equally are not really non-profits that are in the business of doing good or a public interest in terms of what's happening with COVID, but instead this is just a mechanism that can be exploited for the stealing of individuals' monies who want to donate towards a good cause. So, in a nutshell, it comes down to the multiple responses and how these responses have been exploited by criminals to be able to get rich while the rest of us are having to deal with the pandemic.
Thank you, Nishal. Thank you for that. And I think that speaks to what Brigadier spoke about, the work they are doing in order to keep that from a SAPS point of view. So my next question would be to Mani. So I just want to find out, what are the most common types of scams you've seen during this time?
Yeah, thank you, Dekaledi. We saw two major scams going on, and the first one, and both were directed to consumers, and the objective specifically was to harvest information. And the first one was to say, fill this link in, click on this link, fill this information in, and then get your COVID grant. And the next one was to say, click on this link, fill in the information, and then apply for your payment holiday. So those were the two major scams directed at consumers, where consumers then completed the information. The fraudsters were sitting behind harvesting this information. And we knew that they were not going to act immediately. And we're seeing it panning out now and the last part of last year. To the extent, and couple those two scams with a data breach from one of the big credit bureaus, and you're sitting with a perfect situation where fraudsters can operate very effectively in. And we saw our impersonation statistics where people are overtaking somebody else's identity and applying for credit, opening accounts or taking over accounts. We saw that impersonation statistics going up by 337%, which is alarming.
So so from what you're saying, if I think of my line of work, I would consider that as phishing and smishing, where customers are sent a link via an email to click on, and at the end of the day, their details are stolen, and then the information become target of
Yes.
the fraudsters.
Absolutely, and we can see, typically what we see how these consumers are getting targeted with the information, and maybe I can just share that with the panel, is that firstly they create a fear factor to say they will typically phone a consumer and say, Mr. van Schalkwyk, we see this big debit order that needs to come from your bank account. Should we stop it? So immediately there's that fear factor. Then they start feeding information because they need to make you calm and get confidence within you as the consumer that they are really from the bank. So they would provide you with some information, and that is the information that they stole. So they say, I can see that you live on this address. I can see that this is your telephone number. And you've got an account with Truworths, for instance. So that is the information they steal. So suddenly you start trusting this person, and you think it's really, this person is trying to act on my behalf. They know who I am, so it must be from the bank. And then the crux comes. So then they say, oh my dear, my system went down. Can you please just give me your bank account detail again? I know I shouldn't ask it. Please just give me your PIN again. So they create that to get more information. And when you say no, then the fear comes again to say, but remember, if we can't stop this debit order now, it's going to be a problem. So, and my message to consumers would be, those are the typical process. People steal the data and later contact you with a scam of trying to prevent you from financial loss, and it's not true. Just put the phone down. Just put the phone down.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, Manny. I've got another question, and I think I would direct this question to Anil, who's on the line. So, Anil, why would criminals harvest people's personal information?
Yeah, thanks for that, Dikaledi. So, I mean, it's opportunity. In my view, it's obviously criminals using vulnerable customers and exploiting them, to the point that was made by Manny earlier. That is primarily, if you look at the pandemic, it created an out-of-the-ordinary type of experience for many South Africans, many people around the globe. And because as a result of that, a lot of people felt vulnerable. And when people are vulnerable, criminals exploit that type of behavior, and criminals exploit it through various types of scams. There was a few that you've just heard now. We've seen examples of whereby people open up fraudulent accounts or actually using fraudulent documentation, or in some instances using legitimate documentation, but actually us naming the company this very similar to a legitimate large organization in South Africa, right? And then we would see incoming cross-border payments into those accounts. So you clearly know that what's happening is they exploiting international companies and selling them goods, which actually the goods never arrive because it's all fraudulent. And those customers internationally are of the view that they're making a payment to a legitimate company. But when you actually look at the name of that company, there's a slight difference between that name and the legitimate enterprise. So, there's a whole host of reasons why people would do it. And in my view, it can be summarized as in just exploiting the vulnerable. If I may, Dikaledi, just comment on some of the statements that were made earlier by the Brigadier on the Fusion Center that he referred to, which I like to call it a public sector partnership. ABSA, together with a number of the other South African banks, have actually partnered with the FIC, the Financial Intelligence Center, and the Prudential Authority within the South African Reserve Bank, and formed its own private-public sector partnership. Why I think that's important for this conversation is that private-public partnership works hand-in-hand with the Fusion Center that the Brigadier has referred to earlier. Often in the past, you'd find the public sector working in silos and you'd find the private sector working in silos. And, the left hand is always not talking to the right. Whereas out there, the criminals are quite organized and they understand exactly, how things need to be done. Whereas now with these two partnerships, the private-public partnership I just referred to is called SAMLIT, which is an acronym for the South African Anti-Money Laundering Integrated Task Force. And we work hand-in-hand with the FIC in terms of, discharging our regulatory obligations under the Financial Intelligence Center Act. And COVID-related scams, COVID-related corruption was one of the key priorities that we've identified under SAMLIT last year. We obviously understood that it was an opportunity for criminals for the reasons I've just mentioned. So we decided to jointly tackle not just specific targets where we identified, untoward payments being made, but also sharing on some of the trends that we're seeing out there. You know, what are the money flows? What are the types of scams? You know, there was a comment Nishal, I think, referred to as the TERS grant scams. We've seen a number of that. We follow the money. We look at accounts that are receiving or grants that are receiving unemployment grants. But you can clearly see there's huge inflows and outflows going out of those accounts. And also looking at the tender issues that the Brigadier referred to earlier. You know, we've often seen payments or tender-related payments made into accounts of newly opened accounts, you know, newly registered businesses. And we're seeing huge sums being paid into those accounts. And, you know, often you might see payments made for PPE-related items, but, you know, often those payments only relate to about 20% of the total payment coming in. You know, one of the other trends we've seen is payments made out of those accounts into directors or government officials' accounts who might be the directors of those accounts, and it's paid into their own personal accounts. And then you might see luxury good purchases or you know, payments into their home loans. Now, you know, the banks aren't the judge and jury. The banks are only there to identify something that's suspicious, and that's what we do. And then we hand it over to the Financial Intelligence Center. And because of that power of that partnership that we have, we're able to immediately prioritize those referrals that we make to the Financial Intelligence Center, which allows the Financial Intelligence Center to hand us over to the Fusion Center that you heard the Brigadier talk about earlier. And I think that's why we've started seeing quite a lot of positive results in terms of bringing these untoward individuals and entities to books.
Thank you for that, Anil. And I think you touched on a very important point as we are currently seeing a lot of change of banking details scams and good scams. And also the good scam, it's another one that is, you know, that aligns to the PPE scams where people are buying these online thinking they're making a killing, only to find that, you know, they pay but the goods are never get delivered. Thank you for that, Anil. Garth, so to you now, why are victims so vulnerable to these scams?
Thanks, Tikoleta. And I think that's probably one of the easiest questions of the morning, is because we're desperate.
Yeah.
You know, we find ourselves, as all the other panelists have described, in an environment which has dramatically changed over the last 12 months. Mm-hmm. Our processes have changed, our friends have changed, our physical environments have changed. Mm-hmm. And our economic environment has changed dramatically. We see the economic figures with massive deficits at country level, expenses at national level just totally out of control. And when it comes down to individuals, we also have financial pressures. So if somebody comes to me and says, listen, you know, I've got this big debit order that's about to go off your account, as Marnie describes, or you have just won the lotto, people are susceptible to coercion. They want to trust. And as human beings, it's our nature to trust people.
They do.
You know, I like you. I don't want to distrust you initially. And I think we have to realize that in South Africa, in fact, in the world at the moment, people are out there looking for ways to make money and to take your things, to take your asset.
Yeah.
A lot of what we've discussed so far this morning and what the Brigadier has touched on with other panelists is impersonation, banking scams, data-driven scams. But we mustn't forget that in South Africa, fraud is also a contact sport. So there's always a very physical side to fraud. There's a steep increase, Brigadier, and you would have seen it in physical crimes and contact crimes. Murder up 6%, 6.6% in the last quarter. CRT robberies were up 60%. Home invasions, vehicle crime. So if I can't now convince you to give me your money, I'll just pull out a weapon and take your money. And again, it comes down to desperation and opportunity. So I think then, as a partnership with law enforcement, with legislators like the FFCA, like the FRC, like the Prudential Authority, we have to continue to look for solutions. We have to continue to look for data-driven solutions like Marnie has described, looking at technology like biometrics, for example, to provide law enforcement and business with barriers of entry for criminals. And that's what's so important when it comes to protecting the vulnerable people, as you've asked the question.
Okay. Thank you for that, Garth. Straight to the point and succinctly said. Thank you. Mani, back to you. I was thinking of the different questions that would actually expose SAFPS initiatives, and this one came in mind. What should people look out for to empower themselves and protect their money?
Yeah. Thank you. I think there's a lot of things we can do as consumers.
Yeah.
And I think the first thing, just a couple of tips, is do not click on links to provide information. That I think is the most important source of people that how fraudsters get our information. Then I think one needs to treat your identity and treat your information like you would treat cash. You won't just give it to anybody. You will make sure that people who receives it really needs it. So you need to have some diligence as a consumer to say, who do I provide this information to? And then SAFPS, just lastly, has got a free product for consumers, which we call protective registration. And I would urge people to use your smartphone, go to our website on safps.org.za, and you register yourself with protective registration. And what that does, it creates another layer of protection on your identity. So when the fraudster tries to apply for credit in your name, that you will, the credit provider will stop the process and ask for additional verification of identity, and through that process then eliminate the fraudsters in this process. So we would really urge consumers to do that. Go to our website, safps.org.za, and register for protective registration.
Thank you very much, Mani. Thank you for that. So, Brigadier, back to you. You're not out of the loop yet. So, what should people do if they suspect they have been a victim of one of these scams?
The South African Police Services, the Hawks, we have a duty to attend to all complaints. So I would advise, should you detect any of these matters, to go to your nearest police station to report it. Also, obviously, I think I will be advised from the different banking institutions with regard to how they always advise their clients what to do. You know, is to report it immediately, not to wait for a while, because then it will be too late. And I know the banking institutions put certain measures in place where they can prevent the monies from being distributed wherever and all that. But most important is to report the matter. And I know in some instances, when certain complainants, they keep it too late, they will think we will, as the police, will recover the funds. But then it is too late. That's why you must act immediately. And my plea is, this is the platform where the South African Police Services, in partnership with the private sector, that I'm a firm believer that education is the key. And that's most important. And that's why I also want to take this opportunity for the organizers to invite us. Because I think it's very important that the victims, the clients or consumers, they must know where to go to. And they must know that the South African Police Service had certain measures in place to make sure that we combat and that we're working with the private sector to combat these crimes.
From a banking perspective, I think what we can also add to that is also for the customers to report to the bank, to their banks, to secure their profiles, freeze their funds, and come up with a recovery strategy for them, right? But also, they need, as customers, they need to also take steps to secure their technology, the technology that they are using. Like Mani has mentioned, making sure that you register for SAFPS. Just make sure that you keep yourself secure and your information secured at all times. Yeah. I think the last question that I have, I would like to ask Nishal as our SABRIC CEO, and as because SABRIC is also in partnership with this Money Smart Week SA campaign. My last question would be to you, Nishal, as the CEO of SABRIC and also being in partnership with the Money Smart Week SA. So what I want to find out is what are the different initiatives deployed by the industry to combat these types of scams?
Thank you, Dikeledi. I think one of the important aspects we need to focus on as the industry is to speak about prevention and what is it that one can do in order to learn the different techniques that these scammers deploy so that you become smarter and you prevent these kinds of incidents happening to yourself. And banks, all of them, they run their own individual campaigns in order to create awareness around how to transact safely, but also how to engage safely at facilities that render banking services. And as an example, it would be how to engage with ATMs in a safe manner, how to carry yourself in and around a banking environment, things of that nature. And then we come together as an industry, and then we plan and we strategize on thematic things we want to talk about in creating awareness as well. And Money Smart Week is one such initiative that the industry supports. And I think there are quite a few others where we speak about mule accounts, we create awareness around money laundering, and most recently there's been a partnership between the private sector and specifically in the SAMLET structure, in which we are going to communicate a lot more around what it is that the industry is doing in order to prevent money laundering and specifically the different types of trends and typologies we're seeing out there. So certainly you can expect that awareness is going to be ramped up, and we want people to know how these things manifest and how to protect themselves. Another critical initiative that banks have come up with is the ability to share data about threats and the threat actors or individuals that pose threats. And the idea being is that we are able to share this information between ourselves so that we could make some smarter risk decisions. But more importantly, it's the ability to share this data with our law enforcement agencies. Now, what really then happens is that we've got individuals who would scan all kinds of digital platforms. We look for data that originates from data breaches. We try and identify customer data that may be existing out there on the dark web, where there could have been compromises. We try and identify individuals that may be behind some of these activities. We bring this data together, and then the banks themselves take some steps in order to protect their customers. And equally, we then work with law enforcement agencies so that we are able to investigate, what are the sources of this data, who are the threat actors that may be behind it, and so that there could be some prosecution that takes place. I think Anil mentioned some of the technology that is actually used to further some of this public and private sector initiatives. So equally, the bank invests quite heavily in specialized technology using artificial intelligence. And the idea there is to be able to identify transactions that require intervention, both at a bank level in terms of managing the customer, but equally at a regulatory and law enforcement level. And I think that's what's bearing fruits at the moment when we look at the work that is being done at the Fusion Center. And then I think the last initiative, Anil has touched on it, it's really about our ability to support law enforcement agencies to be able to carry out those investigations. We're looking at smarter ways to shift information between banks themselves and the law enforcement agencies. One of the things that we really need some re-engineering on is the way, we are able to assemble and supply data to law enforcement agencies for analysis. As an example, bank statements, there is a need for this stuff to be digitized. There is a need to be able to exchange it on a digital platform. This really brings about efficiencies in the way our system works, so that people could have their day in court faster, and South Africans or the people in South Africa are able to see action being done a lot quicker. So it's this faster gratification of making sure criminals are behind bars. So there's lots of initiatives that span awareness, initiatives to detect threats, and then initiatives to support investigations, so that the entire ecosystem, as it has its interdependencies, become a lot more efficient.
Thank you for that, Nishal. Garth, do you have anything to add from your side regarding this question?
I think there are two key things that we would like to emphasize from our side. Yeah. One is cooperation. So cooperation amongst the business sectors. So with parties like SABRIC, the Insurance Crime Bureau, South African Fraud Prevention Services, and cooperation with law enforcement and with the legislators, as I mentioned earlier. We cannot combat crime in silos. Mm-hmm. We are starting to see that as a community, we will have a lot more results and effective results than as if we work in silos. The second thing, which is really what this forum is about, Dikeledi, is education. Yeah. And the responsibility of the consumer as well as the service provider to educate ourselves. As service providers, we need to educate ourselves on the latest threat offerings and on what is happening to our public, as well as the public and the consumer needs to be savvy as to how they interact, whether it's a digital transaction, a telephonic transaction, a physical transaction. Consumers need to be slightly suspicious. And consumers really need to read, they need to educate themselves on how they can utilize products offered by their service providers within the financial services industry to protect them. Those products are available and we're more than happy to assist in rolling them out. So it's awareness and education.
Okay. Thank you very much, Garth. And thank you to each and every one of you, Anil and Nishal online as well. So in summary or in closing, what I'm picking up is that any one of us can fall victim of fraudulent crimes like financial scams, right? So con artists do not pass over anyone due to such factors as age, gender, finances, educational level, etc. In fact, fraud is perpetrated often targeted via those factors. Thank you to each and every one of you for taking time from your busy schedules to share with us this wealth of information regarding fraud, the scams, and what we need to do as individuals to protect ourselves. Remember, if something doesn't feel right, it probably isn't. Thank you for watching, and thank you to our panel members.
Welcome everyone to the Money Online webinar. Today's session is brought to you by Avocado Vision as well as Money Smart Week. Money Smart Week is brought to you by the National Consumer Financial Education Committee, and it's a program that aims to empower and motivate South Africans to basically invest in their financial education. So if you want to find out more about what the Money Smart Week campaign is all about, visit their website and you can see what the program has in store for you. So this program will be taking place from the 22nd to the 28th of March. So I just want to give you a heads up that today's session is being recorded. So this session is basically going to be broadcast during the Money Smart Week program or campaign. So just a heads up that this session is recorded and is going to be broadcast to a lot of people across South Africa. So welcome everyone for joining us. So in today's session, we're going to cover a couple of topics. So you should expect the session to last about an hour or so. So we're going to go through the introduction, which is what we're currently doing, and a welcome. We're going to talk about what is budgeting. We're going to look at an example of a typical household on personal budget. We're going to look at finding extra money in our own budget. We're going to look at using a budget to pay off our debt. And we're going to look at how we can use a budget. So I just want to know from you guys, I mean, you see that throughout the last couple of months or year, COVID has impacted a lot of people in terms of their finances, in terms of their health, the economy. Every sphere of life has in some way been impacted by COVID. So I just want to know from you guys, what are some of the things that you would say, over the last couple of months has changed in terms of your finances? What are some of the things that you have noticed in terms of your finances?
I know. For me, when we were still on lockdown, because the kids had to do all their school activities at home, so I was spending more on data. So I think it was, the expense was a bit extreme because I'll be paying school fees, and then at the same time I'll be doubling the amount of data that I normally use. So that was just an unexpected thing for me that I never planned for. So the data costs.
Thanks, Avia, for that. Anyone else who has maybe something that they've noticed over the last couple of months? I know a lot of us are working from home. Some of us, are working remotely, crossing between home and work. What are some of the things that you've noticed in your spending over the last couple of months?
For me, it's food. When people are at home, kids, they don't know go to school every day. They eat a lot of food. So I'm spending more on food.
Yeah, Winnie, I think me and you can agree on that. I've been spending quite a lot on food, and I've noticed that my monthly budget for food has increased quite a lot, as well as my weight. So thanks for sharing that. Anyone else?
For me, I think I've been saving a lot. Because I don't go to the office as much as I did. Because before I used to go every day. So now I'm saving quite a lot of money on quite a lot of transport money. However, I find myself directing the surplus to other budgets, such as takeaways. Yeah.
So you're saving, on transport, but using that to buy some takeaway.
Yeah. Now I think I'm overspending on takeaways a bit.
Okay. Thanks for sharing that.
I think some of the things that we had to do was to do away with a lot of luxuries. Necessities were important. Outings, what. We had to drop that and try to redirect the money into other budgets.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true, Joseph. I think most of the time we were forced now to, go on outings instead of, a budget, forcing us not to. I think it's because of the lockdown. But definitely, I agree that a lot of us have had to kind of, trim the fat on our budget. Thanks for sharing that, everyone. And yeah, basically, you guys are correct in terms of saying that, a lot of us have had to look at different items in our budget that we'd had to cut down on, like transport, food, takeaway, eating out, entertainment. There's a lot of places where we've had to kind of cut down our costs. And yeah, so basically, I just want to know from you guys if someone can give me a definition, a simple definition. It doesn't have to be a complex one, of what they think a budget is.
For me, I think it's a plan that you draw for yourself, whereby you're planning on how you're gonna spend your income.
I will support a view in terms of it's an income versus expenditure that you set over a period of time.
No, that's true. That's true. Thanks, Winnie, for that. I think your definition of what a budget is straight on the money. A budget is a tool that basically helps us manage our finances and helps us meet our financial obligations. So you get money at the end or at the beginning of the month, and then you start planning what you're going to do with that money. What is the expenses? What are some of the things that you need to pay off? What are some of the things that you need to save up for? So basically, a budget is a tool that helps us kind of reach the end of the month, intact, and help us kind of get through that month. So, I mean, you guys basically talked about different items in your budget. Some of you guys have similar items, and some of you guys had, different items that you guys focused on. And basically, this just kind of shows us that, our budgets won't necessarily always be the same. Someone might spend 1,000 Rand on groceries, while the other person might spend, 500 on groceries. So our budgets won't necessarily be the same. The same with our needs and wants. So it's important for us to kind of, keep that in mind while we're formulating our budgets, that our needs and wants are not the same. All right. So I'm going to start with the first activity for today. So that one was just like an introduction where we're just trying to figure out what is it that, what is it? What is a budget? What is the definition of a budget? And why is it important? We're going to look at a case study of Bongi. So this is Bongi. Bongi is a single mother who is working a steady job at the local supermarket as a cashier. She recently watched a TV show on how important it is to manage one's personal finances. So this started making her think about maybe she should start, managing her money much better. And so she's asked us to help her in terms of looking at her budget and trying to see if she's on the right track. So I'm going to ask you guys to split up into groups, right, where I'm going to be sending you Bongi's budget. And I'm going to ask you guys to just have a look at the budget and let me know what do you think about the budget, right? So you're going to answer a couple of questions on Bongi's budget. So this is what it looks like. I'm going to send it to you guys now before you guys go into your groups. And you're just going to interrogate the budget. So what are some of the things that you can see in the budget, right? So what are Bongi's expenses? What is Bongi's income? What are some of the red flags that you can see in Bongi's budget? Some of the things that you feel like she doesn't need to spend that much on this item, or the areas that you feel like she could improve on. So I want you guys to have a look at this budget, and in your groups, you're going to discuss and answer those questions. Choose one person in your group that's going to be your speaker. Choose one person in your group that's going to be the speaker.
The activities was interesting and we had enough time in our team to answer all the questions. And from our team, the person who will be discussing on our behalf is Hello. I don't know if he's back yet.
Okay. And then the other team, who's going to be speaking on behalf of the other team?
The first thing that we discussed and that took up a little bit of our time was her savings versus how much she makes a month. I think there's a rule where you should be saving at least 10% of whatever you make per month. So if her total income is 19,000, she should be saving at least 1,900 Rand. That was a red flag. It wasn't realistic to save 250 Rand. A few things that stood out for us were the hair salon, so the number one item. We weren't sure if it was her hair salon that she owns as a business or if it's how much she spends when she goes to the hair salon. Another one was entertainment. That amount that's not a necessity, so we figured that could be reduced a lot. The three that kind of fall into each other are the Mashonisa loan repayment, the furniture account, and the clothing accounts, those are very high. So for example, the 3,000 that she's paying to the furniture account and 2,500 to the clothing accounts, that's quite a lot of money compared to what she makes. So those were the red flags. Should I move on to the next one, or do you want to give somebody else a chance?
Let's maybe let the other team go through the same questions just to see if there's any differences in their answers. Kaurelo, you can go. What is some of the things that you noticed in Bongi's budget as a team?
Okay. So the first thing, her budget is not realistic at all. However, she has been able to list everything that I think a human needs on a month-to-month basis. So the unrealistic parts are the hair salon, that is too high. We can't have a 2.4 hair salon, comrade. And then expenses such as cell phone, they would need to go down because she has quite a lot of debt. I'm looking at the Mashonisa loan repayment. So she would need to take down some expenses so that she can then be able to pay off her debts much quicker. So and so that she can then increase her savings, because what we said is that she's not saving quite a lot of money. However, if she could just take the surplus that she will be saving from expenses such as the hair salon, and she pays off her debt, then she will be able to save much more money in the future. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that. Stella, do you want to go with the other questions? So you covered quite a lot, but what are some of the things, practical things that you think maybe Bongi can maybe do without? You mentioned the Machonisa, you mentioned the clothing account, the furniture as well, repayments as well. So what are some of the other stuff that you guys noticed in her budget?
Okay, so we were not sure about church/charity, and that's a very moral kind of thin line to walk, depending on your beliefs. So that was not clear. Her bank charges as well. We weren't sure if her bank charges her per transaction. So there's a basic bank charge fee, and then in addition there would be per transaction charge. The lunches also not in context, but home packed lunches always outweigh lunches bought outside the home, and kind of usually are cheaper made at home than it would be buying out. Water and electricity, that is on a consumption basis. So if she does have a family that she needs to, cater for, it's difficult, but you can always save where you can with the water and electricity. And then I already discussed the entertainment. That's a necessity. That's a luxury, not a necessity. Rental is a fixed expense, so she can't change that. And I will support Kaukelo with his sentiments that there are things that are a little bit too expensive, that are not necessary, that can supplement some of her other necessities and help her save in the long run.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for sharing that. I think you guys touched on a couple of things. I don't know whether you guys considered the fact that she's living beyond her means. So on a month-to-month basis, she's spending more than she's actually making. So she's probably accumulating debt. So her expenses are actually more than her total income per month. But yeah, you covered quite a lot of stuff. Depending on, obviously, the person, different people might argue with different items on the list, but certain things I think we can all agree with in terms of you might not need that 1,500, cell phone. Downgrading wouldn't hurt you. Other stuff as well, including entertainment. That's where you can basically sacrifice to basically pay off your payments, especially the Mashonisa That's one thing that is quite important that sticks out in that budget. MSWSA, normally the interest on the loans are excessive and unrealistic for a person to really keep on paying that on a monthly basis. So you would want to pay that off as quickly as possible. Right. Thanks everyone for going through that activity. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And I know you guys mentioned a lot of the things that Bongi could improve on. I just want to know from you guys, what are some of the areas that you feel, or some of the things that you feel that you could do in your personal budget? So take your own budget into consideration after looking at Bongi's budget. Where are some of the areas that you feel you could, save, or some of the things that you feel you might need to start considering to do?
You know what I've done recently? I changed my medical aid plan because the increment was very high, and I saw that the package that we were on, we didn't really use all those extra things. So I downgraded to a package, and I'm saving more than 800 Rand on the new package.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot, because we didn't use all the other things that was added on the premium package. So that was one thing that I did. Yeah.
Thanks for that, Antoinette.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
For me, as a gym, so I used to have a premium select gym membership because our gym here and closer to work, depending on where I am. So I was paying around 600. I'm now paying 87 Rand because I'm using only one gym.
Okay.
So yeah, that is a good cut for me.
Okay. That's great to hear, Winnie. Sure, Antoinette, I actually want to ask you guys, would you say it's a good idea to cancel medical aid completely? Someone would look at Bongi's budget and say, okay, I would cut medical aid. I'm young, I won't get sick.
For me, I wouldn't cut medical aid totally out of the budget unless you are prepared to go to public hospital. And yeah, those kind of, but even your day-to-day doctor stuff, you need that at least to be covered. And you never know. We just saw what happened last year or this year, even with COVID, that it gets quite expensive to get hospitalized and to be in a proper facility. So it depends how you view your health, really, but for me, I would not.
Okay.
Yeah, the other advice that I saw online is the lady was talking about finance matters. She mentioned that if say that you are very healthy, you can just take a hospital plan, which is way cheaper than a medical aid, and then save on the money when you need to visit a doctor, but have a hospital plan where you can have access to a private hospital.
Yeah, no, that's true. I think a lot of young people kind of assume that, this will never happen to me. Or, I'm young, I don't really need it, I barely ever use it. But the medical aid or anything of that nature kind of protects your income or your savings, in case of something major actually happening. Last time when we had a session like this, someone mentioned that just before thinking of, cutting off their medical aid, an emergency took place, and they had a medical bill of around 100,000 Rand. So you can imagine if you have to pay something like that out of pocket, cash, normal, a lot of people don't have that kind of money lying around. So yeah, thank you for that. Anyone else who has, ideas in terms of where are some of the areas that you can cut off a bit of costs from your budget?
I looked for a closer school where I stay for my son. So at least now I don't have the expense for the contract. He walks to school. because I just decided, well, okay, I'm gonna be in this area because there are good schools. So I just moved to that area, and then he works now. I don't have that expense of the contract. It's just the fees.
Yeah, thanks, Avira, for that. I can imagine a lot of parents throughout this, pandemic and this last couple of months have made some difficult decisions, in terms of, education. Some kids might have decided to take a gap year, just to kind of get back in terms of finances for some families. Anyone else wanted to say something? I know someone wanted to say something now.
For me, I've cut down on clothing accounts. I've closed one account completely, and I'm in the process of closing another one. I will now buy everything cash.
Yeah, no, that's a good plan, Zintle. I think as much as building credit and your credit score is important, make sure that your clothing accounts and credit cards don't end up, overburdening you in some sense. From my side, what I've done is basically I'm also, on the side in terms of my actual job, I'm trying to get an extra income. So one of the ways that you can, try and remedy the situation is basically not just try and cut down costs, but also increase your income. I'm surprised nobody actually, mentioned that. Doing something extra, just to try and get that extra 500 Rand or 1,000 Rand at the end of the month. Yeah. So some of the ways that you guys maybe can reduce your spending is maybe looking at, reducing your DSTV package. I don't think all of you guys watch all the channels. Maybe try and see if there's any channels that maybe are playing on the bouquet that you chose. Cooking meals at home. A lot of us have had to do that with restaurants and takeaway spots being affected. Avoiding expensive clothes, like Zintle mentioned, trying not to, have all those accounts and clothing accounts that can be quite attractive to get. Like paying off expensive debts like Mashonista, as we looked at Bongi's budget. So yeah, one of the ways again that a person can use their budget is by looking at ways that they can pay off debt using their budget. And one of the ways that we do that is through the snowball method. But I just want to know from you guys, what do you think, if you can give me a definition, a brief definition, what do you think the snowball method is?
No, I think it's where things become so out of control so quickly. Like as the snowball starts rolling. So as you accumulate debt, it just escalates at a very rapid pace. I don't know if I'm.
Yeah, thanks, Antoinette, for that. Anyone else who has another definition of what they think the snowball method is? The snowball debt method.
Paying your debts, like starting with the small ones, and then you go like that according to their amounts, from the smallest to the biggest.
Okay, thanks, Aviwe. Osiro?
Yeah, I think so, because snowball method requires it's a budget where you pay bit by bit and trying to prioritize the debts according to their how big they are. You start with the biggest to the smallest.
Okay, thanks, Osiro. Interesting definition. Anyone else? Winnie, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it's the method where you pay off your debts, start with the smaller one, close them off, and then go to the next smallest until you get to the bigger one.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Winnie, for that. Basically, the snowball method is the method where, like Winnie mentioned and Jose mentioned, you're paying your debts bit by bit, but then you're starting off by listing off your debts from smallest to largest, regardless of the interest rate. So on the balance of the debt that you're paying off, you'll see what the next example that I'm going to give you guys. And the second step is that you make the minimum payments on all your debts except for the smallest one. Third, you pay as much as possible on your smallest debt and then find extra income. So as I mentioned, you could do something on the weekend, whether it's doing laundry for someone, finding something that you can do as a side hustle. Anyway, you can get that extra money for your budget. And then when the smallest debt is paid off, you roll that money over to the next month or the next, small debt, and then over into the next debt until that is paid off. Right, so you repeat this process. So you're basically snowballing. You know how you can roll something and it becomes bigger as you roll it. You repeat this process until the debt is paid in full, and then you are debt free. So after that, you can use your savings to basically save up for anything else, because you have income, or you have kind of you have cash that you can then use to basically use it for something else. So yeah, one of the ways that we can manage our budget is basically by splitting or organizing our budget according to a percentage base. And one of the ways that we can do that is by using the 50-30-20 rule. So I just want to know from you guys, what percentage of your budget do you think one should spend on needs, wants, as well as savings? So I'm just going to launch a poll, and I can just ask you guys to maybe just engage with the poll and let me know what your thoughts are. And we're going to have a look at the results after. We have about 1 minute. What do you think you should be spending in terms of your income? So it's a 50-50 split between the last two options. So most of you guys chose between those two options. And basically the correct answer is that the 50-30-20 rule basically recommends that you spend 50% of your income on your needs. This can include anything from your rent or your bond payment or transport to get to work. Then it suggests that you spend 30% of your income on wants. So this could be anything from, entertainment, fast food, alcohol, cigarettes, depending on what your vice is. And then the 50-30-20 rule recommends that you also save 20% of your income. You agree with it? Is it realistic based on an average person's income as well as their responsibilities? What are your thoughts on this rule?
I agree with the rule. Yeah, because I cannot be spending. Okay, first of all, the needs, it's the necessities. So you need to spend most of your money on the necessities. We cannot run away from that. And the ones, I've got kids that I need to entertain every once in a while. So I will need to put something there. And I think it will be more than savings, of course, because of the income that we earn. We can't say 30-30, we just need to balance things. But for me, I think I agree.
Do you think maybe age could affect you implementing this rule? So like Avia mentioned now, people who have a family might want to shift it a little bit more. Do you think this rule applies to or can be implemented by anyone? What are some of the factors that you think might affect the implementation of this rule?
For me, yes, age can be a factor in terms of wants versus savings. If you're still young, you don't have any responsibilities, you can choose to cut off your takeaways, some of the entertainment, and put it on savings for a long term. You know, if you have a long term goals in terms of investment or saving, something like that. But if you have more responsibilities, then in terms of the wants, you're a little bit limited in terms of how can you cancel certain things or, you know, add more things. So your needs becomes sometimes more higher, and the wants if it's not for yourself, for the kids, husband, and everybody else in the household.
No, that's true, Winnie. I think age plays a big role in terms of how you would split your income. For example, someone who's younger might not have that many needs, might be depending on or still depending on their parents or sharing. So the needs might differ, and you might spend a little less on that. As well as if you're younger, you might want to invest a little bit more because your age, or time is on your side, if I can put it that way. So you'd want to increase maybe the 20% to at least maybe 35%. So this is not set in stone, but it's just an indication of how you can split your budget, just so that you have everything organized. But this is one of the recommendations to do so. Okay, so I just want to get from you guys, what is the take home for today? What are some of the things that you would say we touched on today? What are some of the things that you would say that you took home from today's session? Stella, you want to say something?
Yes. So I learned that I need to invest in easy equities because I need more money. You weren't here, Neil, so you didn't hear the tea.
Okay, that's how Hello speaking.
Yes. I also, I definitely need to practice or implement the 50-30-20 rule. Yes, I am aware about it, but it's all good knowing, but it doesn't help if I don't actually put it into practice. So that's one of the things I'd like to practice going forward. Thank you.
No, that's true, Stella. Start little by little, start where you can, and see how you can then, implement it. I think like anything else, budgeting is something that you need to then, make it and own it as something that you do on a regular basis. It can't be something that you then check on, at the end of the month. So that's true. Make the 50-30-20 rule. Personalize it according to how it works for you and the responsibilities that you have in your budget. Kauhelo, you wanted to say something?
So for me, so the interesting thing which I learned is the snowball method. It's just interesting how it's set up. However, I think what would do me well is to also modify it to my finances, and work on a plan to have a snowball method in my budget. And then in terms of the 50-30-20 rule, so this is very good. However, then my thing is that for the wants, because I'm not able to meet my wants as much as I could. So that's where the side hustle comes in, to say, okay, to increase my wants, I then have to up my activity in terms of my side hustle.
Thanks, Carlo, for that. That's quite insightful. Yeah. Is there anyone else before we wrap up? What are some of the things that you learned today? What are some of the things that you took away from the session?
For me, Neo, I think also it's the snowball method, like Ukhaukele is saying. I think what scares me is the big amounts, and then I just forget about the small ones. So I'll just want to push for the big amounts and not think about, okay, maybe starting with the small ones might help, and then just eliminate some on the way. So I think the snowball method, I also need to implement that. Yeah. And the fact that I need to budget all the time and stick to my budget, like what Reverend was saying. It must be on paper before you spend it. So, yeah, I've learned a lot. And also I need to save for unexpected events, because Antoinette was just saying, when we only save for things that we feel like, okay, my goal is to go Zanzibar December. And then that's what I'm saving for. And then if something comes during the year, I take from those savings, of which it might affect my goals. So I just also need to have a small thing for unexpected events.
I just have a question in terms of saving for unexpected event. I was one of those people who used to do that. But what I realized is that I waste money with that, because it stays in an account where it's a savings account, but I can be able to access it at any time. So then I chose not to save anymore for unexpected events.
Yeah. No, one of the ways that a person can actually combat that is that don't have it readily available in front of your eyes. Trust me, the human brain is not naturally inclined to, even if you're saving. So at the end of the month, if you are saving a certain amount, make sure that it's an automatic payment, that you're not doing it manually, because you will talk yourself out of it. If you have to then send the amount manually to a certain account. And again, there's different kinds of products that a person can use. So there's the 30-day, notice accounts that some banks have.
With the 30 days, unfortunately now with the app and everything, you can take it at any time with a fine, of which sometimes when you look at whatever that you need to do is not a lot. That's, yeah.
No, it all boils down to discipline, working with your finances. I mean, everything will boil down to discipline. But one thing is, keep it out of sight. So out of sight, out of mind. Make sure that if you are saving up for a rainy day, it's in a separate, kind of account or product than your day-to-day spending. So that you draw the line between, this is my monthly day-to-day stuff where I buy bread with this and I do this with that. And this is my rainy day if an emergency comes on. But one of the things that one can do is try and get a separate account. So as soon as your income, you know that your income goes into this account, and you basically send your wants money into a different account. So you only use this card to pay for takeouts and whatnot. If money's finished in that account, there's nothing else left. So those are some of the ways that you can kind of organize your money and kind of demarcate the areas where you can spend. But that's a really good question, Winnie. It all boils down to discipline. It all boils down to just making sure that you separate it. All right, from my side, I just want to say thank you for taking part in today's session. It was interesting. It was fun. Thank you all for participating. And I learned a lot from you guys. Yeah, thank you for taking part in investing in your financial education.
We've had a look at banking. Then we talked about lending. Now it's time to put a spotlight on savings and why this is so important for financial stability. To kick off, let's understand what savings are. In a nutshell, it's the money you don't spend every month to rather keep it safe. This can be done in a bank account, pension plan, or investment. Usually, this money will earn interest, helping your money grow with inflation. There are also other informal ways to save. So what exactly is interest? Well, it's the money you earn when your savings are invested or kept in a bank account. The interest rate refers to the percentage that your saved money or investment earns in a year. There are also other important terms to understand, such as inflation, which is the extra money that you need each year in order to buy the same things as the year before. This is because the cost of living is always increasing. Another term is compound interest. This is when the interest you earn is reinvested. Now you will continue to earn interest on the original amount plus the interest previously earned. Have a look at our handy table to see how this works. Lastly, the term return on investment. This is the amount of income that an investment provides in a year over the investment period. So what exactly are the different ways to save? The most common way is a savings account with your bank, which is an easy way to earn interest and access your money. There's also a retail savings bond, an investment that allows you to earn interest over a set time period. Other ways include a money box where money is kept at home and doesn't earn interest, or money stamps which can be collected and used to buy groceries. The Stokvel, a proudly South African way to save, allows members of the Stokvel or savings group to pay a set amount every month. Some Stokvels have one member of the group receiving the total amount contributed by the group, while others distribute the money after a long period or use the money saved to buy items that the members need. There's also an option of lay-by. Here you purchase something on credit without interest, but can only take the item home once you've paid for it in full. It's important to make saving an important part of your life. Without extra money, this feels like an impossible task. But if you examine your spending habits, you can identify areas to cut down every month. You will need to change these spending habits, like bringing your own lunch to work, for example, in order to free up money for saving. Paying off debts also makes more money available. Next, add your potential savings together like this. This will give you a goal to work towards. Now you can look at different accounts or investments that will help your savings grow over time. Finally, create a personal savings goal by asking yourself, where do I want to be in 5 years? Use this to keep you focused. That's it for our spotlight on savings. Financial literacy is power. The power to secure the future that you deserve with Streetwise Finance by Hollard.
Day and welcome to today's edition of Money Smart Week. Our topic is healthcare insurance. Speak to experts before making costly mistakes. My name is Solani Baloyi of the Financial Intermediaries of Southern Africa, the FIA. So we are a trade association for intermediaries. We strive to protect and develop the professional service of our members as well as their employees to make sure that consumers can benefit from the value of advice, risk management and product fulfillment in today's DIY world. Today I'm joined by Andre Jacobs, and Andre Jacobs is the member of the Healthcare Executive Committee of the FIA, and just as a way of introduction, he has over 32 years of experience in the financial services industry and more specifically the medical scheme and health insurance field. Andre has led the submissions on the PHASE Act, the Medical Schemes Act, Low Income Medical Scheme Project, the National Health Bill, and he completed the International Labour Organization's Social Security, which is equivalent to our NHI, that course he did in Italy. This assists Andre to serve on the NHI task team of the Business Unity South Africa, MSWSA. So it's always very difficult to introduce someone with so much experience and vast experience in the field. This just comes to show that I am in the presence of a giant. So Andre, welcome to today's edition of Money Smart Week.
Solani, thanks a lot. It's a real honor to be here today.
Mm-hmm. So I think first, just for us to unpack healthcare and what it entails. If you can give us an overview of the area that you operate in.
So we all want to be healthy, but we're not.
Yeah. Yes.
We all don't want to have a disease, and today is the first year of the first person being diagnosed with COVID. Was today a year ago. So things happen, and when that happens, there's a cost involved. So we want to insure ourselves against that cost. So that type of product we call a medical scheme. There is also health insurance products that cover certain events or stated benefits that they provide. And then there's also products that we have that's called gap products. So basically what it means, a medical scheme only fund up to a certain level. A provider may charge more, and this gap product then fills that gap and providing certain cover. That's a space that we operate in. There's a range of other areas that healthcare brokers get involved in terms of primary care. Some of them get involved in wellness, mental wellness, EAP programs, all those aspects. But it's all about what do we do to keep people healthy, and if we can't keep them healthy, how do we actually fund that cost that is associated with that illness.
Okay. So during your explanation of the landscape of healthcare, you mentioned some terms like medical scheme, gap cover. What is the role of the intermediary? Do I need advice on these products? It does sound a bit complex.
Yes, it does sound complex, and it is complex.
Okay.
We talk about new generation medical schemes, thresholds, PMBs, prescribed minimum benefits is the acronym, DTPs, diagnostic treatment pairs, formularies, protocols. It's very complex. That's the words that this industry is using, and it's very, very difficult for the consumer to understand it. Like sometimes people have difficulty understanding terminology and jargon that the IT environment uses.
Yes.
It's also the same in our case. But what a broker or an intermediary rather do is basically three things that you have to do. And that was one of our presentations to the Portfolio Committee on Finance in Parliament, where we said the broker intermediary have to guide the member, you have to educate the member, and you have to protect the member. And that's basically the three things that he needs to do. And all the work that the intermediary does falls within that category of guide, educate, and protect.
Okay. How complex is the landscape in terms of how many medical aid schemes are out there? So if I wanted medical aid cover, how many schemes would I choose from? Is it a lot?
Yes. So first of all, you need to decide which medical scheme do you want to join. Then the next one is which option in that medical scheme do I need to join?
Yeah.
And that's where the guide aspect comes in.
Okay.
So I will have to understand what is your needs. I need to understand, do you want to rather have a single amount of money that you want to use for your day-to-day expenses? Then I can look at a benefit, such as a scheme that we refer to as a savings plan scheme, that have a certain amount of money that you can use. But if you're a person that don't want to do that, you find it intimidating that it's now your cost. It sounds very nice initially, but then when you start claiming, you find out, oh, now I need to manage how much money I have, and then I run out of money. And you might be a person that finds more affinity towards what we call a traditional medical scheme. And the old gentleman today, I'm that old gentleman, but the old gentleman many years ago from Noomsa explained to me a traditional medical scheme is like a sliced loaf of bread. Once you eat that one slice, that is up, it's finished. So what he referred to is you have a certain amount for a GP visit, you have a certain amount for dentistry, you have a certain amount for your medicine, and that assists members, I think, sometimes better to manage their benefits. And so I need to understand what is your affinity. I need to explain to you what is the difference between these, and how does it affect you on your daily running of your healthcare provision. That's on the guide side. It's really making sense of this myriad of medical schemes and options. There's nearly 300 options that people can choose from. From very cheap or affordable options to very, very expensive options. And where does it fit in? And that guide, navigating you through that decision-making process is what the intermediary needs to do.
It sounds to me like there are some disclosures that consumers need to make sure that the right product is chosen. What are some of those disclosures that members have to make when joining a medical aid scheme?
Yes, so medical schemes have what I call underwriting process that I have to follow. So they look at that you actually disclose this specific condition. So there's certainly your health conditions you need to disclose. But what the legislation do is and that is sometimes misunderstood, is the legislation requires you to disclose specifically the last 12 months before date of application. So if you apply on a specific date, the 12 months prior to that, those conditions you do need to disclose to the medical scheme. Some medical schemes have a last question on the application form that says, is there anything else that you need to disclose? They can't chuck you off the medical scheme, and I think that's why sometimes consumers said, but I don't want to say it because they're not going to allow me. They have to accept you. It doesn't matter how ill you are, how old you are. They have to accept you, and they have to charge you the same as they would charge another member. They can't charge you more because of that illness. There is a responsibility on the member to disclose all those conditions. Also, it is important to disclose to the intermediary that advises you what those health conditions are and what those health conditions are going to be in the future. For instance, if you don't disclose to me that you want to undergo an operation that is very expensive and very costly, I might advise you to go to a specific plan that covers all the general surgeons and so on, but specialist surgeons, specialist procedures are not covered on that plan, and that makes it very difficult. So if I understand that need, I can advise you so much better. And I think that is important for the consumer to make sure that the insurer knows, but also the intermediary that advises him knows what their health condition is and what the underlying conditions would be.
Okay. And is it possible to go directly with insurers for medical health care? Is it possible for me to just call up a medical aid and say, I want cover? Can a consumer do that?
Yes. In fact, the Medical Schemes Act specifically state that a medical scheme may not prevent a member that want to approach them directly. So if a member wants to approach a medical scheme directly, they are allowed, and the medical scheme have to accept them. However, I would ask you, is it wise to do that? And let me show you, let me talk about the example. I spoke about guide, educate, and protect. Now, on the protection side, there's a gentleman, let's call him Peter. He had to undergo an angiogram. The medical scheme didn't want to allow it because they said that there's certain pre-existing conditions and he never belonged to a medical scheme. They excluded it.
Okay.
But that was for diabetes that he actually disclosed, but they said that's related to his heart condition, which they can't do. But eventually we engaged with the medical scheme, and the medical scheme allowed the angiogram to go on. Then during the procedure, they realized there's a big problem here. And they found a specialist cardiologist to do a triple heart bypass on an emergency basis. This was more or less just before Christmas, about the 22nd of December. They did a triple heart bypass the next morning, 7:30. And on the 4th of January this year, the medical scheme revoked the pre-authorization. And that member, eventually all his claims came to 367,000 rand. That would cause most people to have a second heart attack. So we lodged a complaint with the Council for Medical Schemes.
Okay.
And it was adjudicated in favor of the member, and the medical scheme had to pay the claims in full. Now the question is, does it make sense for that member to go directly to the medical scheme and not be afforded that protection of somebody that understands the law, understands the complexity of this environment? Now, why would consumers want to do that? Maybe because they think that they would save money, but they wouldn't, because that cost, the remuneration that the intermediary receives is already built into the product or into the price of the product. So if he doesn't use an intermediary, the price stays the same. And he loses that ability of that protection. He loses the ability of that guidance in terms of what to do. He loses the understanding of the education, understanding how his medical scheme actually works. In this specific person's case, just to show the example, this is a person that actually engaged with the medical scheme directly. And when there was a problem, he then sought an intermediary, and we were able to assist the person. But that person is on an income-based option, which means it is based on your contribution is based on the salary that you earn. Now, he's a dependent on his spouse's medical scheme, and on the spouse's medical scheme, she's on her income, she's at the lowest bracket, so he pays very little. However, his income pushes him up to the highest bracket, and the medical scheme that he engaged with never informed him of that.
Yeah.
They also imposed a late joiner penalty on him because he's older and didn't belong to a medical scheme. They imposed a 75% penalty on him. which means if the premium is 1,000 rand, he pays 1,700 rand for the rest of his life. Now, that was wrongly imposed. And we could reduce that to 25%. But the medical scheme never did that. They never advised him about that. And so my question rather is, can you afford not to use a broker?
Yeah.
And I would say that it is immensely dangerous not to do that, because a broker adds so much value in terms of the guidance, the education, and the protection.
I am sold. I am very much convinced that everyone needs to seek financial advice. But now, where do I find a broker? I mean, it's easier because we know the big insurers, you know, we know them by name, we can Google it, we can find their phone numbers. But now when I'm looking for advice, where do I find financial advisors?
Yes, I think there's various examples, but what I would guide a person to do is look at, again, three things. But where do I find it? They need to find it, look at a person like a broker that is a member of the Financial Intermediaries Association of Southern Africa. Why? Because that association have a code of conduct, and they can hold that intermediary to account if that intermediary steps out of line.
Yeah.
So my first choice would be to go and look at who are members of the Financial Intermediaries Association. But then, when you look at that, you need to ask yourself a couple of questions. You need to be able to trust that intermediary. Now, we know there's a good basis. It's a FIA member, so therefore you can trust that member. But trust is also built in the sense of, can me and you relate? Do I speak your language? And I'm not talking a specific language. Do I get you? Do I understand your needs? And I think that is immensely important. You need to look at, does the intermediary represent? Have an interview with the intermediary, ask him questions or her questions, and say, and determine for yourself, does that intermediary represent me as a client? Will they represent my needs? Or do they actually just tell me what a medical scheme would tell me in any case? Because if they just do that, then I can just as well just go to the medical scheme. I want somebody that stands in for me, because that's the word, that's why I use the word intermediary. It's a word that comes from Latin that says Latin word intermedius, which means you stand in the middle. I stand in the middle of the client and in terms of the medical scheme or the insurer. So I have to protect my client at the insurer, the interest of my client at the insurer. I am that middleman, if you want to use that phrase. So first of all, the trust issue. So we know if we look there. Then the other one is the competency. What is the level of competency? Now, in our industry, we have to undergo certain training on an annual basis, but ask the question, how up-to-date is your training that you need to undergo? Because there's a certain amount of continued education that we need to do every year. How up-to-date is it? What was the last training that you undergo? If the broker can answer you that question, it means that it is somebody that takes that training seriously. So look at that competency. And then I think the other aspect is look at the independence. And the independence of thought. So does he follow the 6-step financial planning process with me? Does he do a needs analysis? Is he independent in his thought process, or is he just giving me what insurer A, B, or C, or medical scheme A, B, or C is giving me? Because if he does that, look at his newsletters. If his newsletters are just a copy and paste from an insurer, or if there isn't newsletters and it's just forwarding a mail from the insurer or the medical scheme, then there is not the independence of thought. So look at that. Ask for references. Ask the references how independent is this intermediary in their thought process. And I think that is immensely important for the consumer. So trust, competency, and independence of thought.
Trust, competency, and independence of thought. And then I want to just quickly get your thoughts on COVID-19. How did COVID-19 change the healthcare landscape?
Oh, I think we don't have a whole day. But it's a very interesting it's a very interesting challenge. It's a challenge that doesn't exist only in South Africa. It's a challenge that exists everywhere in the world. And what happened? There was a healthcare disease, a disease that could easily be prevented. And I know that's a controversial statement, but it could have been prevented if we listened to our mothers. And what did our mothers tell us? They told us, wash your hands,
cover your mouth
when you cough, and have social distancing and all those things. That the mother didn't say because they hug us and they love us. So, but the reality is that is things that was told to people in 1918, and they didn't listen. And then the first wave was over, and they thought, oh, let's go back to our normal ways. And then there was a second wave, and the second wave was worse than the first wave. And that's what happened in South Africa. It's what happened all over the world. But the healthcare systems were challenged. And healthcare systems found there's a new disease, and we were not prepared for this new disease. And governments had to rethink, how do they actually deliver healthcare? And it highlighted a lot of other issues in organizations, in countries, in companies. The inequalities that exist, inequality in service delivery. In this specific province, the healthcare system is atrocious, and that's province, it is far better organized. And so it was very difficult for the consumer to actually access healthcare. Some people pulled back on their healthcare needs, and that caused added problems for the industry. In some cases, hospitals were full, and doctors couldn't perform the planned procedures that had to be done. In some cases, not even planned procedures, but quite important other healthcare services that had to be rendered, and they couldn't do that. Our healthcare workers are immensely overworked, stressed out, and themselves were unprepared for this disease. Now, what's a lesson that we can learn from this? And I think the lesson is the importance of at least having this form of cover, the importance of engaging with organizations, with government, constructively in transforming a healthcare system to be responsive to future diseases. Currently, the World Health Organization is looking at 10 diseases that can create pandemics in the future. Now, if that is so, surely healthcare became, and then I think that's what COVID did, it placed health of a person on top of the agenda. It told us how important our health is, how important good health is for productivity, how good health is for the economy. And that is why we need to roll up our sleeves. Every single person have to get involved, and they have to create with government and a smart word that governments all over the world use is a social compact. But it just means that organized labor, business, government, civil society, all have to stand together to find solutions for an affordable and a sustainable healthcare system that cover the majority of people, or all the people. That's a task that we need to do. It's a very difficult task. Every government, every healthcare system around the world, we're challenged with this problem. But it now made it priority, I think priority number one globally. And I think that is immensely, immensely important.
What did this mean for your business? Did you get an increased demand of consumers that were looking for advice in their healthcare, or what are the trends?
Yes. So what consumers, there's some consumers that had to reduce because their income were reduced. So they had to reduce the level of cover.
Yeah.
Some industries went through a huge amount of layoffs, and people like that had to exit the market. So that happened.
Yeah.
But what it did do is it did ask a question: am I on the right plan today?
Yes.
If it happens, and if something very bad happens, and I think what it did is it moved the debate away. We always use the phrase that we said, medical scheme is like a grudge purchase. It now became a necessity purchase.
Yes.
And there was a study published a few weeks ago where they actually looked at how will consumers save money going forward. And healthcare provision was the lowest on the bottom. So, and in that case, it is good to be at the bottom because it means a priority is there. 14% of men said that they would maybe relook at the healthcare provision. 10% of women. Why? Women are more caregivers. They understand that need, and they're concerned about health. So only 10% of women actually indicated that healthcare is the area where they will look at saving costs, which means healthcare is on top of the agenda, and that healthcare provision is important for people. And I think that is what came out of COVID as a lesson for us.
Mm-hmm. So, Nathan, national healthcare insurance, as a country, I know we were challenged by this COVID-19 pandemic to act swiftly and so on and so forth, but I know that it was already a topic of discussion between government and several other stakeholders. How far is that conversation? How far are we as South Africans? And what is our status with NHI? Is it coming? Is it going? Where are we?
Like I've asked the question, can we afford not to use an intermediary? The question is also, can we afford not to change our healthcare system?
Okay.
And we have to find a way which we find a healthcare system that is inclusive for everybody. I think one thing that came out of COVID that is a lesson to be learned in terms of a transformed healthcare system is the value that the private sector had in assisting government to look after the health of the nation. And we always said it, and the Financial Intermediaries Association in our submissions to Parliament and the Health Market Inquiry spoke about the private sector as a national asset. And the private sector is a national asset. And it needs to be harnessed, it needs to be leveraged, and we need to learn the lessons from the private sector. But it's not efficient at all, and there are problems in the private sector as there is in the public sector.
Okay.
But it's not time for us to say, me and you, we stand apart. We need to work together. We need to find a solution in South Africa where we say, enough is enough. let's now find a solution in the interest of the population to have a healthcare system where everybody will have access to quality care at affordable rates. And it's a duty that the intermediaries have also to fulfill in that finding that solution for South Africa. Yes, we are challenged in terms of infrastructure, in terms of collaboration between different sectors, in terms of our finances. Our economy has had a huge negative impact in terms of COVID. And yes, we are in an immense strain from a country. That doesn't mean that we cannot change our healthcare system. Which system we are going to use, whether it is going to be a national health insurance, whether it's going to be a social health insurance, whether it's going to be some form of a hybrid between the public and the private sector, we don't know that yet. There's a huge amount of submissions that was given to the Portfolio Committee on Health. They have to sift through that, and then have the public engagements. So it's a lengthy process that we still need to undergo. And we have to ask as a society, as stakeholders in that society, what can I do? What is my role that I can do to fast track this, to find a solution? And only if everybody starts thinking that way will we start moving away from, oh, there's the public sector, there's the private sector. We must work together. We have no choice. We owe that to our clients. We owe that to the nation.
After NHI, let's say now it's implemented and it's running smoothly. What do you see as the role of the intermediary? So if we imagine this perfect world where it is working correctly, do brokers still have a role?
Yes. So I think for the consumers and the viewers that looks at this video, I think they're gonna say, but yeah, because the way that we understand NHI, and I specifically use the word transformed healthcare system, but the way that it's provided to us is that I will have unlimited benefits. I will not pay for it. And everything will be fine. So there will be no role for an intermediary. That is definitely not true. Firstly, it will not be unlimited benefits. There will be a limit to the benefits because the need is always higher than the amount that you can pay. So there needs to be a rationing. We have seen also in countries that have implemented social health insurance programs, national health insurance programs, we have seen a growth in the insurance market afterwards to assist. But the role of the intermediary, what is the role of the intermediary? I said the role is to guide, to educate, to protect. On a national health insurance system, the intermediary, somebody have to explain to the person, this is what you are covered for. This is what your role is. This is what your obligations is. Because you can't just go where you want to go like we do in the private sector. I can go to any doctor if I'm on that type of option. No, you shall go only to this place, and only when they send you to that specialist can you go there. You have to follow a very strict process. So I think in that regard, the role of the broker will stay the same. The protection that I spoke about, and there's many examples that we can talk about in that regard, that intermediaries do. And intermediaries usually use the word, oh, it's just my job. It's actually not. They actually, in a certain sense, sometimes miracle workers protecting the rights of the individual. But in that, when government says, no, you can't get this operation, and you now have to lodge an appeal, who has the knowledge to do that? The intermediary do have the knowledge. So that guide, educate and protect function of the intermediary in an NHI system or outside the NHI system will remain. If I add value in guiding you, educating you and protecting you, my role is secure. And I think that's important because that's what a consumer wants. There may be a change in the way that I'm remunerated from that. But that role itself, I think, will be secured going into the future. The broker adds a huge amount of value, and I think consumers experience that also, and we've seen it over the last 8 years. We've seen a steady growth in consumers making use of the intermediary. At this stage, about 85% of people on open medical schemes make use of an intermediary because they trust them, they believe in their competence, and they believe in the independence of thought.
Andre, thank you so much for joining us for this edition of our participation in Money Smart Week. We really appreciate all the insights that you brought with. We really appreciate your contribution and you taking the time to come and meet us. Much appreciated. Thank you so, so much.
Thank you, Solani.
On your journey towards financial stability, it's important to equip yourself with financial know-how. So, now that we understand the difference between needs and wants, let's ask ourselves, is insurance a need or a want? Insurance protects your life, the lives of your loved ones, and your possessions. Because of the peace of mind that insurance brings, many people see insurance as an important need. You see, insurance protects you and your family against risks and dangers, both foreseen and unforeseen. Examples include your house flooding or being involved in an accident. It could also be the loss of a family member or the loss of a job. Here's a deeper understanding of these unforeseen and foreseen events. Unforeseen events are sudden events that cannot be planned for, like natural disasters, accidents, or burglary. On the other hand, foreseen events are those that are bound to happen at some point in your life, such as death or retirement. These are some examples of insurable things that can happen to you. An accident, funeral, crime, retrenchment, fire, a flood, birth, sickness, or retirement. If any of these events happen to you or your loved ones, they may cause major stress and could have a long-lasting impact on your life. These could lead to depression, loss of your home, no retirement savings, medical disability, education expenses, and even death. That's why insurance is so important, to avoid these kinds of challenges in your life. So then, is insurance a need or a want? Well, you be the judge. If you ask us, insurance is the need you always have to answer and never want to be without.
Scams come in all shapes and sizes and can even come through a person that you know and trust. The number of scams has increased exponentially during the COVID-19 pandemic. With the proper knowledge on the signs, symptoms, and red flags to look out for, you can save yourself, your family, and friends from being victims to future scams. Keep your eyes and ears glued to your screen. Up next, we have the Credit Bureau Association, who will be talking about debt review, Nedbank, SASFIN on debt and maintaining credit, the ASISA Foundation, as well as FinWell Training and Bayport on consolidating loans. Lastly, a big thank you to my co-host Sibusiso Maglana for joining me today. It has been an absolute pleasure having you in studio today.
At Hollard, we believe that being streetwise with your money is the way to achieve your goals. Let's get to understand the first part of this module, understanding the difference between needs and wants. Needs are life's most important requirements. In a nutshell, it's anything that's needed in order to survive. On the other hand, A want is a wish for something. It may not be something that you need, but it is seen as improving your life. These are things like soccer tickets, a fancy cell phone, takeaways, or even expensive branded clothing. So how do you plan for needs and wants? Well, the secret is smart planning. This way, you know what you can safely and comfortably afford to spend on your monthly needs and wants. It all starts with setting goals, which are grouped into different ranges. Short-term goals, like the purchase of furniture or minor home improvements, are within 12 months. Medium-term goals, such as saving for a home deposit or dream vacation, are within 2 to 5 years, while long-term goals, like paying off your bond, range within 5 to 10 years. When setting these goals, it's important to follow the SMART acronym, which reminds us to structure our goals in order to achieve them. Goals should be specific, so break them into smaller steps. They should be measurable, allowing you to track your progress. It's important that they're also attainable and not too far outside of your reach. And realistic, meaning they're doable. Lastly, goals should be timely. Set a target and work towards it. Otherwise, your goal is just a wish. You can set these goals in all areas of your life, from health and finance to leisure and relationships. Now that we have looked at the difference between needs and wants, it's time to get down to budgeting. Whether it's from an employer, business or grant, every month you receive an income. At the beginning of the month, start by allocating funds towards paying off your needs, like groceries, school fees, electricity, and other necessary expenses. Now you're free to allocate the remainder to all your wants for that month. Together, your needs and wants make up your monthly expenses. When you minus your expenses from your income, you are left with extra money. This can be used to spend on life's unforeseen or unplanned expenses. To keep track of this, it's best to write it all down in the form of a budget, similar to the one on screen now. Remember, budget planning is the first step in taking charge of your financial well-being. It starts with being streetwise.
Series 2. Now we're going to be looking at saving. You need to understand what savings are. So now that you've gone through the financial plan by setting your goals and analyzing your spending and setting your budgets, it's now time to understand how you can save by putting money aside every month. Saving is a deliberate act of putting money aside with the intention of using it in the future. With the COVID-19 pandemic affecting many livelihoods due to job losses, many individuals find themselves with no savings to assist them while they search for other jobs. Having money saved is what provides the means for you to take advantage of situations, whether it's going back to college, starting a new business, or buying shares of stock when the market crashes. We're going to look at a few steps. Number 1, understanding savings. Savings comprise of the amount of money left over after spending. For example, Kayla's monthly salary is 5,000 rands. Her expenses include the following: 1,300 for her rent payment, 450 rands for her car payment, 500 rands to pay off her student loan, 300 rands for a credit card payment, and 250 for groceries, 75 rands for utilities, 75 rands for her cell phone, and 100 rands for gas. Since her monthly income is 5,000 rands and her monthly expenses cumulatively are 3,050 rands, Kayla has 1,950 rands left over. If Kayla saves her excess income and faces an emergency, she has money to live on while resolving the issue. But if Kayla does not save her extra money and her expenses exceed her income, she'll begin to live paycheck to paycheck, and no one wants to live hand to mouth, trust me. If she has an emergency, she would not have money to live on and must secure payment for her bills. Now you could be asking, so why must I save? In saving, you will have cash for unforeseen expenses. These are unforeseen expenses that can happen during the month, such as buying a new car tire after you damage one by hitting a pothole. Saving allows you to plan for huge purchases, such as a house or a car, which may require that you put down a deposit. Saving enables you to achieve your short or long-term goals. It also allows you to take much-needed breaks, like going on a holiday and being able to spoil your children and family during the festive seasons. Saving will prepare you for retirement so that you're not a burden to your children at that age. Saving gives you peace of mind, and it will help you enjoy financial freedom. Savings allow you to manage debt by using cash and not the credit card for some expenses. Remember, don't live a champagne life on a beer budget. Saving helps to finance other life achievements, such as weddings, graduation parties, or even your anniversary. When you put money into a savings account, it earns interest on an annual basis. The amount of interest will vary depending on the bank, the account type, or the financial institution, but the fundamentals remain the same. The more money you keep in your savings account, the more interest you will earn. You might be asking, so how much money should I be saving? Everyone knows saving money should be a top priority, and most people are smart enough to look for money-saving tips. But how many people know how much money they should be saving? Most people mistakenly believe that saving when you have more money is better than saving when you have less money. While that's true in a general sense, depending upon your needs, your lifestyle, your preferences, and income, the amount of money you need to save and have available in the event of an emergency or golden opportunity could be very different from your friend, your family, and neighbors. The general rule, however, is to have at least 3 months' salary set aside or saved in the event that you should suddenly have a loss of income. This will enable you to overcome the emergency when you experience financial problems. So this may be difficult to achieve, but it is a target worth aiming for. Now, you could also be wondering, so where must I save? Some people keep their savings under their mattress, in a piggy bank, or some give someone else to keep for them. Although this may work in the short term, in some contexts, it is not the best way to save your money. It is advisable to use platforms such as banks and registered financial institutions to make sure that your savings are not only safe, but that they also accrue interest for you. Now that we've looked at savings and what saving is all about, you might be wondering, so how do I save? Saving is not easy, especially in the socio-economic challenging times that we are facing. Most households fail to set aside just a month's salary for a rainy day. Well, there's no better time or perfect time to start saving. It takes just 1 month of commitment to create a habit. You should develop a simple, realistic strategy so that you can save for all your short and long-term saving goals. The first step to you starting saving is to figure out how much you actually spend. Keep track of all your expenses, big and small, including airtime, every coffee, takeaways, cash tips, and all the in-between. Once you have your data, organize the numbers by categories such as fuel, groceries, mortgage, and total each amount. This will give you a clear picture on what you spend the most on and where you can begin to save. Let's look at a few tips on how you can save money. Number 1, keep track of your spending. If you know where your money is going, it'll be easier to make changes if you need to. Point number 2, separate your wants from your needs. Do you really need that 42-inch flat screen smart TV? When money is tight, it should not be spent unless absolutely necessary. Point number 3, avoid using credit to pay your bills. While it may make things easier now, using credit only increases your monthly payments in the future. Point number 4, save regularly. Have some of your salary directly deposited into your savings account or set up an automatic transfer each month from your checking to your savings account. Start where you are with what you can and increase from that. Point number 5, check your insurance policies. Review the coverage of all your plans. You may have too much and be wasting money, or too little and not be adequately covered. Point number 6, try lowering your electricity bill. Turn off appliances and lights when they are not needed. Purchase energy-efficient light bulbs. When you can, use a fan instead of air conditioning, or put on a sweater instead of turning on the heat. Point number 7, cut down on takeout ordering. Even if the meal is not expensive, doing it frequently can really add up. A 100 Rand pizza once a week will cost you almost 5,000 Rands a year. Now that you understand what saving is and why you must save, let's look at the different ways through which you can save. Savings accounts. You can save using many savings accounts that are offered by banks and different financial institutions. These differ depending on the amount required to open the account, accessibility, interest earned, and ease of use and risk. Then we've got notice deposit accounts. These accounts usually require a minimum deposit as well as a minimum balance. You also need to give a defined period of notice to withdraw any funds from the account. In general, the higher the minimum deposit and the longer the notice period, the higher the interest rate earned. A simple example of this would be a 32-day notice account. Then we've got fixed deposit accounts. These are lump sum saving accounts where you can deposit as much and as often as you like. You deposit a fixed amount for a fixed term, and you're only permitted a specific number of withdrawals from the account within a year, or you cannot withdraw it all during that period, depending on your selection when you open that account. Then we've got stokvels. Stokvels have become a saving tool for most communities. These group schemes allow for people to pool their savings into one collective form of investment and making a commitment as a group rather than as individuals. The interest is usually high due to the size of monthly group savings. Then we've got what are called unit trusts. In this type of saving, your money is invested in blue chip shares on the stock market. Unit trusts are very flexible. You can deposit as much as you like, whenever you like, as long as it is more than the minimum installment, usually more than 500 rands a month. They generally have higher returns than a normal savings account, but also higher charges associated with managing the account. Then we've got endowment policies. These are life assurance policies that are invested in various funds and can be cashed in before death. They have fantastic returns on investment but carry a higher risk. You should speak to a financial planner if you'd like this type of plan. Then we've got a retirement annuity. This is a policy where you are unable to access the funds until the age of 55 to 65 years. Other than giving you a tax concession through increasing your yearly contribution to beat the negative effect of inflation, you will be well prepared for your retirement. From the options that we have looked at, do your homework. Pick the one that works best for you. The key is to start saving. Start at the level where you are with the resources that you have, no matter how small. You'll be glad you did.
Somangu, Financial Education Manager. Today I'll be taking you through the importance of savings for the future. There are no magic secrets when it comes to making your money grow, but there are some tips to follow to help you save for your future or for a specific goal. Remember, each year everyone has got a goal to meet, so you can't just achieve that goal without planning to achieve that goal. Simply put, there are 3 things you can do with your money: spend it, save it, or invest it. You spend money for day-to-day needs such as food, housing, transportation, clothing, healthcare, debt repayment, and other expenses such as coffee, movies, or vacations. You save money for unexpected emergencies, unexpected opportunities, or to meet short and medium-term financial goals. Lastly, you invest money in business ventures to earn income over the long term. But the best advice for how to manage these 3 parts of your financial life is simply: spend wisely, save regularly, invest prudently. What is the difference between saving and investing? People tend to have a mistake in terms of saving and investing. Your savings are usually put into the safest places or products that allow you to access your money at any time. Example of these would be savings or fixed deposit accounts. They usually have lower returns, but you can have it for a specific purpose, such as short-term goal within a short time frame. It is very important to understand when you are saving or investing. Investments, on the other hand, are for wealth building, and with greater returns, you also have a greater chance of losing your money than when you save, more especially if we have recessions, so it affects our wealth buildings. Access to the money usually also has some restrictions or costs associated with it. So you usually leave investments for reaching your long-term life or financial goals. So again, it is very important to understand before making a decision whether you are taking a savings account or an investment account. There are benefits of savings. The first one, it gives you an emergency cushion, which gives you more peace of mind in those situations. It will prepare you for your retirement. The average life expectancy has increased, so we will live longer, and therefore we need money to carry us through our life. It enables you to achieve your short or long-term goals. The cost of education is increasing every year, and you will need a savings fund to secure your children's future. So it is important to start saving for your children as early as possible. Compound interest means your money grows while the monthly installment stays the same. So you are earning money by saving. It allows you to afford the things you need or want, such as house or vehicle. It allows you to have fun. It can pay for holidays and other luxury items rather than going and borrow money to go on a vacation or buy luxury items. We've got ways to save money. So you want to be a millionaire, a billionaire? Everyone wants to have plenty of money and the freedom to spend it however they choose. Maybe becoming a billionaire is an unrealistic goal, but you can achieve considerable savings no matter what you earn. Remember, you can do it. All it takes is some hard work and clever strategies, such as making your money work even harder than you do. A budget helps you to save. People who keep track of their expenses often have more money left over at the end of the month than people who simply pay out money without following any kind of spending plan. So it's very important to make sure that you plan before you use your money, no matter how much money you get. So it is very important. Then we have characteristics to consider when choosing a savings service. The first characteristic is access. You need to make sure when you save, when will you need this money? Are you saving for a certain period, or you want like for a short term or for a long term goal? So you need to understand before you choose the savings account that you want to open. The convenience and the ease of use. So is this money for emergency, or you want to keep this money for a long-term goal? So you need to make sure that when will I be able to get this money whenever I need it, or there's some restrictions in this account. Also, you need to know the opening deposit requirements. Make sure that you understand and you ask questions that will meet your needs. And the safety, how safe is your money? Will my interest be affected or not? Interest and on savings, because some people everyone who wants to save money want to get greater returns. So the shorter you save, the less the returns, but the longer you save, the better the returns. You should set a savings challenge for yourself for the year. Determine an amount you can afford to save in January, and then increase that by 10% every month for the 12 months of the year. We also have other ways of saving if you fail to have your own personal savings account. We've got group savings, which we call stokvels. Group savings is a powerful way of creating wealth. The National Stokvel Association of South Africa says there are more than 800,000 stokvel groups, with an estimated 49 billion invested in the South African economy. A stokvel can have as few as 3 members and as many as 500. with 27 members being the average, all saving together for a common purpose. The stokvels are characterized by the savings goal for which they are created and include burial. We've got burial stokvels, grocery stokvels, investment and property stokvels. The group determines its own rules and membership criteria, which are binding on all the members. The benefits of belonging to a stokvel includes disciplined savings. If you know that you fail in terms of being disciplined saving alone, being in a stokvel, it helps you being disciplined. Higher interest rates on large deposits, group support and motivation, achieving personal goals through group collaboration. So if you feel like I'm not disciplined enough in terms of saving, I know that if I join a stokvel, I've got a commitment that I need to meet all the requirements that are needed. There are types of stokvels, property stokvels, as we said. These are investment stokvels for enabling home ownership or funding building material purchases. If you know that you want to build a house, you can join a property stokvel. You know that you will reach that goal that you set for yourself. Saving or investment stokvel. These are used by groups that want to achieve savings or investment goals. More special, but the most important thing, you need to make sure that when you join a stokvel, you trust the people that you join the stokvel with. We also have burial stokvels. These provide much needed financial assistance to members after the loss of a loved one. We know in nowadays that we struggle when in terms of burying our loved ones. Burial stokvels helps a lot. Lastly, we've got grocery stokvel. These save towards buying grocery in bulk, sharing them equally among all members. We know that we've got extended family members that are not working. The grocery stokvel also helps with sharing. When you know that you've got a grocery stokvel, you share amongst the family. Thank you very much.
You know, it is so hard to explain the devastating effect that the COVID-19 pandemic has had on me and my family. My name is Tabiso, and I work in the restaurant industry. My wife caters food for office parks, and as a result of COVID-19, we both found ourselves without work. My employer said he would apply for the government relief fund, but the restaurant was shut down within a few days, and I was unable to reach him ever since. Within a few months, I heard that he had sold his business to someone else and that the new owner was bringing in his own employees. Spent the next couple of months without work and had to survive with help from family members with food. The small amounts that my wife was able to bring in and additional loans that I had to take for us to continue to survive. I haven't been able to pay any of those loans for the past year. And now everyone wants their money back. I got a new job, but my creditors say they can't wait and that I'm likely to lose my car, meaning that even my current job is in jeopardy. I just want to work and provide for my family. Wait a minute. What is this playing on SABC TV? What does debt review mean? Is it something that can help my debt and my future? How does it work? And how do I know which debt counselor to approach?
you who find yourselves in a similar position to that of Tabiso, here is important information for you on debt review. Debt review or debt restructuring is a process that is regulated by the National Credit Act. Debt review provides relief to consumers who are overburdened with debt, in the same position as Tabiso. Debt review involves a process of negotiation with your creditors to reduce your monthly installments so that you are now able to afford the monthly repayments. You need to approach a debt counselor approved by the NCR to assist you with this process. Once you agree to the debt review process, you will need to pay the debt counselor an amount to begin the process. This amount must be advised to you in writing prior to you beginning debt review. In addition, you'll need to commit to pay the newly reduced amount to your creditors every month. A debt review flag will appear on your credit record at the credit bureau. This will advise all creditors that you are under debt review. It is important for you to know that until such time as all your debts have been repaid in full, you are unlikely to obtain additional credit. Once all your debts have been repaid, you will be issued with a debt clearance certificate. At this time, you will exit debt review and the debt flag will be removed from your credit report.
Series 3, Debt Management. We're going to be looking at something that affects many South Africans, many households, something that we need to get ahead of. Now you might be asking, what is debt? Debt is money that you owe, and in most times, it's money owed through credit arrangements. Credit refers to the ability of an individual to obtain goods or services before payment based on a credit agreement that payment will be made in the future through part payments. Debt is used by many corporations and individuals as a method of making large purchases that they could not afford under normal circumstances. A debt arrangement gives the borrowing party permission to borrow money under the condition that it is to be paid back at a later date, usually with interest. When credit facilities approve and grant you a loan, the amount you owe becomes your debt. There is good and bad debt depending on how an individual has accessed their credit facility and why you have accessed this credit facility. It's very important for you to understand debt. The most common forms of debt are loans, including your mortgage, your personal loans, credit card debt. Under the terms of a loan, the borrower is required to repay the balance of the loan by a certain date, typically several years in the future. The terms of the loan also stipulate the amount of interest that the borrower is required to pay annually, expressed as a percentage of the loan amount. Now, interest is used as a way to ensure that the lender is compensated for taking on the risk of the loan, while also encouraging the borrower to repay the loan quickly in order to limit the total interest expense. Now, before taking on credit, there are things that you must assess. Number one, is this a need or is it a want? Ask yourself, can I wait longer and save instead of acquiring the goods on credit? Is it critical in my life at this stage? For example, is it necessary to buy a more expensive car instead of going for a cheaper car that still gets you from point A to point B? Ask yourself as well, is there an alternative payment method? Can I rather save for a few more months, then put down a deposit to reduce interest than taking on full credit? Ask yourself, can I afford the monthly installments required by the credit facility? Remember, you may be able to afford, but further ask yourself, is it a real need or is it just a want? Is the income sustainable in the economic climate to then meet requirements for a monthly repayment? Look at the effects of COVID-19 on the sources of income for many people. Look at the interest rates that are applied to your credit and repayment terms, especially if there is a balloon payment. Consider credit insurance. Credit providers may require you to take out credit life insurance during the term of the agreement, which settles your debt should you die, or should there be disability or retrenchment which prevents you from repaying the loan. Now, what rights do you have as a consumer under the National Credit Act? A consumer has the right to, number one, apply for credit. So it does not include the right to be granted the credit. That's up to the credit provider. They can still decline it on reasonable grounds. Number two, you have the right to be given reasons why your credit application has been declined. And the reasons must be provided to you, the consumer, within a reasonable time after your request. You have the right to protection, and this is protection against discrimination when you apply for credit. So a consumer may not be discriminated against as a result of his or her gender, race, marital status, and so on. You have a right to receive a quotation setting out the amount, the interest rate, other charges, and total costs under the credit agreement. You have a right to receive information and documentation in a plain and understandable language in order for you, the consumer, to make an informed decision when you enter into a credit agreement. For example, as a consumer, you must be able to understand the content, the meaning or importance of the information and the documents that you will receive. Now, what duties do you have as a consumer under the same act, the National Credit Act? A consumer has the duty to, number one, make payments in terms of your credit agreement. You need to honor your debt. Number two, inform the credit provider of changing or changes in your address, the address where goods under the credit agreement are kept, or if another person keeps the goods. You need to be honest and truthful when providing a credit provider with information, and you need to comply with the duties set out in the credit agreement. For instance, to take care of the goods or to insure the goods. That is on you.
At Hollard, we believe that being streetwise with your money is the way to achieve your goals. Let's get to understand the first part of this module, understanding the difference between needs and wants. Needs are life's most important requirements. In a nutshell, it's anything that's needed in order to survive. On the other hand, a want is a wish for something. It may not be something that you need, but it is seen as improving your life. These are things like soccer tickets, a fancy cell phone, takeaways, or even expensive branded clothing. So how do you plan for needs and wants? Well, the secret is smart planning. This way, you know what you can safely and comfortably afford to spend on your monthly needs and wants. It all starts with setting goals, which are grouped into different ranges. Short-term goals, like the purchase of furniture or minor home improvements, are within 12 months. Medium-term goals, such as saving for a home deposit or dream vacation, are within 2 to 5 years, while long-term goals, like paying off your bond, range within 5 to 10 years. When setting these goals, it's important to follow the SMART acronym, which reminds us to structure our goals in order to achieve them. Goals should be specific, so break them into smaller steps. They should be measurable, allowing you to track your progress. It's important that they're also attainable and not too far outside of your reach. And realistic, meaning they're doable. Lastly, goals should be timely. Set a target and work towards it. Otherwise, your goal is just a wish. You can set these goals in all areas of your life, from health and finance to leisure and relationships. Now that we have looked at the difference between needs and wants, it's time to get down to budgeting. Whether it's from an employer, business or grant, every month you receive an income. At the beginning of the month, start by allocating funds towards paying off your needs, like groceries, school fees, electricity, and other necessary expenses. Now you're free to allocate the remainder to all your wants for that month. Together, your needs and wants make up your monthly expenses. When you minus your expenses from your income, you are left with extra money. This can be used to spend on life's unforeseen or unplanned expenses. To keep track of this, it's best to write it all down in the form of a budget, similar to the one on screen now. Remember, budget planning is the first step in taking charge of your financial well-being. It starts with being streetwise.
The focus of this segment is how to maintain credit. Once you have been granted credit, it is highly critical that you manage your debt positively. There are consequences for not managing debt and making regular payments. So skipping of a payment or paying less than the minimum installment is regarded as negative credit behavior. All credit and payment information is reported to all registered credit bureaus in South Africa on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis, and this negative payment information can have impact on your future credit applications. Advantages of credit. You can build a credit history for when you need to make a big purchase, for example, a home. Credit can help you when you need money for an emergency. Credit enables you to buy needed items or assets now and pay for them over time. But there are disadvantages to credit. Credit is not free. Interest, service initiation fees, and other costs are added, which means you pay a price for the money that you borrow. Financial difficulties may arise if one does not use credit responsibly and within one's means, leading to debt spiral and over-indebtedness. Increased impulse buying may occur because it is easy to overuse and buy more than you can afford to repay. Preparing to apply for credit. Credit providers have different requirements to process an application for credit. You should therefore contact your credit provider and ask what documents you will need before you apply. You should ensure that when you apply for credit, you give all required information as fully and truthfully as possible. Apply the following steps to managing your debt. Number 1, preference is for all your payments to be through a debit order system, as this lowers the possibility that you will skip a payment or withhold a payment. Pay your required monthly installment, and if possible, pay more than what is required. Pay your installment no later than the agreed date to avoid penalties. Keep your balances low and manageable according to your monthly budget. Check your budget monthly and revise it where necessary to help you meet payments should you be struggling. Understand the charges to your account, such as administration fees and late payment penalties. Analyze your statements on a regular basis to track your payments and any outstanding balances. Never use credit for cash. Now, what are we saying? Do not draw money at an ATM from your credit card. That is very expensive. If you have been in trouble, try to show your creditors some stability. If you have missed a payment, get current and stay current. Take steps immediately when you find yourself experiencing difficulties so as to avoid negative information reflecting on your credit profile. Review your credit insurance agreement. It may cover your payments for a short time if you have a serious illness, where you're unable to work or become unemployed. Always contact credit providers to negotiate and make an arrangement for lower installments with an extension of the term or a reduction in fees, or speak to them about the possibility of a consolidation loan. If you agree to a new payment plan, stick to it. Consider debt review options. Seek professional help where you need to. These basic steps and tips will enable you to manage your debt effectively for good financial health.
Good day to our viewers. I'm Darren August. This discussion is brought to you by the Association for Savings and Investment South Africa Foundation. We're going to have a discussion on what financial behaviors should SMMEs adopt to enable financial resilience, especially during times of crisis. I'm a facilitator on a few of the consumer financial education programs that are conducted by the ASISA Foundation. And with me is Olivia Ngweni. She's a trainer, a coach on the Foundation's Flame program, and a small business owner herself. Olivia, welcome, and thank you so much for joining us for today's discussion.
Thank you, Darren, and hello to all our viewers. I'm excited to be with you all today.
So, for the benefit of our viewers, can you please explain what is financial resilience and how would it apply to an SMME?
Certainly, Darren. When we talk about financial resilience, it is the ability to cope with financial setbacks or unexpected events when faced with sudden falling of income and unavoidable increase in expenses.
Can you give us some examples of what these unexpected events are that occur?
Yes, Darren. Let us look at how lockdown affected and impacted businesses. with some examples that a lot of people have been experiencing in the last 12 months during lockdown, which we are still under. You remember that during level 5, a lot of businesses were not able to operate. Even those that were open, they have few clients coming to their businesses to buy. And some do not even have access to their farms or premises, so that put an immediate financial strain in their businesses. Again, during lockdown level 5, what happens to the employees, to your business? If you rent a property, remember that your expenses are still the same, they do not change. And on the other side, you do not have an income coming in. That creates a financial setback. Maybe as a business owner, you are in charge of sales and then you fall ill. This will have a financial effect in your business because you are not there to bring in sales. Remember, these events can happen to any of us at any time. So it is important we have certain financial behaviors in place throughout our financial journeys so that when the crisis happens, we are well placed to better manage the risks.
All right, so now that we understand what financial resilience is, what actions can small business owners implement for them to be financially resilient?
All right, Darren, the first action or behavior that I would like to speak to is how do we manage and separate our business and personal money? Remember that business income helps to grow the business, protects the business, fund it, and makes purchases. Remember that you need business money to pay expenses like your rent, transport cost, cell phone cost. And when we talk about personal money, we need that money to buy groceries, pay school fees, school transport, just to name a few. Therefore, it is important that we maintain the separation because the same that you have a personal budget, you need to have a business budget so that we know if our business is doing well and we can grow it. It is also important for us to distinguish from the personal savings to business savings and not mix them. Remember that your business needs and wants are totally different to your personal needs and wants. You cannot mix them. A very good example to share is that when you have an emergency of paying school fees or paying a house electricity bill, are you going to take the money from your business that you have used to buy your stock? Or do you perhaps know what the results will be? It will definitely be less money available for your business. So the best way is to actually pay yourself a salary that the business can afford. And then you work in the business to help it increase your salary. Have separate accounts and treat them separately. Remember that your business is your future and it is there to help you to build wealth. And by separating the two, you will be able to create a sustainable, growing business which will give you continuous monthly income. Entrepreneurs, by draining your business finances, you are putting the long-term monthly income or salary at risk. And that is the biggest reason why you separate personal and business finances.
I'm loving that. Thanks, Olivia. So what other actions can we take to make sure we are financially resilient?
Darren, the second behavior that is necessary for financial resilience is planning and budgeting. And oh yes, we know this, but how often and how well do we do this action? You know, Benjamin Franklin once said, if you fail to plan, you are planning to fail. And this means that in our businesses, we need to have a financial plan that creates a roadmap for our money. And this will help us to achieve our business goal. So where does it all start? So when you talk about a financial plan, it starts with budgeting. This will help a business owner to understand how much do we spend on stock. You know, it will help you to understand your monthly business expenses, which is your rent, your salaries, wages, transport, and telephone cost. And you will actually understand when they go higher or lower, and how does these expenses impact your business income. Remember that by doing a business budget and working in the budget helps you to better understand your business and understand what increases your revenues and what limits it. You know, when we do budgeting, this assists us to know how much money does the business need to save. For example, as a business owner, you might need to buy more stock in October to prepare for your December sales. So your planning helps you to look at that. It's your forward business planning, whether you have been in business for a while, and even if you are starting. You will know your sales that might increase or decrease. So by doing planning, this will help us to be strategic and forward-thinking so that we reduce our cost and expenses ahead of crisis.
I love where this discussion is going, Olivia. So far you've given us two very important behaviors to embrace as SMMEs. What's the next one?
Darren, another behavior that is essential for us to be resilient in crisis is diversifying revenue streams. This speaks to opportunities businesses look for to help maintain and increase revenues during unusual times. So how can we diversify? Remember, in low economies, sometimes it's difficult to diversify. It's easier to sell to people who have money, and it's even more difficult to sell to people who are in financial distress situation. That means we need to keep on looking at what opportunities might be there. What is the need for my business, my business serves? Is my products or services still needed and wanted? What else is my community need? What else does my customers need? So in a couple of businesses that I interacted with, someone had a takeaway and a restaurant before COVID. When the lockdown started, she saw an opportunity to sell masks. She found someone that was making masks and she started to sell them. And this enabled her to generate revenue during lockdown crisis. Another situation where someone is a welder making gates and burglar bars, faced with the challenge of lockdown, he then started to make sanitizer holders and stands and sold them, which generated income for his business. So it's important for us to look at the opportunities that are out there, leverage from our strength as business owners, leverage from the strength of our team so that we keep delivering our products and our services.
Wow, what creative examples. These seem like simple yet effective tools that we can do quite easily. Are there any other actions you can add on to those that you've already just mentioned?
Most definitely, Darren. There are many actions that we can take as business owners to be financially resilient. For now, I'm going to mention two more actions or behaviors. The first is managing cash flow. You know, when we talk about cash, it is the lifeblood of our businesses, and this reflects the importance of cash flow. So when we talk about cash flow, we mean how much money comes in and out of your business and how much is left over. So in order for us to manage this movement of coming in and out of your business, it will allow us to track money coming in against money going out. And we also need to use less and earn more. Keep our expenses as low as possible and cut back when necessary. A good example to share, you know, before COVID, you might have a bigger office because of the number of employees that you have. But after the COVID or during COVID, you will have to change whereby you start looking for smaller offices. Because remember that we were only allowed to have 50% staff members in our offices. You know, the alternative could be that you are renting out those offices. So again, when we manage this movement of money in and out, you know, this will allow us to be able to collect money on time from our customers, and it will enable us to pay our expenses on time, have money to buy stock when it's needed, and with the extra cash, you can save. You know, by understanding your cash flow, this will help you plan for unexpected events and future growth of your business. Remember, businesses with cash flow management will be able to react to opportunities and challenges. They are able to manage a crisis immediately, and they are in a better position when maintaining cash equal to 3 to 6 months of operating expenses.
This is so empowering, Olivia. I'm sure most of our business owners are hanging on your every word. Tell us more.
The last action, Darren, that I would like to share with our viewers is about savings and how it can impact your business. You know, when you speak about savings, we talk about financial cushion. And this means putting money aside for emergencies, unexpected events, and for the growth of your business at the right time. Remember, coronavirus came from nowhere, moved us to lockdown level 5 too quickly, and businesses that had enough money saved for 3 to 6 months were able to survive and had enough time to diversify and pivot. You know, businesses who cannot have money saved in terms of crisis, they are at risk. Remember, when your business does not have money saved, you cannot operate effectively. And even if there is an opportunity, for example, to buy sanitizers and resell, where would you get that money from? You will definitely lose out on a big opportunity. You know, government suspects and we have been informed of third and fourth waves. The question lies with that. How much are you saving a month? How many months of savings do you have? How much extra cash you have from your cash flow that you can start saving for your business? For those businesses that can save, what are you saving for? What is your financial goal? Are you looking to buy a building, a vehicle? Remember that the more savings you have, the easier it becomes for your business to expand. And even if there is a need to apply for a loan, you have better chances for you to get that loan because you are in financial control. Entrepreneurs, viewers, let us start now and build sustainable businesses that will stand even in the times of crisis. Let us be prepared for the future of our businesses. As Nelson Mandela says, what seems to be impossible is possible until it's done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olivia. That was very insightful. So just to summarize, we've spoken in depth about the importance of financial resilience for business owners, especially in times of crisis, and what behaviors we can take in order for us to be sustainable and come through successfully in these difficult times. COVID has shown us the importance of being able to adjust in times of uncertainty, and some of the behaviors you mentioned that we can practice are differentiating and separating personal and business money. Then you spoke to us about planning and budgeting. You also mentioned that we need to diversify our revenue streams and then manage cash flow, and of course, savings. And so by adopting these actions and behaviors, SMMEs will be able to successfully manage their finances even in times of crisis. Thank you so much for listening to Olivia and myself. We hope that you found this conversation empowering and helpful. Please go to the Assisi Foundation's website for more information on consumer financial education. The website address is on the screen. Thank you for joining us.
Welcome to Money Smart Week South Africa. My name is Promise. I'm a financial wellness coach. And today I am here to talk about financial literacy and education. As we all know, Money Smart Week is aimed at creating financial literate South Africans. So it has been recorded that 6 out of 10 South Africans, they don't understand basic financial concepts. And because of lack of this financial literacy and as well as bad money habits, it has led most South Africans to serious financial situation. And if we can look at our statistics, the current national household income to debt ratio is sitting at 78.2%. What does that mean? It means if a household is earning 10,000 rand, 7,820 of their income is actually going back to pay debts. That is a very alarming statistics. And then on top of that, we have been told that more than 2 in 6 employed South Africans are struggling with being over-indebted. And this shows that a lot of people are struggling to pay their debts, and it could be because of lack of financial education. But what is financial education and why is it important? Financial literacy is the knowledge and ability to make informed decisions on how to manage your money. Financial literacy is very important because it equips us with the skills we need to understand our money. We work for our money, so we need to understand our money. Make sound decisions, meaning that we need to make the right decisions so that we don't face consequences of being over-indebted, for example. And it also gives us the tools we need to use our money and manage it wisely, as well as to manage our debts wisely and also to be financially smart. That's why we're here at Money Smart Week South Africa. And then financial literacy and education is also offered in most workplace environments through financial wellness programs outsourced from financial wellness companies, where we impart knowledge and empower employees with important tools needed to manage their money wisely. Under these financial wellness programs, we discuss different pillars of financial literacy and education. That will be budgeting, where we understand where our money is going. We allocate our money according to our expenses, obviously prioritizing which one is best and which one is just the want. And it also gives us a clear picture of where our money is going, as well as we discuss savings, where we protect ourselves from unforeseen events like emergencies or funerals and accidents. Investing, that's where we grow our money and earn more interest in a longer term. We also discuss the importance of multiple income streams. And we also discuss insurance, taxation, home buying, vehicle finance, and we also discuss credit facilities and how to manage our debts that we might have, as well as the debt relief solutions that are available in South Africa. And for today, I want us to focus on what I feel is very important at our current situation in South Africa. As you have seen the statistics, a lot of people are over-indebted. A lot of people are struggling to pay their debts because of lack of financial education or because of not knowing who to talk to when they're feeling financially distressed or where to go when they've got financial problems. So the debt relief solutions are part of the financial literacy pillars, and the ones that I've chose to talk to you about today is debt mediation, debt counseling, debt consolidation. And we're also going to discuss in general what financial literacy and education, or what is financial wellness, because I had mentioned that it is offered in the workplaces where people can access financial wellness programs. Okay, so today I'm not here alone. I have got very important guests who are going to take us through the debt relief solutions that I've just mentioned, which is debt consolidation, debt counseling, and debt mediation, and financial wellness in general. I am not alone today. I've got guests from Bayport as well as Finwell. They're going to take us through the debt relief solutions that I've just mentioned. Please help me to welcome Ntate Alfred Ramusedi from Bayport and Mr. Lancelot Twala from Finwell Private Clients, Ms. Katleho Murane from Finwell Private Clients, as well as Mrs. Masejo Sitole from Finwell. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us at Money Smart Week South Africa. And Ntate Ramusedi will be taking us through what debt consolidation is and what is it all about. Who qualifies and what is the process? Over to you, Ntate Alfred.
Thank you, Ausi Primrose, for such a wonderful introduction. Debt consolidation is a process whereby a financial services provider will assist a customer to settle all the loans he's got with different financial services providers. Sometimes we find that the customer has got multiple loans with other different financial services providers, banks, unsecured lenders. So debt consolidation assists this customer to put all those loans into one. But the most important thing to note about debt consolidation, which is very key, is that it has to lead to a customer having a reduced installment. Because when you pay multiple service providers, your loan installments tend to be very high. So this process entails the financial services provider contacting the third-party service providers that you owe money to, negotiating that they should give you a discount on settling your loans with them, thereby leading that your balance should become smaller with the other service provider. Then it means that the balance that you are now owing, which has been consolidated with the one services provider, will then lead to your installments being lower than before.
Okay, sorry to interrupt there, Dr. Alfred. You mentioned that you would negotiate with unsecured lenders. Can you please clarify what you mean about unsecured lenders? Because in my mind right now, I'm thinking of a Mashonisa around the corner.
100%. So, and it's a very good question, because you've got multiple service providers that are providing people with different types of loans. So you have from the one which is a short-term loan provider, typically known as a Mashonisa, which is someone that will give you very short-term loan where they expect you to settle that amount in full at the end of the month, to long-term service providers, which typically will be people who are unsecured service lenders. And by unsecured, it means that they don't take any security from you. But they can give you loans that can stretch to up to 5 years for you to settle with them. There is a process to be able to settle those loans. There is a process whereby financial services providers can help you consolidate all of those loans into one loan, so that you have one loan at the end of the day, thereby leading you to reducing interest payments and capital repayments that you make.
Okay, also means that the consumer will have a positive cash flow now because they've got one installment paying their debts.
The one thing that I noticed when you spoke in your introduction, Aus Primrose, is that 63% of the consumers in South Africa are over-indebted, which means that they're battling to make ends meet at the end of the month. What was worse is that you mentioned that they spend up to 78.2% of their income servicing debt. What debt consolidation aims to do is to reduce those installments, thereby leading to people, A, getting out of being over-indebted, and two, having more money, to service their debt. So instead of spending 78% to service your debt, sometimes this can actually be reduced to you spending maybe only 20% of your income to service debt, leading to you having more money into your pocket simply by consolidating your debt.
Okay, that's interesting. I'm going to move over to Mr. Twala. I'll come back to you just now, Mr. Alfred. Mr. Twala, as I've explained in my presentation, that the current national debt to income ratio is sitting on 78%. What would you say in terms of financial literacy in South Africa at the moment? Are we sending out the right education? Are we sharing enough information for consumers in South Africa to understand what to do when they're feeling financially distressed? Because I know a lot of people do not know about most of these debt relief solutions that you're talking about, consolidation, mediation, and counseling, or they get them confused. So in general, can you please assist us into understanding what overall financial wellness is?
Thank you, Promise, for inviting me to Money Smart Week. It's highly appreciated. And I'm happy to obviously participate in making people understand what is financial health and wellness. Now, the most important thing is that in South African terms, financial health and wellness is not yet at the point whereby it's highly, publicized. There are a number of stakeholders from the government point of view, from the private point of view, that yet have not recognized that financial wellness is actually the backbone of our economy. Financial health and wellness, essentially explained, is when one is able to balance their mental, physical, and obviously their spiritual aspect of money. This balance is very important in a sense that it allows you to be able to understand your hard-earned income, where does it come from, and how do you want to actually use it. Now, financial health and wellness is not yet available in schools. Currently, people who are obviously in financial challenges have not been given that opportunity to be exposed to financial health and wellness. But the problem is further exacerbated by the fact that in the corporate South Africa, both private and public, financial health and wellness is not adequately promoted. Financial health and wellness is the most important topic that South Africans should actually indulge themselves in, purely because if people are over-indebted, they are unable to do a number of things that affects the rest of their wellness aspects of their lives. I'll make an example. If a person has got an issue mentally, it's one aspect that you need to deal with. Emotionally, that's another one. And your wellness wheel really relies on the finances of it, because if mentally you're not able to take yourself to hospital purely because of finances, then you're good as doomed. If you can't be able to deal with issues of physical aspect of your wellness, again, then you're doomed. But if you say financial health and wellness, or your wellness aspect of your overall wellness is not actually in a balanced stage, therefore your complete wellness is definitely not going to actually be in balance. So what does it mean? It means that we need to start looking at promoting financial wellness at schools. We need to ensure that we actually promote financial health and wellness at workplaces. We need to promote financial health and wellness at tertiary level. So this is a topic that everybody should come in and ensure that actually we participate fully for us to be able to grow as a nation. I hope I've actually provided you with the understanding around financial health and wellness. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tola. As much as we do not have financial education in our schools, it's not too late for those who are already in financial distress. That's the whole reason we are here today, to say there's help. You just need to reach out and speak to the right people. I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Morane Katlego to tell us a bit about debt mediation. What is debt mediation? Who qualifies for debt mediation? Is it anyone who's got debts, or I need to be in a financial distress or overwhelmed with my finances? Do I need to get a court order or a lawyer? What is debt mediation? Can you please briefly explain to us what debt mediation is?
Thank you so much, Promise. So debt mediation in South African context follows a simple principle of mediating between a consumer and a credit provider without following any court order process. So a consumer doesn't necessarily need to pay for legal fees. So with debt mediation, really who qualifies would be consumers that are financially in distress, not necessarily consumers that are over indebted. So indebtedness will be dealt with debt review. So debt mediation is only for those that are financially in distress. And as you've seen with the pandemic, a lot of companies were financially not doing very well. So a lot of employees had to, get their salaries cut. So consumers whose salaries has been cut also need debt mediation, and unfortunately, for those employees who needed to be retrenched, also need to, get into debt mediation. So a debt mediator, by all means, will try and negotiate on behalf of a consumer with the credit providers to try and lower the monthly debt obligation. So all the installments that are being paid by a consumer and, they cause a person to be financially distressed will be lowered. So, for example...
Sorry to interrupt, Katlego.
Yeah.
So when they lower this installment, what happens to the interest? What happens to the term of the contract? Are they extending the term or also adjusting the interest?
100%. So it will all depend. They normally increase the term of the credit agreement. Because remember, if you were paying 2,000 Rand on a monthly basis for 36 months, and you cannot afford that 2,000 Rand on a monthly basis, then that means they need to extend, the number of months that the credit agreement initially, was signed for. So they will take it to, let's say, 12 months extra, then they will reduce the 2,000 Rand to, for example, 1,000 Rand. So now, on your budget, you have extra 1,000 Rand that you can use towards paying other, debt obligations, or you can use it for whatever living expenses that you need. That, a hinging term, need, not want. So you'll use that extra 1,000 Rand for other things.
Okay, so what I'm picking up from what debt mediation is, it's a formal process, but it doesn't have any legal intervention in terms of going to court and hire lawyers and so forth, meaning that it's safe, or not safe. I don't want to use the word safe. It's
informal.
It's cheap.
Yeah.
For a consumer to use it because she or he doesn't have to pay legal fees to get a mediator to mediate in between them and the credit provider.
Yes.
Okay. No, thank you so much. And you also mentioned that it's not necessary for over-indebted consumers. And that would have, over-indebted consumers would be advised to either look for a consolidation loan or debt counseling.
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'll go to Maseko to give us a brief explanation of what debt review is, who qualifies. We already know that you need to be over-indebted to qualify for debt review or counseling. And I just need to understand the process from application to starting, and what happens if someone who joins debt counseling decides to cancel 3 months or 4 months later. What will be the process?
All right. Thank you so much, Promise, for inviting me to be part of Money Smart Week. So yes, as you have explained, what is debt counseling? Debt counseling is also known as debt review. It has been established by the National Credit Regulator to assist over-indebted consumers. So over-indebted meaning that you are not able to balance your income between paying your creditors and also being able to finance your household expenses. So what that means is that then there's a debt counselor that is able to assist you in terms of negotiating with your creditors. So you also asked who qualifies or who can apply for debt review. Anyone who earns a regular income can apply for debt review. So whether you are employed or self-employed and you have proof of income, you are able to apply for debt review. Yes, you need to be over-indebted. That is one of the criteria that a debt counselor needs to establish as well as there are the process in itself, how it works and how you go about applying for it. A consumer that feels over-indebted will approach a debt counselor, and then what the debt counselor needs to do is do a financial assessment that would be looking at your 3 months bank statement, your 3 months pay slips. You get a consent to get a credit report. You also get an ID copy to verify for verification purposes. Now, once all those documents have been received by the debt counselor, they will now need to do a proper financial assessment, taking into consideration your household expenses. Do you understand? So now, during that process, the debt counselor now needs to also communicate this information to the creditors to inform them that my client or a consumer has approached me to apply for debt counseling. And during that process, obviously, once the debt counselor has been informed, the consumer as well would need to sign the application form. The debt counselor would submit that notice to the creditors. They need to respond with what we call a certificate of balance. And once that certificate of balance has been received, now the debt counselor will now need to compare what the consumer has told them and what they have received from the consumer. Because bear in mind, Debt counseling is a legal process. It involves court orders, it involves consent orders. With consent orders, they are received from the National Consumer Tribunal. So that is normally when all the creditors have agreed with the negotiations and the proposal that the debt counsellor has obviously tabled, and proposed to them. So when everyone is in agreement, then that proposal, that agreement will go to the National Consumer Tribunal.
And how long does this whole process take? Because there's application, there's back and forth from credit provider to consumer to debt counselor to the tribunal to the magistrate court if maybe things doesn't go well. How long does it take?
So the debt counselor is given 60 working days.
Which is 2 months.
2 months, yes. They are given 60 working days to make sure that this whole process is concluded.
Okay, and then what happens to the debt repayment? Are they freezing the account or suspending the accounts because there's a debt counseling process taking place? What happens to the consumer in the meantime while you as a debt counselor is busy communicating with credit providers?
Okay, so as soon as notification has been sent to the creditors, from the first month that the consumer would sign the application form, the consumer will now need to pay the restructuring fees, which is the first month of payment. The second month of payment, they will be paying the legal fees. And during that time, the creditors are not expecting payment. So that process suspends payment to creditors because now it has been formed part of the whole debt counseling process. So during those 2 first months, money will then be obviously paid to the debt counselor, which is the first month. The second month, it will be paid to the legal fees and not to creditors. And that is part of the process. Creditors are not expected. They're not expecting payments, and it's suspended because even areas are not incurred during that time.
Okay, so basically in debt counseling South Africa, when you apply for debt counseling, the first 2 months you are not paying your debts. You are paying the debt counselor and the legal fees.
Correct.
Only on the third month, that's when you start paying your debts that will be distributed to your credit providers.
Correct.
I just want to go back to Ntate Alfred. When I was listening to Katlego, she said debt mediation is for financially distressed people. And then Mrs. Sutole said debt counseling is for over-indebted people, and you also need to be employed or self-employed, have a regular income. So who qualifies for debt consolidation on your side?
Very good question. So I think it's important to also highlight a key point in terms of debt consolidation, that customers that apply for debt consolidation should actually remember that they should request before any process starts that they get a credit health report. It doesn't help to go into the process of debt consolidation when you don't understand what your status looks like. It really doesn't help. It doesn't help at all. As Ndate Lancelot Twala mentioned a little while ago, that understanding where you are, what your well-being looks like, is very important as a first part to understanding what your journey should look like. So credit health report, very critical to understand the issues related to what needs to be solved. So that's the first thing that I wanted to highlight. The second thing I need to highlight is that the people that are assisted with this process obviously have to be employed. And the people that qualify for the process are actually employed people that have got debt. And we only do not approve 3 types of customers. Okay. The ones that are in debt counseling, because there's a process for them. Okay. They've already received relief. The debt counselor is almost like a coach that's got them on a path to protect whatever assets that they've got on a process that can be proven through the magistrate court that this is something that is going to provide relief to them. The second one are the people that have been sequestrated.
Okay.
If you have been sequestrated, you have to go through another process through a court to show that the sequestration that you've gone in has ended, and now that you are in control of your expenses, you can come back into the process of being looked at. The third type of a person that cannot be approved in this process is someone who is under administration order, meaning that you are not in control of your affairs. The court has appointed somebody to administer your affairs. Those are the people that are not approved. Having said that, we do provide you with advice on how you can handle a process of getting out of those 3 items so that we are able to consolidate your debts. So there is a process to help every single person in South Africa. People through this Money Smart Week need to just understand what solution emanating from your credit health report, please let's emphasize that. What credit solution can be applicable to which situation? Because I do believe that if you are employed, through financial literacy and understanding the status, you can be assisted.
So South Africa, as you can hear, there's a solution for every one of you. It's not one size fits all. There's an assessment that needs to be done to see if you qualify for debt consolidation, you qualify for debt mediation, you qualify for debt counseling. So in closing, I would like Mr. Twala to just give us one last guidance on how we can stay financially smart during this Money Smart Week. And just give us some last guidance on how we can stay financially smart.
Sure, thank you very much. The most important, actions that one need to take when you are looking to be financially savvy is to make sure that as plan A, you do your budget. That is where your plan is, and that's where it's actually going to be centrally be focused. Do your budget. Most people do their budgets in their heads. Most people do their budgets using electronic devices. Most people write down their budgets. In whichever way you actually do it, the most important thing is to have your budget. The second part is that you need to be able now to have a plan that says your budget must take you to a particular point B. Now, plan B says that you are able to manage any shocks that can actually come through that you may encounter, unknown or known. Shocks means that a funeral has happened in the family. Something that has actually taken you out of your normal may happen, and that will obviously require funds. Where are those funds coming from? It stems back to your budget. When you do your budget, you're able to say, let me put aside for future events that may actually happen. And that's what is going to help you to prevent the shocks. But thirdly, you need to be able to have resources. Resources means that you need to start saving. Saving as little as 200 rands a month will definitely go a very long way for you. It is very, very important to start saving. Most people take this for granted. We always say to our customers, make sure that you put some money away. That will actually help you when you actually need money to actually look after contingency matters. But the last thing that we want to make sure that people understand is that you must have goals. You must have future aspirations. You need to want to buy a car. You need to want to buy a house. You've got various aspirations. How do you make sure that those aspirations are looked after? And that is part of your planning. From your budget to making sure that you manage any shocks that you may encounter, making sure that you actually save, and that will allow you to actually have a bigger plan that will make sure that your aspirations are looked after and for your future of your family. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Twala. Thank you, Mr. Alfred. Thank you, Katlego. Thank you, Masego, for joining me today. My last word to you, South Africans, do borrow for the right reasons. Don't just borrow because you qualify for a 50,000 Rand loan or 200,000 Rand loan. As much as there are debt relief solutions available, be financially smart and make the right financial decision so that you don't get into trouble. Thank you so much for joining us. We will see you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As we continue our goal to equip you with financial literacy skills, let's get to understand the basics when it comes to banking. For starters, what is a bank? Well, that's simple. It's a regulated financial institution where you can deposit money into a personal account, such as a savings or check account, in order to save and manage your money securely. Banks also offer lending services, including short-term loans, credit cards, and bonds for your dream home or other property. It's important to understand your bank charges. Bank charges are fees charged by the bank for services they offer to you. This could be a monthly account fee or for specific transactions like withdrawing money. These charges differ from bank to bank. There are different ways to interact with your bank and withdraw your money. The first of these is an automatic teller machine, or ATM. An ATM is a safe, convenient way to access or transfer your money, to check your balance, and to perform other available services. You can also go into your bank's closest branch for help from a teller. These fees for going to a teller are usually higher than when you use an ATM. Another option is withdrawing your money at a till up to your daily limit when you pay for your groceries. The development of electronic devices also offers you many ways to safely and conveniently control your money without ever needing to visit one of these locations. All you need to do is register for your bank's electronic services, set up a password, and log on to manage your banking needs. Internet banking is one of the main ways to do this. It offers an easy and convenient way to bank, any place, anytime. You can also sign up for cell phone banking to perform your transactions safely and securely through your cell phone or tablet. One of the newest options is the e-wallet, which allows you to send money to anyone with a valid South African cell phone number. These are the basics when it comes to banking. In the next section, we'll have a look at lending, or the ins and outs of needing to borrow money. Let's go. At Hollard, we believe that being streetwise with your money is the way to achieve your goals. Let's get to understand the first part of this module, understanding the difference between needs and wants. Needs are life's most important requirements. In a nutshell, it's anything that's needed in order to survive. On the other hand, a want is a wish for something. It may not be something that you need, but it is seen as improving your life. These are things like soccer tickets, a fancy cell phone, takeaways, or even expensive branded clothing. So how do you plan for needs and wants? Well, the secret is smart planning. This way, you know what you can safely and comfortably afford to spend on your monthly needs and wants. It all starts with setting goals, which are grouped into different ranges. Short-term goals, like the purchase of furniture or minor home improvements, are within 12 months. Medium-term goals, such as saving for a home deposit or dream vacation, are within 2 to 5 years, while long-term goals, like paying off your bond, range within 5 to 10 years. When setting these goals, it's important to follow the SMART acronym, which reminds us to structure our goals in order to achieve them. Goals should be specific, so break them into smaller steps. They should be measurable, allowing you to track your progress. It's important that they're also attainable and not too far outside of your reach. And realistic, meaning they're doable. Lastly, goals should be timely. Set a target and work towards it. Otherwise, your goal is just a wish. You can set these goals in all areas of your life, from health and finance to leisure and relationships. Now that we have looked at the difference between needs and wants, it's time to get down to budgeting. Whether it's from an employer, business, or grant, every month you receive an income. At the beginning of the month, start by allocating funds towards paying off your needs, like groceries, school fees, electricity, and other necessary expenses. Now you're free to allocate the remainder to all your wants for that month. Together, your needs and wants make up your monthly expenses. When you minus your expenses from your income, you are left with extra money. This can be used to spend on life's unforeseen or unplanned expenses. To keep track of this, it's best to write it all down in the form of a budget, similar to the one on screen now. Remember, budget planning is the first step in taking charge of your financial well-being. It starts with being streetwise.
We have our marketing manager, Mr. Yunus Parak, another transactional banking consultant, Munira Khan, and our sustainability and social responsibility officer, Fatima Mohammed. We will be discussing the importance of budgeting and savings amongst the young adults. So let's start by saving time and getting started. Munira, can you kindly tell us saving in its broadest sense, please?
Sure, Ahmed. It starts by inculcating the culture of savings in one's lifestyle, with what we do in our daily lives, and importantly, without further effort. Just doing some basic saving habits.
Oh, that's interesting. Can you elaborate a bit further, please?
Conserving utilities, your electricity and water. Simple things like switching off your room lights when not being used. Switching off your geyser when not being used. And unnecessary washing of clothes. By that I mean wearing your jeans twice or not washing an item after a few hours of wear. Checking for water leaks, which is very important. Taking shorter showers. Conserving fuel. The use of your GPS to take shorter trips. Eliminate unnecessary trips. And the use of carpooling for your place of work.
That's interesting. Some simple habits in your daily lifestyle can incur savings. I mean, the other things that come to mind for me would be doing your household chores and repairs yourself instead of calling out a handyman or a specialist plumber or the like. And then also being food smart, using a leftover chicken as a topping on a pizza sandwich or sticking it in between the sandwich as well. So what we can learn from this is that your daily lifestyle can instill saving habits in your daily life as well. This is good to bear in mind.
Obviously then, we have your direct money, financial savings.
So how would one go about this?
Set a monthly budget. My colleagues will be expounding further on budgeting in the next segment. Remember, your potential savings is the difference between your net income and your expenses. Allocate at least 10 to 20% of your net income for savings.
Interesting. I think young adults should also take note that it's important to develop a budget using your net income after taxes and deductions, and it's not your take-home pay. What are some of the reasons for saving, Munira?
Well, there are many to call out, but just a few salient ones. An emergency cushion. This could be a number of things, your out-of-pocket medical expenses or a sudden loss of income. You will need money set aside for these emergencies to avoid going into debt to pay for your necessities. For retirement, if you intend to retire someday, you will probably need savings or an investment to take the place of the income you will no longer get from your job. For kids' education, the costs for private and tertiary education are rising every year, and it's getting tougher to meet these demands.
I suppose with the advances in medicine and public health, people are now living longer and needing more money to get by in their old age. So saving for retirement is much more important these days. Can you give us some tips for savings?
Yes, saving your windfall income, this that may be unexpected, money such as your income tax return money or an inheritance. Collect your loose change and deposit it into a bank. Use a money box and deposit its contents when it's full. Practice frugality. Purchase cheaper off-brand items and save money. Let's break a habit. Try doing one less thing you expensive venture a week and apply that money to your savings. Save lunch money. Do not indulge in takeout or cafeteria food. Bring your own lunch to work and save.
Interesting again. I read something interesting about the 30-day rule regarding savings, where before you purchase an item, you put the funds into a 30-day investment or savings account, and after 30 days, you could really ponder about whether you want this item, and if you wanted it, then you go out and buy it, and then there's no regret. And so, and what's more important is after 30 days of waiting, you would cherish the item much more as well. Any closing remarks, Munira?
In theory, saving money should be very easy. Spend less than you earn and save the rest.
I suppose, and also make saving a habit in your lifestyle. Thank you, Munira. Fatima, very briefly, please explain to us what is budgeting.
So budgeting is the process of creating a plan to spend your money. This spending plan is called a budget. Creating the spending plan allows you to determine in advance whether you will have enough money to do the things you need to do or would like to do. Budgeting is balancing your expenses with your income. The purpose of a budget is to plan, organize, track, and improve your financial situation. In other words, from controlling your spending to consistently saving and investing a portion of your income. A budget helps to stay on course in pursuit of your long-term financial goals. The following steps can help you create a budget. Step 1, note your net income. The first step is creating a budget is to identify the amount of money you have coming in. Step 2, track your spending. Identify your expenses and commitments. Step 3, set your goals as to what you want to achieve from your budget. For example, is it to save or is it to pay off a debt? Step 4, make a plan of how you are going to achieve this goal. Step 5, adjust your habits if necessary to meet the goal. Step 6, keep checking in to see if you are on track and what is your financial position. What I mentioned is a simple overview of what budgeting is.
And what would be the importance of budgeting, Fatima?
So budgeting is important because it helps you to control your spending, track your expenses, and save more money. It can help you make better financial decisions, prepare for emergencies, get out of debt, and stay focused on your long-term financial goals. Budgeting keeps you organized. It is oftentimes that we experience unforeseen circumstances that can affect our financial position. Planning with a budget helps to keep track of the money we have on hand and allow us to save for incidences that may arise. It can also assist us to work towards a goal, for example, a deposit for a car or home. Essentially, it makes us more conscious in terms of our financial matters and serves as a guideline so that we live within our means. That's why budget is so important, and living on a budget is a fundamental component of proper financial management.
So now we have Mr. Yunus Parak, our marketing manager, and with his vast experience, he will enlighten us on the current economic situation in the world and how this demands budgeting. And, we all are not accounting savvy, so we would share some simple tools for budgeting. Over to you, Mr. Parak.
Thank you, Ahmed, and good afternoon. I think first of all, the catastrophic economic effects of the global corona pandemic has highlighted the need now more than ever before for careful personal financial management. In the face of the pandemic, I think we need to also understand that we have to undertake a financial rethink, given that business closures, retrenchments, short time, and temporarily reduced salaries have wreaked havoc. I think personal budgeting and making budget revisions are now of paramount importance in order to maintain a degree of financial wellness in the face of some of the toughest economic times in South Africa's history. In its simplest form, I would say that budgeting is the process of creating a plan to spend your money. The spending plan is called a budget. Creating the spending plan allows you to determine in advance whether you will have money to do the things you need to do or would like to do. Budgeting is simply balancing your expenses with your income. What are the budget tools? Well, budgeting tools, when it comes to tools, Ahmed, I think it's important to understand that budgeting tools itself won't cost you a dime and can help you track your finances. The most simplest of a budgeting tool is pen and paper. If one has to go back and look at times immemorial, you'll find that the pen and paper really did the job. So all you need to do is the most simple of all. Put in your expenses, put in your income, take your income from your expenses, or vice versa, and of course you will get a result. The second thing is, in the olden days, I remember clearly when my folks, or sometimes my grandfolks, used to have envelopes, and in there they used to slip in the money for rent, electricity, for the school fees, for groceries, etc. So this made it also very simple and easy. Today, we have the opportunity of using spreadsheets for a highly customizable way to track income and expenses using a spreadsheet. People can download budgeting spreadsheets, templates that come formatted with formulas, dates and labels, etc. What about worksheets? Once again, with the advent of technology, we're seeing that for those making a budget for a first time, a worksheet can eliminate some of the guesswork. These papers typically have recommended percentages to indicate how much of your earnings should be spent. I think another important aspect before we, could go on is why is financial education, Ahmed, so important? The importance of being financially savvy cannot really be underestimated, especially against the backdrop, as I've said earlier, of a declining economy and the devastating effect of the COVID-19 pandemic. There is no doubt that financial literacy is essential to the growth and development of our nation. I think the low savings culture in South Africa and the failure to service debt, together with the decline in disposable income and the financial impact this has on the economy, makes it even more vital for us as a nation to make sound and informed financial decisions. So financial literacy for us is a very, very important concept.
Thank you, Mr. Parak, for sharing those tips with us. And, interestingly, you say that the simplest of tools, which is a pen and a paper, to assist everybody with budgeting. So now if you could please enlighten the viewers on the positives of budgeting as well.
Thank you, Ahmed. I think that's an important question and something that I think we need to think and be disciplined about. First of all, budgeting firstly gives you control over your money. A budget is a way of being intentional about the way you spend and save your money. It is said that with budgeting, you control your money and not your money controls you. Budgeting saves you the stress of suddenly having to adjust to a lack of funds because you did not initially plan if you want to sacrifice short-term spending, like buying coffee every day in exchange for a long-term benefit, like a cruise vacation or a new HD TV. Secondly, a budget would keep you focused on your money goals. And I think that's important. You avoid spending unnecessarily on items and services that you do not contribute to attaining your financial goals. If you are working with limited resources, budgeting makes it easier to make ends meet. Thirdly, it makes you aware of what is going on with your money. With budgeting, you are clear on what money is coming in, how fast it goes out, and where it is going to. Budgeting saves you from wondering at the end of the month, where did my money go to? A budget enables you to know that you can afford, take advantage of buying and investing opportunities. And I think that's very important. But if you really have to look at it, it's a disciplined and a very structured approach. Fourthly, it helps you to organize your spending and savings. By dividing your money into categories of expenditures and savings, a budget makes you aware of which category of expenditure takes which portion of your money. That way it is easy for you to make adjustments. Budget also serves as a reference for organizing your bills, your receipts, your financial statements. When all of your financial transactions are organized for tax time or creditor questions, you save time and effort. And in today's fast world, it's all about convenience. And lastly, it gives you an opportunity and plan on how to lower debt. As I've said earlier, debt can be a very, very huge disadvantage in financial fitness. It also tells you what is important to you based on how you allocate your funds, how money is working for you, and how you are towards reaching, and how do you reach towards your financial goals. So I think if I have to summarize this, I would say that the positives of budgeting plays a very important role in the financial fitness of every person. And if we can, together as a nation, have a disciplined savings culture and use budgeting as a tool and as a plan, we would make some great strides in our country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parak, and thank you to all the other panelists for sharing the importance of savings and budgeting in our life. And as the world hurtles along into the financial challenges with coronavirus, we would need to plan carefully on all our finances. My parting words are, let's save the day, stay safe, and goodbye.
Money Smart Week South Africa 2021. The importance of being financially savvy cannot be underestimated. MWSA 2021 is taking place virtually and will consist of a host of online events throughout the week, all of which will be live streamed on MSWSA.co.za. Learn from the experts, make better informed financial decisions, and empower your community. 1 week to take control of your finances and safeguard your family's financial future. Take charge, become financially literate, and influence an entire generation. Money Smart Week 2021, creating a money smart South Africa.
An interesting fact for all our non-Islamic bankers, Islamic banking complies with Islamic law, which includes a ban on charging interest and investing in prohibited businesses, such as trading in alcohol, pork, arms, pornography, and gambling. These are just some of the features that distinguish it from traditional banking. A big thank you to Al Baraka Bank for sharing insights on saving and budgeting. Up next, we have our daily Power Hour session here on Money Smart Week, and today we'll be looking into insurance.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zanele Kikaba, and welcome to the last installment of Money Smart Week SA Power Hour. I'd like to welcome our panelists for today. I'm going to start with Ms. Susan Walls and Mosidi Shomang, as well as Peter Nkuna. Over to you, Susan.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Zanele. My name is Susan Walls. I'm the Insurance Technical Advisor at the South African Insurance Association, and it gives me great pleasure to be part of this panel, to be able to share information and assist in educating our consumers. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Musidi Shumang, a consumer education specialist, and I am also excited to be part of this discussion as I view consumer education close to my heart. I believe consumer education gives more power, more knowledge to our consumers, and therefore I'm delighted to be part of this discussion.
Good evening. My name is Peter Nkuna, and I am from the Office of the Ombudsman for Short-Term Insurance, where I am responsible for, amongst other things, consumer education and also the legal internship program. We hope to share with you a little bit of insight that we have with regards to the short-term insurance industry and how it works. And we hope that you'll find this useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, and thanks, everyone. So as I've introduced myself, my name is Zanele Kikaba. I'm a manager at the South African Insurance Association. I'm responsible for transformation, and one of my deliverables is consumer education. I'm very excited to be here. Consumer education has always been close to my heart because I believe that if we have the power to make our own decisions, we are not going to be swindled by anybody. So I'm going to introduce our topic for today is short-term insurance, what we call non-life insurance today, but it's really insurance for your possessions. Now, insurance is important in that if it plays a good role in our lives. If you've got insurance, it means if an accident happens in your life, something goes wrong, or you are involved in an accident, you actually are able to recover financially quicker when you've got insurance. But there's a lot of products out there, and one thing that is a fact about insurance is that we've got unique consumers. So not one product will be suitable for everybody. So I'm gonna start with Mosidi. I just want to find out from you if you can just take us through a process which our consumers should go through when they start thinking about buying an insurance policy.
Thanks, Anela. I think the most important process is you buy a product because you want it to address a need. So there has to be a need. So do your own need assessment, which includes what are the risks that you want insurance to cover. I'm buying insurance for my motor vehicle because I want to cover it for theft, or if it's involved in an accident, or no, it's an old car. I'm not so much worried about accidents. I just want it if I can bump somebody. So the issue of why am I buying and what are the needs that I need to address, it's most important. What is your risk exposure? It does happen sometimes that you get approached first by either an agent or a broker. But if if a member of the public or a policyholder is sort of having some challenges in terms of determining what exactly are the risk exposures associated with buying a product or buying insurance, the best route is to get advice. And that could be from a registered representative within the insurance industry to assist you to do a proper needs analysis, including also the affordability. Will you afford the product that you want to buy? What is your financial situation? Because it's something to buy a product, but if you cannot afford it, it becomes a challenge. And of course, then you start shopping around to get what is suitable that meets your need and your pocket. Thanks, Anela.
Thank you. That's very interesting. Susan, anything that you can add on that question?
Yeah, so I think exactly what Masidia says, you need to understand what your need is first. Also, understanding the need, you need to be able to understand, I think a very important thing is to understand what you want the product to do for you. I also find in many instances we have terribly sad situations where a person goes and buys a product. So I'm not talking about an insurance product, I'm talking about an item, as in a vehicle or an asset, some kind of asset that they purchase. And they don't quite understand the full implication of purchasing that asset, because what happens most of the time is that you will need to insure that asset, because 90% of people purchase items on credit. And if you have an item on credit, it's necessary that you need to have insurance on that item. Therefore, the item it's not just going to cost you the monthly repayments of the vehicle or whatever it is that you are purchasing. You need the additional costs for the insurance on top of that, because the credit provider most certainly won't allow you to purchase the product unless you have insurance available on that. So it's understanding what the additional costs of when you are purchasing an item, particularly on credit. It's also important to understand that. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Something has just come across my mind. Let's say I buy a house somewhere in KZN or somewhere where there's a dolomite risk. Now, a normal person like me doesn't understand the risks, exposures, such as landslip. So one day I wake up, there's been a storm, and then my house is sliding down the hill. How would you advise consumers to go around assessing that? Peter, can you give us some insights into this one?
It looks like we might have lost Peter there.
Okay. Yes, Susan.
Yeah, so I'm saying that falls back into understanding what your need is. If a lot of people might not realize that where they've purchased a property, that this is exactly where there's a flooding risk or something like that. So it goes back also to understand when you're purchasing an asset, what are the risks involved in purchasing that asset? Are you in a flood line? Are you in an area where every time we have terrible storms or hailstorms or whatever, flooding and things, that the house gets flooded? You don't want to have those situations. So it goes back to understanding your risk. Often you might not know that the house is built on a dolomite or something to that effect. Understand what is happening around in the area. Talk to the people so that you do know. But it is important to understand then as well that if you do, so the area does suffer a lot from subsidence and landslip or landslip regularly, that your policy will provide that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Susan. I think we've lost Peter for a bit there. We shall continue. Now, we cannot ignore the issue of price. You know, when we go out there to buy insurance, we're looking for a good deal. I'm just going to give examples of a situation. I'm gonna relay a story to you. I've got a nephew. He's 32 years old, and he lives in Rosebank, and he drives a Golf GTI 2018. And a friend of his, same age, living in the same area, driving the same car, but the insurance premium is not the same. I just wanted you to take us through what the insurance industry goes through when they are determining someone's premium. I'm going to start with you, Susan.
Okay, so as you said, each risk is assessed individually. And no two people's circumstances are the same. You said it's your nephew and his friend, and they drive the same vehicle, and they're both, I think, 32 years of age. There are a lot of things that you need to take into. Insurers will look at where's the vehicle parked at night. Some people might park their car in a locked garage behind gates, etc. Others might just park it in the yard where the gates are not sort of securely locked or whatever. That will have an impact on the premium that's been paid. Then you also need to have, what is their employment? The one might be a student, or at 32, maybe not, but the one might be a salesperson who drives around a lot, attending to clients, where the other one might be an office worker. The one might drive 2,000 kilometers a month, the other one might drive 800 kilometers a month, or, you know, something to that effect. Those things will be taken. Another thing is that, is there any additional security on the vehicle, or does the vehicle have telemetrics where it measures where, you know, how you travel? Nowadays, it's becoming very popular for telematics to be installed into vehicles, and it monitors, you know, whether you drive fast, whether you brake quickly, etc. So these are the kind of things that will impact on the premiums that are being paid.
That's very interesting, Susan. Mosidi, take us through any additional behavior that insurers look at when they determine your premiums.
I think the biggest thing is the specific driver behavior in terms of your claim history, your patterns of accidents. That says, because some of the drivers, you don't have accidents, you drive carefully, that influences your premium at the end of the day. And in addition, as Suzanne said, your way of conducting yourself on the road, if you've got a telematics instrument in it, it influences how insurers would view your premium. But most importantly, things like your credit score may affect your premium, because some of the insurers do take it into consideration, and how frequently you pay, you know, your premiums. Your normal person who doesn't cancel policies there and there, but consistent paying, doesn't claim quite a lot, shows a lot of stability. Those are the things that insurers may consider when they set a premium.
So, and if I can also add on to that, I think something that I completely missed, and it's very, very important, is your previous claims record. Have you had claims previously? You know, if you know that a person has had 2 or 3 claims in the last 5 years, are they as responsible as that person who hasn't had any claims in the last 5 years? You know, insurance is often based on the premiums of the many paying for the, you know, the claims of the few, and that's exactly what it's about. So if I, as an insurer, I take on too many risks that, you know, of clients who constantly have claims, I'm not going to have enough premium in my bucket to pay for the claims that do occur. So it's very important. And I think also that claims experience links to the whole thing about responsibility. You know, is being responsible, are you responsible, like Mercedes said, with, you know, your credit record, the way in which you drive, etc.
Thank you so much, Susan. That was very insightful. So I think if I can summarize, over and above the asset that you're buying, which has got a risk on its own, and the situation that you finding yourself in, also the issue of you as a person and how you manage yourself is important in determining the premiums, as well as the value of your property. Let's get into the value of the property. And I'm going to specifically talk about housing. I just want to ask this question, Mosidi. What is the value that you should be insuring for your house?
Okay, we'll start to look at it this way. When you take insurance so that if your house, let's say it burns down, you would want the insurance to put you back to where you were. So they need to replace that house. And therefore that becomes the value that you need to insure your property. What is the replacement value of that house? Should the insurance need to replace it in totality? So people would say, how do I get my replacement value of property? You look into the cost of rebuilding that house. You take into consideration the building rates in your area, the type of finishes you have, the size of the house. So really calculated to say, if I have to rebuild this house, it will cost me 10 rand. You know, things like your market value and all the other municipal values. Firstly, municipal values are lower than the real replacement value of the property. Market value is influenced by market. You know, it doesn't equal the cost of replacing that item. Insurance talks to, if I have to replace it, how much will it cost me? And that's what we need to look at.
Thank you, Mosidi. Susan, anything to add on that topic?
Yeah, I'd like to expand on the different values of a house, okay? And I think this is one of the biggest issues that we have is not understanding properly what the different values are. So from an insurance perspective, like Mercedes is talking about now, we talk about insurance replacement costs, okay? The insured value of your house. You look at what will it cost to put the client back into the position they were before. So whether the house burns down completely or only one room of the house burns down, you need to be able to put the client back into the position that they were before. And that insured value, as Mercedes said, is based on the rebuilding costs, okay? And also remember that your building costs and your neighbors might be very, very different, okay? Because he might have very expensive tap fittings and marble tiles and those kind of things, and you might have your average everyday normal fittings, etc. So yes, you can have two neighbors with very different replacement costs. Then you need to look at what we say market value. So that's the purchase price of a place. So again, that's what you're going to pay for purchasing that property. It's not what you're necessarily going to pay if you need to rebuild that property. The other is your bank values. The values, if you have a bond at the bank, they will say to you, you need to ensure that you have insurance that if the house burns down, it will pay the bank the bond value. Your bond value, I might get an absolute bargain for 500,000, where the actual replacement value of that house is 750,000. So you need to understand that the bank value, that's the value of the bond, is not the same as the insured value or the market value. And I think it's very important that we understand these different valuations. And then obviously, like Mosidi said, the municipal valuation is another valuation. So it's important to understand these different values of your property.
Thank you so much, Susan. Peter, I see you're back. I just want to find out what issues have consumers come across with respect to the value of their properties when it comes to claiming?
Well, I think the one most common problem encountered by consumers would be where it is suddenly discovered that one was underinsured and therefore the principle of average is applied to a claim. Let's use the example that Susan gave. She got a bargain on a house where she paid 500,000 for it, whereas the value of it was 750,000. She insures it for 500,000, and then let's say the house gets completely gutted and it needs to be replaced. She's going to get only 500,000 and not the whole 750, and that would be a problem for her. Now, if the house is not completely destroyed, what would happen is a proportion of the claim will be payable. So in this case, if you look at the ratios, she insured it for only 2/3 of its correct value, and therefore the insurer would pay out only 2/3 of the value of the loss or the value of the claim. And that's where people may get unhappy and not understand why. If to fix up my house to the original state would cost 20,000, why are you only paying 15,000 and not the whole 20,000? And that's where average would have been applied.
I think that's where actually I'd like to focus, because it's when you cannot repair. Because when your house is completely bent down, you can take the R500,000 and go, buy another one for R500,000, because that's what you've got. Let's say you've got a 50% under insurance. So you bought a house for R500,000, you insured it for R500,000, it's worth R1 million. And now you've got damage worth R100,000. What happens in that scenario, Mosidi?
As Peter has mentioned, the first thing is obviously if the property is underinsured by 50%, the insurers will then apply average and settle at 50%. What they're saying is you as the insurer, as the policyholder, you said, I am self-insuring the 50%. You might have not said it verbatim, but when I choose to underinsure by 50%, I'm saying I'm taking the 50% risk. You, the insurance company, take the balance of the 50%. So for whatever claim that arises, that's when they apply average and say, we will pay our 50% portion because we've been collecting premiums of 50% of the insurance on this property.
San, if I may, if I can just elaborate on what Mosidi has just said now. The whole thing is the reason why often people will say, but how can insurers only pay 50%? How am I supposed to rebuild this bedroom that burnt down? Insurers are only being paid 50% of the premium of the risk. So therefore, insurers are only going to pay you out 50% of the claim. If they collect 100% of the premium that is at that risk, they will settle 100% of the claim. And that is the reason for average applying.
Thank you, Susan. That's a very interesting point of view. I still want to dwell on the issue of the value of the house. So on an annual basis, we know that our policies renew. Do insurers apply inflation, or do we have to make sure that on an annual basis, we go back to the insurer and say that my value has gone up, or I've renovated my house and I've added so much, the value has increased by so much. How do we go about that process?
Okay. Yeah, Zanele, I think firstly, although as part of the conditions, most of the insurers will say we'll put an automatic inflation increase, but they're looking at it at a certain level of average inflation that they're applying to increase your sum insured. But it's still a policyholder's responsibility, because some of the building costs in certain areas can increase, or the replacement value can increase more than the average inflation. That's the first thing. So I would, say it is the responsibility of the policyholder to make sure that the values that you are insuring are actually the replacement value. The second part is when you do an alteration on your property, now you are adding from the original one. So there is a change or an addition. Therefore, the replacement value of that has increased, and you need to inform the insurer about the additional property or the additional extensions you've put in there, because the costs have increased. And not only insuring them about the values, but also insuring them, advising them about whatever type of additions that you've made on the property, because they may change or vary from the original one. The original property may have been tile roof, and you adding thatch, which is attracting a different risk. So whatever you do, it is always advisable to notify the insurer.
Thank you so much for that. Let's talk about, you mentioned something very interesting, Musidi, adding thatch. I know we like our thatched lapas. How does adding a thatched lapa to your property, which currently has got tiled roofs, how does it impact on your premium? Susan, if you can respond on that one, thank you.
Sure, Zanele. So the most important thing is that advising insurers of any material change to your risk. And if you're going to build a thatched lapa, when you advise the insurers, they would ask you a number of questions. How close is the thatched lapa to the house? Does it attach to the house? Is it a certain distance away? And each insurer will have their own requirement. Well, there are standards that are building regulations, and that's one thing that's very important is please don't go against building regulations. You need to adhere to the standards. Because if you don't adhere to the standards with regards to building regulations, your claim might not be settled. And then insurers will ask the information. They might ask to see plans if the plans were necessary, and then they will arrive at a rate. If your thatched lapa is just a very small part, it's not very big and it's far away from the house, it might not have any impact on your insurance premium, other than the increase in the value of adding the lapa to your sum insured. However, you might have other risks where people put it very close to the house. It might be a very large thatched area. So therefore your risk, because thatch burns a lot quicker than any other materials, or roofing materials as such. And so therefore the likelihood of a fire spreading might be faster. So it could impact on the price of the premiums.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, perhaps to add there, Zanele and Susan, a slightly different context. I'm upgrading my house and I'm replacing the old steel windows that had built-in burglar bars with new aluminium windows that don't have burglar bars. And that obviously then impacts the risk that attaches to home contents, particularly in the context of theft and burglary and that sort of risk. And by me failing to update the insurer would not be placed in a position to guide me in terms of how to make sure that I remain compliant and that I therefore continue to enjoy the benefits of the policy. One of the things that the insurer could do is require of you to install an alarm system and perhaps link it with an armed response unit, so that your property remains safeguarded, and in the event of a loss, you would still enjoy cover. But because you failed to disclose that to the insurer, firstly, the insurer would not be able to give you the advice. Your policy then becomes out of sync with the actual risk that is being carried, and on the day that you need to claim, you could find yourself having to deal with the claim being declined. Thank you, Zanele.
That's quite interesting. I think we've now automatically moved into another area where we're looking at the responsibilities of both the insurer and the insured. And Peter, you touched on something very important, which is disclosure. The advice that we would give consumers is that whatever changes happen with your property, you have to advise your insurer. If you move from one area to another, don't assume that a cover is going to continue. You've got to advise your insurance, by the way, I've changed addresses. Then they can re-rate your policy on the risk of where you've moved and charge you appropriately. If you have a claim, you will not be covered if you have moved and not advised the insurer. So disclosure is quite important. I've got a question that I just want us to cover quickly before we move on from one of the people that are watching the show. From Lee, she's asking, how do insurance companies calculate excess amounts that need to be paid on claims? Can I ask Susan to touch on that one, please? Thank you.
Okay, Zanele, your policy schedule will state very clearly what your excess is. And excesses are amounts are either flat amount, say 1,000 or 2,000 Rand or 500 Rand, or a percentage amount, so 5% of the claim with a minimum of 2,500 Rand or something. And that's exactly how the excess is calculated. And the excess, to understand the excess, it is the first amount that the insured is liable to pay in the event of a claim. So you need to remember that insurers apply an excess in most instances, and there are two important reasons why an excess is payable by the insured person. The first reason is it makes one responsible. It makes you think. It gives you. It makes you have a share in the claim. It therefore ensures that you are not going to not if you have a cell phone, if you know that you're going to pay an excess of 250 or 500 Rand, you're going to look after it a little bit more than you would if you didn't have to pay an excess. So it makes you responsible and makes you accountable for a portion of the claim. And another thing to remember, the reasons insurers have excesses on policies is to stop smaller claims. You imagine it, if everybody you put in a claim for every 50 Rand or 100 Rand or 500 Rand, insurers would be inundated and they wouldn't actually be able to conduct their business properly. So it's also to reduce the number of claims for very small amounts.
Maybe on that, Zanele, just to throw in a bit of advice for the consumer out there. Something that we come across quite a lot is instances where there is a policy that is loaded with a lot of excesses. So there'll be a basic excess, an additional, and another additional, and however many additional excesses. And I would like to caution against taking up such a policy on the understanding that you're paying a lower premium, particularly because a lot of us don't necessarily have large amounts of money sitting around doing nothing, so that on the day that I'm required to pay in a large sum of money as an excess, I'm able to simply draw from that fund and pay the excess. And to the extent that one has such limitation, one should therefore not load their excesses unnecessarily. So if I am able to have around 500 Rand fairly readily available, then that's where I should probably pitch my my excess amount. If on the other hand, somebody else has 50,000 rand that they can afford to do that with as an excess payment, and they consider the rate of claiming to be fairly low. For them individually, it might make sense to still load the excess. So one needs to consider their own personal circumstances in pitching the applicable excesses. Thank you.
I want to confirm, do we have a choice in additional excesses? I'm going to make an example. I've got a daughter, she's 21 years old, and she's got a license, and she's excited. She drives my car to buy me milk, and then something happens. Is there a choice? If now I have a claim in an excess going to be imposed by the insurer? Mostly, can you take that one?
One of the aspects that an excess talks to is all risk mitigating type of excesses. Because if we look at a 21-year-old who has taken a C1 license and he's got a 1-year license, the risk of that person as compared to a 35-year-old or 40-year-old who has been driving for the past 10 years, that risk exposure is different, So in those situations, insurers are using an excess to try and mitigate the expense cost, of paying out, whereas they will load that excess because the risk exposure associated with that 21-year-old is a little bit higher. The person doesn't have much experience in driving. As a young person, you are forever in your car visiting friends, as opposed to a 50-year-old who probably would go to work and back, is not on the road most of the time, and they've got sufficient experience to handle the road. And we know the issue of the C1 license driving a code 10, driving a code 8 vehicle. The licenses, people were not trained to park. They didn't do your K53. So their ability to drive, as opposed to somebody who did a code 8, they took a license for a truck, not for a small vehicle. And that is a risk to the insurance company. So excesses are used as a way of mitigating risk. Just as an addition, one of the issues on the type of excesses. If you believe that, I do not have enough money, but I need to minimize or accept certain excesses or certain conditions, then avoid those circumstances. If your policy says for an additional driver, if a vehicle was in an accident not driven by you, we will add so much. So if you find yourself in that situation, rather avoid those circumstances where you're giving your vehicle to other people if finances are an issue.
Mm-hmm. No, thank you so much.
I think maybe to add to what Musidi said, and perhaps answering you a little bit more directly, Zanele, does one have a choice? Yes, one does have a choice, in the sense that not all insurers have that kind of setup where there are multiple excesses applicable. Susan earlier on mentioned that some insurers will have a flat excess, and perhaps if you are one of those people that may not have access to a lot of funds, you should then be shopping around with insurers that have basic excesses and not have many other additional cumulative excesses applicable. And you focus with those insurers that provide basic excesses, shop around there, and you'll find something suitable for you and you buy that one. Those that have multiple excesses, even with us as the Ombudsman, we tend to have issues with the implications of those excesses and whether consumers necessarily understand what they are signing up for. And my bit of advice is, if you can avoid it, do so. But there would equally be some people for whom that type of product would be ideal. And if it is ideal for you and you understand exactly why you are signing up for that type of product, by all means. So it's again ultimately a question of Susan will take up what she likes, Musidi will take up what meets her requirements, and Peter likewise. And so we should conduct ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I think what I'm learning from this one is when you shopping for insurance, you have to ask questions. One of the questions is, what is your excess structure? And the insurer must take you through all levels of excess for the product that you're buying. That's very, very important. I've got another question from Lebuhang around excesses. She's asking, what happens if I don't have the money to pay the excess?
There are a few options, and luckily enough, our lawmakers have been helpful towards consumers in that now the policyholder protection rules provide that in instances where one may not have the access available, insurers should simply offset that against the claim settlement and offer the insured the balance, and the insured can go and sort themselves out. So that would obviously be the one option that the law even provides for. But I think it's one of those instances where you engage your insurer and find what it is that can be worked around that issue, and whatever then works out for the both of you comfortably will be the route you take.
Okay, that's very nice. Thank you so much, Peter. It also helps because it means that you can go and speak to insurer and negotiate when there's these issues and just not be afraid. I want to move back to motor insurance, but also to values. How does insurance values go for motor insurance? Who determines them? And people keep on talking about a motor vehicle as a depreciating asset, but premiums go up every year. Susan, if you can just touch on how does the sum insured get determined for my motor policy?
Okay, the majority of your motor policies will state that your insured value is based on, in a lot of instances, the retail value or the market value, etc. Your policy wording will state that. And the values are acquired through trade. I mean, if you write your vehicle off and your vehicle is only less than 12 months old, the majority of insurers have a clause in the policy that states that they will replace that vehicle because it is less than 12 months old. However, where the vehicle is older than that, or older vehicles, there are listed prices through, one of the examples is a book value through Mead and McGrath, and insurers will settle on those bases, and those are taken from the actual retail prices of vehicles that are going through the market at the time, and that's how those values will be arrived at. Insurers are linked to a system which updates those values mostly on a monthly basis, and that is how your insured value is arrived at. I think that should answer that. Yeah.
So why doesn't my premium go down?
I think, sorry, Zanele, I think that there's one additional important aspect to motor values that is not so common, and it's important. There can also be an agreed value, and the agreed value would usually apply in instances where the motor vehicle in question may not be a very common model. Therefore, statistically, it's a bit difficult to establish its value in the manner that Susan explained earlier on. Alternatively, it could be your classic cars, exotic cars, those special types of vehicles. Again, the principle being that it's a little bit more difficult to establish the actual value of that vehicle. And then once an agreement has been reached as to the sum insured, in that context, that would then be its value, and the value at which, if it needed to be replaced, the insurer would have to do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. That's a very good angle to look at. Mosidi, so why does my premium go up when the value of my car is actually going down on a monthly basis?
Okay, one of the things that we need to look at is the repair costs. So normally you get paid the full value when your vehicle is a total loss, whether it's written off or it's stolen. However, majority of the claims are accidents where the vehicles need to be repaired. Although the value of the vehicle may decrease, but the parts that the insurer has to purchase to repair the vehicle are forever going up. And that is what is contributing to the additional premium, because the insurer has to look at how much will it cost if I repair specific parts of that vehicle. And they have to then take that into consideration, that the parts are increasing. And most importantly, where consumers buy some of the vehicles where parts are very difficult to be received. So you find your vehicle standing for a very long time because they're still trying to find parts. And some of the vehicle parts are far more expensive than even buying, a new car. So those are the parts are very critical in pricing vehicles, and that is why the premium is going up.
Okay, no, thank you so much. I would add that if you, especially around car repairs, we pay motor body repairers to repair the cars. They employ qualified people that have got to be paid salaries, and those salaries go up every year. So things like that, and also the cost of running the claims department and all those things will sort of like contribute towards the premium, not reducing to the value of the car. But thank you, that was quite interesting. I want to touch on something quickly before we move on to roles and responsibilities for both insurer and insured. I want us to talk about what we call all risks insurance. Can I ask Mosidi if you can just explain what all risk insurance and give us examples of items that are covered under there?
All risk, it's close to what it says, basically, all risk. But I'll give an example. The items that you cover with all risk insurance is the ones that you're taking out of the home, they're with you. Your portable items, your watches, your cell phones, things that you carry that are exposed throughout. All risk cover in most cases give you a worldwide all risk cover as it being put, where you are covered for accidental damage, for water, for whatever insured peril that you may experience. So it goes with the word. But most importantly, it covers those items that you find that are exposed to multiple risks that you can carry around. Typically for personal insurance is your cell phones, your watches, your expensive jewelries, the clothes that you take with when you travel, you can insure those because you cover them worldwide wherever you are.
Okay, thank you so much. Susan, is there anything that you want to add around the all risk policy?
Yeah, so I think it's important to remember that as much as all risk policies gives you cover for virtually all types of risks, you still need to take responsibility. So you can't just say, I didn't like my cell phone and I threw it against the wall, so now it must be paid for, those kind of things. You need to be responsible. It will cover you wherever you are, and it really does help to put you back into the position, especially nowadays, because we move around a lot and we use our cell phones and our laptops and things like that, and we can't be without them anymore. So it's a very important type of cover, and we must remember that the majority of these items must be specified, whether it's your spectacles, your laptop, or anything like that. As much as your policy does give you a general all risk cover of a few thousand rands, you need to specify the items that you want covered.
Thank you so much for that, Susan. I want to touch on rights of a consumer once they've purchased a policy. Mosidi, can you give us just an example of some of the rights that the insurer has got, or the insured has got when after they've purchased the policy?
Okay, just to go through some of the rights, is the first thing is consumer has got a right, a cooling off period of about 14 days once they've received their policy document. That gives the policyholder the right to go through the policy document, check if they've bought what they want, and if they are unhappy with the conditions and things like that, within 14 days, they're able to cancel. Therefore, they will not be charged a premium, but provided they didn't claim during that period, or the insurer hasn't spent any money, during that period. The other right is once you've bought a product, in terms of the policyholder protection rules, it safeguards or it protects the right of the consumer to have access to the insurer, that the insurer shouldn't put unnecessary barriers where you want to change your policy, or you want to amend it, or you want to cancel, or even to claim. So those are the rights that you have. You, as a consumer, you can make amendments to your policy. You can cancel by giving a 30-day notice. And you can, claim, and your claim must be processed as speedily as possible. So it is one of the rights that consumers do have, and they can exercise those rights after buying a policy.
Peter, there definitely has to be some responsibilities that the insured has got to adhere to. Can you take us through some of those?
Well, I think the starting point generally is that where one has rights, there will also be obligations attached. So in order for you, for example, to enjoy the benefits given by the policy, you also have to, for example, pay a premium, conduct yourself in a particular manner in accordance with the terms and conditions of cover. So overall, I'll say your policy terms and conditions will determine exactly what obligations you have towards the insurance company, and also the rights that you'd have. Another source of the rights and obligations would be the law itself. There are certain things that we have spoken about, the policyholder protection rules, for example. Those would give you rights that may not necessarily even be addressed in the policy documents. So that would be another source of getting rights. There could also be things like the Constitution, for example. And when we deal with complaints in our office, one of the things that we often come across is a consumer citing a violation of their constitutional rights, particularly the right to privacy. When it comes to motor vehicle accident claims, especially where the insurer may want to know, where were you before the accident, what were you doing with whom, so that it can validate the claim. And people are feeling, no, but you're intruding on my privacy. Why are you asking me about the people I was with, what I was eating, what I was drinking? It's none of your business. But unfortunately, it is not none of the insurer's business, but the insurer's business, in that the insurer says, I will provide you this cover, provided you also do ABC. And for you to be able to enjoy the benefit, we need to establish that you did ABC first. And that is why you'd have to share that information with the insurer, and therefore get to enjoy the benefits of your policy. Zanele?
Zanele, I'm not sure if I could also just add on the responsibility. The most important one is for policyholders to read the policy documents. Read and understand the conditions that are applicable on your policy. Do not assume that because your friend or your father or your neighbor's car was repaired when they had an accident, yours will be repaired, because yours have a different, it might be holding different conditions. If consumers do not understand the sum of the conditions, they have a right to phone in and ask the insurer to explain those conditions in simple language. And what we're finding is, in most cases, consumer would be unhappy because they didn't know about the condition and it is written on their policy document.
That's quite interesting. What happens, Susan, what happens when the tires of your car are now smooth and then you have an accident?
Zanele, it's important. One of the most important things in insurance does not pay for wear and tear. So if you do not uphold the maintenance of your vehicle or of your house, etc., insurers won't be able to fix it because it's broken. If your tire is smooth, if that accident was caused due to the tire being smoothed, insurers may have the right to reject that claim. However, Peter might be able to elaborate on these sort of things. If your accident was not, if your vehicle was stolen, that has nothing to do with the fact that your tires were smooth. Your claim then can't be rejected. However, one of the most important terms and conditions of all policies is that you need to maintain your asset, whether it's your vehicle or your house, etc., in good working order. If you have damage to your roof, however, that roof is old and it hasn't ever been maintained, insurers won't pay for the repairs or the upgrading of the roof, etc. So it's a very important thing to remember is that wear and tear is not covered in terms of, it's not one of the perils that are covered. Your normal perils, theft, water, storms, fire, earthquake, those kind of things. So understand your policy, understand what it is that you're given cover for, and understand what you need to adhere to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Peter, is there anything that you want to add with respect to maintenance of your property?
Well, I think Susan covered it in broad strokes, in that, generally speaking, any loss or damage that results from wear and tear and depreciation over time will not be covered. Remembering in that regard that your policy is meant to provide cover for sudden, unforeseen losses. So if we are talking about a roof that has been deteriorating over the last number of years and it is in the condition that it's in because I failed to maintain it, that is not an insured or an insurable event, and therefore I won't be able to claim. Going back to the issue of things like worn tires, as Susan mentioned there as well, one would look at the causal link between the claim for which one, the loss for which one wants to claim, and whether the fact that the tires were worn contributed to the loss occurring. And if that is the case, the insurance company would be entitled to decline liability for that. And our office will often look at, firstly, when there's a dispute around that, what are the terms and conditions of the policy? If the policy straight out says, if this, then we don't pay, that means contractually the insurer would be entitled to decline liability. But as Susan mentioned, there could be instances where on the specific facts and circumstances, you can see that the fact that the tires were worn or some other wear and tear was occurring on the vehicle, or the vehicle was in a dilapidated condition, did not necessarily contribute to the loss suffered. And in that case, considerations of fairness and equity would dictate that even though, strictly speaking, the contract may entitle the insurer to not pay out, we could use the ombudsman's muscle to get the insurer to nicely agree to pay the insurance, the claim, and that happens fairly often as well. Thank you, Zanele.
Thank you so much, Peter. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my panelists for the wealth of knowledge that you've shared with us. I want to wrap up, and there's one question that I want to ask. I think I'm going to just go through the same question with each of us. I'm going to start with Mosidi. Mosidi, you've been invited to a youth conference, and you need to explain in 30 seconds to this youth what insurance is about. Please.
Just to respond quickly, our assets, I'll take an example. To buy a car that is worth 300,000, if you were to save for it will take you a long time. So it is an asset, it is of value for you. Insurance is there to protect that asset, or to ensure that if there is an incident, at least you put back in the same position. It sustains your wealth, and that's the importance of insurance.
Thank you so much. Susan?
Okay, so insurance is the very basics, exactly what Mosidi said, is to put you back into the financial position you were before you suffered any form of loss. It's not for you to gain. It's not for you to gain financially or to suffer any further. That's it.
Thank you so much. Peter, in 10 seconds.
Your insurance policy is a mechanism through which you transfer risk to the insurance company, so that when a claimable event occurs, you can simply put in a claim with the insurance company and it carries the loss on your behalf instead of you having to carry that loss. And you use it to protect your assets in that regard.
Thank you so much, Peter. And I think from me, my advice would be, if you have a house that you bought for R500,000 rand, nobody has got an additional R500,000 rand, and you'll never pay premium that will add up to R500,000 rand. So it's best to pay that 500 rand a month in case something goes wrong, than to have to figure it out afterwards and take money from your children's education or for your holiday and have to repair your car or your house. So insurance is important, but please ask questions. Don't be scared to contact your insurer. Don't be scared to say, no, I don't understand. Please explain to me more. And I do hope that from here, we'll have more consumers going out there and contacting our insurers to get an insurance policy. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a lovely weekend.
Thank you, Zanele, and thank you to the viewers.
Thank you.
We have reached the end of another financial literacy fun-filled day, and it has been an absolute wonderful pleasure being with you and being your program director for Money Smart Week South Africa. Remember to engage with us on social media using the hashtag MSWSA2021. Thank you all for tuning in. From all of us here in studio, we'll catch you again tomorrow.
Money Smart Week South Africa 2021. The importance of being financially savvy cannot be underestimated. MWSA 2021 is taking place virtually and will consist of a host of online events throughout the week, all of which will be live streamed on mswsa.co.za. Learn from the experts, make better informed financial decisions, and empower your community. 1 week to take control of your finances and safeguard your family's financial future. Take charge, become financially literate, and influence an entire generation. Money Smart Week 2021, creating a money smart South Africa.